chick, sir, he, chick, to be, so chick, he, chick, sir, he, chick, sir, he, 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 chick, he, chick, he, chick, sir, he,
Management Udaipur. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the India Digital Conclave 2026. From academia, industry, policy, and research, all brought together by a shared interest in shaping India's digital future. The India Digital Conclave has, over the years, established itself as a credible platform for fostering innovation, collaboration, and meaningful dialogue in the digital landscape. IDC 24 and 25 have created a strong momentum by enabling conversations that have bridged research, practice, policy by highlighting how digital technologies can be leveraged responsibly and at scale. Building on to this foundation, we now move on to IDC 2026. This year's theme, Resilient and Inclusive Nation Building, reflects India today. It emphasizes not only on the technological advancement, but also on the need to build systems that are robust, adaptive, and accessible, ensuring that digital progress contributes to inclusion, equity, and long-term national capability. Over the course of the conclave, we look forward to thoughtful discussions, diverse perspectives, and insights that connect research with the real-world impact. To formally commence IDC 2026, I will now request Professor Ashok Banerjee, Director, Indian Institute of Management, to deliver his opening speech.
Hey, 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 check, 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 hey,
Good morning to all of you.
hey, hey.
This is our third edition of IDC. And the whole objective when we started this program is that we'll create a platform where industry and academia can talk to each other and learn from each other. And hence we largely invite industry leaders to come and participate in these deliberations. You know, this AI is not only affecting business sectors, but also big time the educational institutions. We face huge challenge on a daily basis that how AI has revolutionized the transaction inside a classroom. And we run a specialized MBA program on digital enterprise management and another specialized program on supply chain. And we started these programs long time back. Supply chain program 15 years ago and digital about 6 years back. And we have seen the expectation of industry also evolved over the last 6 to 8 years. Earlier days, the industry's expectation was that students should know the concepts of digital, how it transforms industry, little bit of AI. But today, the expectation is that they not only should know about AI and extensions of AI, but also dirty their hands with the tools. And doesn't matter what kind of sector the company is, they all expect our students to have that exposure. And keeping that in mind, IIM Udaipur, has decided to set up a business AI lab on campus with, the GPUs from known companies and storage and tools so that our students can have hands-on experience. And this is a way to make them ready for industry so that they don't need training time when they join jobs. Our faculty members, particularly those who are in the information systems area or operations management area, they use big data and for their research. So this lab is also going to help them in running large programs. And some of the corporate friends told me that if we have that setup, they might give projects to train some of their maybe future products using our facilities. So keeping all these things in mind, we decided to set up this lab, and it will be up and running in next 4 or 5 months. And therefore, my appeal to all of you, those who are here, is that help us, support us, and see that how you can also take benefit of this facility. As part of this exercise of India Digital Conclave, as I mentioned, our plan is to do it in every city, major cities in India. We have not started from Udaipur. We said, let us come closer to the industry rather than calling them to Udaipur. People go to Udaipur mostly for leisure, travel, but they come to big cities for work. So we thought that let us also come. So we started from Bangalore, then Mumbai, and this is our third editions of IDC. Our plan is to take it to other cities before finally we go to Udaipur. So we look forward to a lively session today and more interaction. See, when I talk to industry people, they say, you guys who do research, publish in top journals, what is there for us? And our academics say that, in industry, they don't apply broad frameworks. They use mostly heuristics, their experiences and gut feelings. So, there's a huge disconnect. But actually, I find that when they talk to each other, over a cup of tea, we find a lot of commonalities. What the faculty members work on ideas, industry is also grappling with these similar problems and challenges. So we thought that let us create this platform for us to interact with each other and we'll see value from both. With these few words, because our keynote speaker is here and the research speakers are also here, I'll hand over this mic. Again, welcome you all for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ashoka Banerjee, for setting up the context and vision for IDC 2026. Your remarks underscore the importance of collaborative inquiry between industry and academia. We will now have the keynote address of the conclave. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Sri Jayesh Ranjan. Mr. Ranjan, currently serving as a Special Chief Secretary to the Government of Telangana, brings a wealth of experience in public administration and strategic leadership, and we are privileged to hear his perspectives today. It is my honor to introduce a distinguished leader whose experience and insights are highly relevant to today's themes. This address will focus on strategic priorities and emerging opportunities in the intersection of public policy, technology, and industry collaboration. Attendees can expect a concise, thought-provoking overview of current initiatives, practical perspectives on implementation, and guidance on how stakeholders can work together to drive sustainable impact. The remarks will provide context for the discussions that follow and offer actionable takeaways for professionals across sectors. May I request Professor Ashok to kindly present a flower to Mr. Ranjan as a gesture of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Banerjee, Professor Shekhar, and other members of the organizing team for inviting me here. I'm also very grateful that you have chosen to bring the third edition of this conclave to Hyderabad. And I'm sure your experiences throughout the day here will motivate you to bring it back again to Hyderabad at some time in the future. So what I intend to do now is to actually share about Telangana's journey in the world of digital, what has been the role of the government, where did we succeed, what are the challenges, and what are the key insights that we get from this journey. And I would like to focus on one particular aspect which at least is very important for the governments. But I don't see too many governments, either nationally or
Hello,
at the
hello,
provincial level, doing much about it.
hello.
So I'll speak a little about that. And I guess this is a very apt time to raise this issue also. This is not a new issue. We have been speaking about it for more than a decade, but we don't see too much of action happening on the ground. And in a way, this is also a very serious issue. The issue which I want to flag and use Telangana's examples to address that issue is on digital divide. Way back when the world of digital started becoming important, internet became important, national programs like Digital India, etc., were launched in our country. Since then, people do recognize that this is not a race of the equals. There are people who live in rural areas, remote areas, who don't speak English, who might not have got any formal education, who don't have access to gadgets, and for a long time there is no connectivity in those areas. Obviously, these people are going to be left behind. And if some people are making amazing progress and some people are getting left far behind, then obviously that's not good for the society as a whole. And therefore, government should feel concerned about it. So that is the logic. And I'll now tell what has happened in Telangana, how we have tried to address this particular concern. So I spoke a while about Digital India. Many of you who follow country's digital journey will recall that this was a flagship program introduced by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. So last year we had celebrated 10 years of Digital India. Coincidentally, Telangana also had become a new state by in 2014. And after we had become a new state, those of you who are familiar with this particular region, the state of Andhra Pradesh, the state of Telangana, and erstwhile combined state of Andhra Pradesh, may recall that the demand to have this new state was largely driven by the fact that people who live here, they felt that they are not getting the best of the opportunities. People in the coastal regions, which is now the state of Andhra Pradesh, the residual state of Andhra Pradesh, they are more entrepreneurial, they are more educated, they have more resources. Therefore, they take away all the opportunities. And therefore, unless we have a separate state and we prioritize our own requirements, we will continue to be left behind. So this, after a prolonged period of agitation for decades, this new state of Telangana was created. And I remember within a few days of the new state coming into being, at the Indian School of Business, we had a visioning seminar which was called Envision Telangana. And I remember the question which was posed was that given that we are a new state and we have suffered for years, for decades actually, this kind of deprivation, how do you make up for the lost time? And all of us know that if you have to do something very fast, we use an English expression, how do you fast forward? If you have to do certain things even faster, we use another expression which is called leapfrog. But in that visioning exercise, we used a very evocative expression, that is pole vault. So how do you pole vault? Meaning that how do you run and then suddenly jump maybe 20 times your height? How do you make rapid progress in whatever you want to achieve? And all the experts who were there, they told us that technology is going to be the biggest enabler. Technology will be the game changer. The state should become completely embracing of technology. And all these institutions that you see, I mean, it's a nice coincidence that we are having this conclave in T-Hub. These were all outcomes of that kind of inputs which we received, that state should focus on technology. If you look at who is providing technology in today's world, of course, large institutions, academic institutions, big tech companies continue to do their work. But a lot of new era, path-breaking technologies are coming from young entrepreneurs called startups. So this was the messages that encourage technology, encourage usage of technology, bring citizens on tech platforms, encourage startups to give solutions to solve some of their pain points. And all this which you see, had you come, I mean, many of you might have come to Hyderabad in the past also, maybe before 20 years before or so, I don't think you would have seen these kind of things here in this city. Everything has changed, but the fundamental drive was that particular session and that kind of inputs which we received. So coming back to the point which which I'm trying to drive at. So the government decided that this is a good suggestion. Let us embrace technology. Coincidentally, national government had announced a Digital India program, and we also decided that we will encourage digital applications for everything, for helping citizens improve their lives, improve their livelihoods. But one very fundamental thing was that if you want people to participate in the digital world, digital infrastructure has to be created. And one very massive program was started in our state, which is called T-Fiber. The attempt was that to every home, wherever you are, we will provide optic fiber cable, underground optic fiber cable, which will enable you to access high quality, high speed broadband. And with that broadband, you can possibly smoothen your ride on the digital world. So this was a program which is now almost 85% over. We have spent huge resources. It has taken so many years to complete, but we are close to completing. But there's a very interesting observation when we were implementing the program, this T-Fiber. So we were following a saturation model, like go to a village, dig the trenches, lay the cable, fill up the trenches, connect every home, and then once a village is saturated, move to the next village, and so on and so forth. But something very interesting was noticed village after village after village. So let's put it this way. Let us say you are a person who lives in a rural and remote village. You are an ordinary, maybe a small farmer. And let us say you went to bed today, and tomorrow morning when you woke up, your neighbor told that, hey, there is broadband, high-speed internet at our doorstep. We did not notice that people are jumping in joy and they are rushing to the stores, they are buying their smartphones and tabs and all that. I mean, for a majority of people, it meant nothing. I mean, life just goes on. So this kind of puzzled us that we are spending so much of money, we are putting so much of effort, we are providing broadband, but there's no response at all. So it became very obvious that this is not an immediate priority. I mean, they have other pressing issues to have digital there, and the ability to understand how to use digital is definitely very lacking. And then something else started to emerge. We got various other very good examples also, where the indication was that if you use digital, if you use technology to solve some of the most pressing pain points that they have been experiencing for maybe years together, decades together, generations together, then the buy-in is very, very strong. So I again would like to recount one episode, one event which actually happened. But before telling that event, I'll tell a little bit of a backstory also. So while we were laying this digital infrastructure, we were also introducing lots of digital processes within the government. We were encouraging startups. Way before anyone else, we created an AI framework. We set up a wing within the government on emerging technologies. Our engagement with technologies of different kinds started getting noticed. Good results were coming. We started winning global prizes, national level prizes. So a practice that we used to follow at that time was that whenever we would get any award, the Minister for IT at that time, he was the son of the Chief Minister. So he would take us to the Chief Minister to show him the trophy or the certificate or whatever, the medal, whatever we have won. And the Chief Minister, of course, was not a very tech-savvy person. So he would see all those things, he would appreciate, but he would ask one basic question. And the question that he would ask was that, fine, you got this award for cybersecurity, or you got this for blockchain, or you got this for some other application. How is it going to help the common person in our state? And every time he would ask this. And after a while, we also started realizing that this is a very foundational thing that he's asking. I mean, we are getting into the world of digital, not for the sake of showcasing some technology. Eventually, it is meant to help the people. So we took another very important decision. If you actually look at the rural realities today, I'm sure all of us know that agriculture is one sector which supports the largest number of rural livelihoods, maximum number of families in the rural areas. either directly or indirectly, are depending upon agriculture. And if you look at the way agriculture is practiced, you will see lots of inefficiencies. And the inefficiencies are more pronounced when you look at the small farmers. See, when we speak about farmers, we tend to use this term in a homogeneous way. But there are different kinds of farmers. There are, of course, the large zamindars, the big farmers who are, in a way, all right. But when you look at the small farmers, the subsistence kind of farmers, the inefficiencies that they have in their practices are very, very pronounced. And that is one of the reasons why their productivity is low, their production is low, the crop losses are very high, and there's very little of upward mobility in their lives. So we felt, after analyzing the practices which are followed in three main crops of Telangana, rice, cotton and maize, we felt that there could be technology solutions which take care of all these inefficiencies. And then we started searching for these technologies, implementing these technologies, and so on and so forth. But this particular episode that I want to speak about is like this. So cotton is a very important crop grown in Telangana. But there is one more phenomena which happens very commonly, which is pest attacks. In fact, every second year or third year, there will be a massive attack of pests. Literally, 3/4 of the crops will be eaten away, and very small returns will be left. For a marginal farmer or a small farmer, it will be actually incurring into losses, and that is how things will be. So we were looking for solutions, and we actually found a startup here in T-Hub. Today it is very common, but this is about 10 years ago. This appeared to be a very elegant solution. This was an image recognition solution. Like, you go to the fields with your camera, you take pictures, and there is an AI support. So the picture will tell what is the likelihood of the crop getting attacked by the pests, in how many days will the pest attack, and what is it that you need to do right now. We had some other sensor-based data available. What is the humidity, what is the soil moisture, and in a very calibrated way, precise recommendations will be given that you do this in 10 days time, in 15 days time you do this, and you can take care of this pest. So we tested this solution in our agriculture university's farmlands, and we felt very confident that this is going to work. So in India, as all of us know, it's very common that if you're launching something, if you're announcing something big, you do it with some kind of ceremony, you call the politicians, you call the ministers. So we felt that this is an important intervention, so let us do a small ceremony. Our IT minister, he comes from a rural constituency, so we decided to have this event in his constituency itself. And we fixed a date. On this day, the minister would come, he would press some button, something will be launched. So that day came, I decided to go. The time given was, I think, 12 o'clock. Minister had some other programs, and he would have come to that village at 12, where we would do that launch of this solution. So I decided to go a bit in advance, just to set things in order and ensure that everything is working. So when I went there, I might have reached there by 11 or 1 hour before. I found that a small crisis is emerging. And I found that the main tech people of that startup, who are incidentally, I mean, they may not be in T-Hub anymore, but they were at T-Hub at that time. So they could not make it. They could not come there. They were called for some other demonstration or meeting. So they had sent some salesperson to that program. The salesperson was there. He was carrying his laptop. He had put his screen. But he was not able to create anything. He was desperately pressing this button, that button, and nothing was coming. So I also started getting worried that we have hyped this so much to the minister that we have found the magic bullet and you have to launch it and he will come and nothing will be happening. I was also getting a bit worried. I thought I'll call those startup fellows, check what is to be done. But then I found, so gradually people were also coming, villagers were coming, they were all getting seated on the chairs. I realized that one person, he got up from the audience, and again, I'm not generalizing this, I'm not speaking it in any, I'm not undermining anyone's value, but sometimes you make out that some person, he's a villager, he's a simple person, he'll be wearing simple village kind of clothes, and you can make out that he is not very educated. So a person stood up from there, and he started telling this person in Telugu that ఈ బటన్ ముందు కొట్టాలి ఒక మెన్యూ వస్తుంది దాంట్లో మూడో బటన్ నొక్కితే ఇది వస్తుంది. So he was explaining in Telugu that first you press this button, then a drop-down menu will come, select the third option, click on that, then something else will come. And the sales guy had the sense to do all that. And when he did all that, it actually came. Everything came. And then the minister came, the program happened, he went away. But I was very curious. I wanted to know who is this person. My guess was, see, today if you look at the landscape of Hyderabad, close to 1 million people work in the tech sector. Many of them actually are from rural background. So my guess was that he is someone whose children may be working in one of these IT companies in Hyderabad, and when they come to meet him, or he comes to meet them, they might have taught him a little bit of how to use gadgets, technology, etc. But I thought I'll still walk up to him, I'll thank him for saving the day, and also find a little bit about him. So I asked him at the end of it that I was so confident about my assumptions. I asked him a straight question that which company are your children working? I'm the IT secretary in Hyderabad. Tell them about me. If they need anything, they can get in touch with me. But he said, no, my children are still very small. They don't work in any IT company. Then I asked, then how come you know all these things? So he told that while this launch is happening today, you all have come today. But this tech company people are coming here for the last 15 days. They're telling us, and this is such an important thing. We are growing cotton from ages, from generations. My grandfather used to suffer from this problem. My father used to suffer from this problem. I would have suffered from this for all my life. And today when I see and I know that this provides a solution to me, I feel that I have to learn it to kind of come out of this and do better in my life. So this was a very, very important lesson. From literally an uneducated villager, we learned this lesson that if you solve the most pressing problems that people face using technology, and if you solve it before their eyes and show to them that this is how the technology can help you get better in your life, there'll be an amazing buy-in. You don't need to wait whether they learn English or not, whether they get gadgets or not, whether they become tech savvy or not. They will find a way to get it done. We found another way in which community can be brought into digital. We have tried this in about 1,000 villages in Telangana. This is the assisted mode of helping people get into technology. So in 1,000 villages, again rural villages, remote villages, where we were able to lay this optic fiber cable, we identified a woman from that community. And again, in a very rural and remote area, you won't find very highly educated women, maybe up to 10th grade or 12th grade or so. But we found some person who had the willingness to spend some time in learning about how do you manage simple C2G, G2C portals, what are the ways in which people can pay their utility bills and get government services, etc., etc. And we set up these kiosks in 1,000 villages where we provided the hardware. We gave intensive training to this women entrepreneur, and she started facilitating lots of digital interactions for the rest of the community. And as you know, poor people, they waste lots of time, and they are by implication, they miss out on lots of income generating opportunities, they miss out on wages just because of waiting. They go to a hospital, it is told that the doctor will come only at 5 o'clock. They have reached there at 10 in the morning. From 10 to 5, they do nothing and wait. Sometimes we are also required to wait. For example, you come to a conference, it is not starting on time, but you know how to make use of that time. You have your world right in your phone, you answer some mails, you respond to some messages, you do something. So while we are not very productive, but we still manage to get the best of our times. But if you look at simple villagers, ordinary villagers, that does not happen. In fact, literally, there are some economists who have done precise studies also. I don't have accurate recollection, but the numbers are alarming. Every month, how much of time is wasted just to wait for something to happen. And it's a very large number. And if you translate it into wages, what is the opportunity cost which is lost? How could they have earned something in that time? That also is one important reason why they are not able to advance much in their life. So here is a solution that the digital world has been brought into your community. You may not know how to use it, but someone else has been taught how to use it, and they help you. So if you want to fix medical appointments, see today most of us, we don't rush to a hospital just at the drop of a hat. Most of us do teleconsultations and things like that. Only if it is something very alarming do we go to the hospital. So that is now something available at the rural levels also. You can do teleconsultation. Don't have to go to a hospital and wait from morning to night to get some bank transactions done. You don't have to travel all the way to the Mandal headquarters to the bank and spend the whole day just commuting and getting your small job done. You don't have to go to a government office for something. If something else has to be done, you don't have to waste time, etc. So lots of these services are now made available at the doorsteps of the people. And for the village entrepreneur, the woman whom we have selected, we have created a small service fee structure. So you give all that. The person who is using it will pay a small user fee, but it is still worth it. Instead of traveling to some far off place, waiting for the bus, waiting at the place, coming back and losing everything that you would have otherwise done that day, paying a small service fee is good enough. And there are other ways in which the income of this women entrepreneur gets supplemented because the internet is available. There are lots of young people who have to apply for some job interviews. They can read some tutorials, they can do some browsing, they can send mails. Lots of people from Telangana work abroad, so you can have a call with them and so on and so forth. Now, most of these things are available in our phone itself and data plans have become cheap. But this is something which I'm speaking about 12 years ago, 10 years ago. In those days, these things made lots of difference. They still do in some way. But the point which I'm trying to drive at is that it is important to create digital infrastructure, but it is also very important to create a demand for that infrastructure. It is far more important, far more difficult. It's very easy to spend money to dig trenches, to lay fiber and fill those trenches. Just a matter of tendering it to the right agency, putting the money and getting it done. Of course, clearing all the right-of-way issues, etc. But far more complicated. And as all of us know, national governments, state governments do speak about digital literacy, give them lessons and all that, but very little of that actually works. What works far more is when actual problem solving happens. And people tell this that there is no dearth of problems in our country. In fact, lots of very, very distinguished people tell that if you are able to solve problems in India, you can solve problems anywhere in the world. But the difficulty is that we don't get enough people who are solving problems in India. I mean, all of you are from I'm Udaipur. I heard again a very distinguished person mention this, that most of the highly talented people in India today are solving the problems of the rich. No one is actually worried about solving the problems of the poor. And that, he said, is the real tragedy. The day when the most talented people decide that I will solve the problems of the poor, I mean, there will be no poor in the country, so to say, notionally. So here in this state, in Telangana, we have tried to do things differently. The government itself has gone into the forefront to find problem solvers, to find, first of all, to understand what are the most pressing problems, what are called as the wicked problems, find elegant solutions which are affordable, which can be applied easily. And obviously, this also breaks the complete digital divide that everyone else feels very worried about. Institutions like the T-Hub, I mean, I'm sure those of you who are coming for the first time would not have imagined that such a facility can exist in India, and that too created by the government. In fact, Silicon Valley bigwigs have come here and their eyes have popped out. They could not imagine that such things can happen. But these things do happen, and I was on the board of this institution. I started this facility. I was on the board for almost 11 plus years, and as a board we mandated that we will discourage entrepreneurs or innovators who are into this hyper-local or internet-based solutions, etc. We will give more importance to those who are solving real-world problems which are important for the society. So if you get a chance in the breaks to visit this facility, to talk to the leadership here, to understand who is onboarded, what work do they do, you will notice this. We also created a very interesting policy, which was that if we come across a product or solution which is of relevance to the government, and obviously if something is relevant to the government, it means that it is relevant to the people, we will procure that solution bilaterally. There will be no procurement process. See, this is a very bold decision in a government to make, that if the solution makes sense, I will just take it. There is no bidding, there is no tendering, you don't have to outbid someone, you don't have to quote some low price, you don't have to qualify in an eligibility race. Many times the startups are not even eligible to participate in procurement because they have limited history, they have no real track record, no real net worth. But we have created a solution. And I feel very proud to share with you that in the last 12 years or so, at least 50 plus such solutions have been onboarded here of all kinds. They relate to agriculture to a large extent, but also health, education, other kinds of livelihoods, skilling. And I really feel, see, most of you are from the tech world, the narrative that you would have heard all these while all your life is that at least in India, the tech world is so important, it contributes so much to the GDP, etc. Yesterday only the economic survey came out, and it was again highlighted that the services sector's contribution to the GDP. One narrative, in my opinion, a fiction, which has been created is that the sector has become so big because the government has stayed away from it. Most of the poster boys of the IT industry, Mr. Narayan Murthy and Premji and all these people, they keep kind of highlighting this, that we are so big because we succeeded in keeping the government away. But that's not the full truth. The government did various things for them. The biggest thing which was done was to make the sector income tax exempt for 20 years. But that's not the main point. But we have tried to change the narrative here. Our narrative is that the government can play a very important, strategically important role. Of course, when you say that I keep the government away, obviously you mean that had the government come, it might have tried to do over-regulation, micromanagement, which I also agree is not desirable. But without micromanaging, without over-regulation also, you can provide leadership, you can help people get used to technology, find solutions, create an enabling ecosystem, create an army of problem solvers who solve the problems of the poor. So when we speak about digital, we speak about AI, we speak about agentic AI, we speak about all the new developments. All that is most welcome, but we should still recognize that we are still an emerging economy. We are, not just, while I gave rural examples, it doesn't mean that cities are filled with pot of gold. If you go to any working class neighborhood in a city also, like Hyderabad, all this is very glitzy here. If you just go maybe 4 lanes inside, you will notice that all kinds of problems beset people who live there as well. So let us all use this opportunity to think of how more of these problems can be tackled in a very rapid way, and how do we do all that at scale, not just show small examples here and there. And the last thing which I want to tell is that whatever we have done over the last 12 years has all been done in a partnership approach. It's not that the government itself has developed products and solutions, etc. We have found people who have developed these solutions, and we have created an easy pathway for them to deploy them. So anyone in the audience who feels that there is something of relevance that they can offer to the government, we are very, very receptive and open. I now look after the urban sector. I'm in charge of the metropolitan area. And one of the tasks which I have set upon myself is that how do you improve the livability of this city? When Hyderabad is compared to, let us say, Bangalore or a Pune or a Gurgaon, people say that this is a better city. Hyderabad is a better city. But obviously, when we compare ourselves to global cities, we know for sure, we should be candid about it, that there's a long, long way for us to catch up to. So what is it that we can still do to improve our livability? And I'm looking at solutions which can be turned around in just, let us say, 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years, not some 10-year solutions, 20-year solutions, things which can be turned around very, very quickly. So, as I said, you will find this government to be very different. We have policies which encourage quick onboarding of solutions. We have appetite to try it out. We have institutions to take you forward. And our track record over the last 12 years is exemplary. We have this very strong reputation of being tech-savvy, tech-friendly, but all for important outcomes for the people. So look forward to your partnerships and your support. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We request you to kindly remain seated on the stage, please, for a quick question and answer session. May I also invite Professor Ashok Banerjee to the stage, please, for the question and answer round. The floor is open to the audience to ask any questions they may have, please.
Yeah, so before I could say anything, I see a hand propping up. So let us go straight to Hemendra.
Hello, I'm Hemendra. I work part-time as visiting faculty here at IIM. My question is, there's much to learn from you, from state of Telangana. For IIM Udaipur, which is in another state of Rajasthan, there are things that we can definitely pick up from what you offer. But there is a role for the state government there as well to play and kind of adopt. So what's the dialogue mechanism between the states, and how do we, in Indian context, how do we learn from you and use some of that?
So states do reach out to us. Quite a few states have reached out. We have supported the state of Orissa, Assam, Delhi, Goa, Tamil Nadu actually, amongst the larger states, Tamil Nadu, in setting up similar institutions, creating similar templates. So T-Hub is a very fascinating example. While this has been promoted by the government, it is run completely unlike a government institution. This is a board-run institution. All the employees, there are 100 people who work here. Not even one person is from the government. And they have all been chosen from the open market based on their merit. They get complete autonomy, they get recognition, they choose how they want to work. In the government, there is, I mean, this is a silly kind of an example, but I'll still mention this. In the government, possibly in IIM also, there is something which is very, very sacrosanct. It is coming since the days of Jesus Christ. This concept is called leave. If you have to take leave, like if you have to attend to some work, so the procedure is that you have to ask someone for permission. You have to apply for leave, and sometimes your supervisor agrees, and then his supervisor also has to agree. And when you have applied, there's always this uncertainty whether it will be approved or not. In all these institutions like T-Hub, there are 9 such institutions. We have done away with this concept of leave. If you have some personal work, just attend. Don't have to tell anyone, don't have to take anyone's permission. But we know what is expected of you, so at the end you have to deliver. If you're not delivering, you'll be found out. So these are all very, very unusual kind of thing. This is as I said, this has a 10-member board. 9 members are from outside the government. I was on the board for about 11 years. So I was the only person, now my successor is on the board, but for 11 years I was the only government representative. This is very unthinkable in the government setup. If you see boards of government-run organizations, this minister, that secretary, this director, this commissioner, they will be packed in the board, and 2-3 outside experts will be selected just for namesake, just to show that I'm inclusive, some 2-3 people are also there. Here it is just the other way around. There are 9 people from outside the government, 1 government representative. This is very unusual. But on rare occasions when the government is caught in such a scenario, one trick which is plays it, that its representative is made the chairman. So you may be 9, but I chair the board. So it is my way or the highway. But it never happened in T-Hub. For the 11 years that I was on the board, not even for one day I was the chairman. Mr. B.V.R. Mohan Reddy is the chairman of T-Hub. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy is the chairperson of V-Hub, and so on and so forth. So we do tell these things to other states. They come and understand. See, the process is very important. See, anyone can construct this building. In fact, since you are from Rajasthan, in Jaipur there is a fancier building, which is called Bhama Shah. And coincidentally, just as I was involved in developing this. A batchmate of mine and a close friend was involved in developing the Bhamasha. So he would have heard about T-Hub and all. So he was very particular that I come and see what Bhamasha is. So I went there. It's always a pleasure to go to Rajasthan, Jaipur and all that. As you said, it's a nice place to go for holidays and all. So I went there. I went to Bhamasha. It's a fancier building. I won't deny. They have sleep pods and all that. We don't have that in T-Hub. So, but after seeing the building, you obviously would like to know what happens in that building. It's not just what is there, what is the building about. So he asked them that please call the in charge here. The T-Hub in charge is called the CEO. So I asked, can you call the CEO? I'd like to understand what programs happen here. So they told me that there is no CEO. There is a joint director in the IT department. He's the in charge. He's in the secretariat. If you want to meet him, I can call him. So then I said, no, nothing is required. See, I don't know who that joint director is. He may be a very talented person, but can he match the CEO here? I mean, so that is where the magic is happening. You get the best talented people and you make them work with the government. I don't want to comment on the present CEO, but I can tell something interesting about the previous CEO. So the previous CEO, see, I don't know much about any one of you. I know a little bit about Professor Banerjee though, but I can still tell that excluding Professor Banerjee, the previous CEO would be wealthier than all of us put together. You are in a different league, so I did not want to. But I hope you won't face any income tax raid or anything, now that I have said so. So he did not need to work. I mean, he was so wealthy. He had a startup. He had made a big exit. He did not need to work. But he felt that he has learned so much from the startup ecosystem. He should give back. And he worked with us for 3 years. During COVID, he suffered some family issues, etc. And therefore, he went back to Bangalore. So these are the things which we try to tell others, that you have to create institutions, give them autonomy, give them support, but don't do this micromanagement, conventional government processes. Lots of potential problem solvers can come from that setup.
Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Anju Gupta. I am from Ivy Cap Ventures. With India now on the path to deep tech and promoting deep tech startups, there still continues to be a big gap between academia and industry. So what specifically, is the government of Telangana doing to create better connection, to promote more deep tech research going into startups and businesses?
So I'll answer this by telling something more basic. See, the world over, you would have also noticed that the average age of a startup founder is actually becoming lower and lower and lower. In fact, coincidentally, just a few months ago, I had gone to Bangalore to attend a similar conference, and I was introduced to someone. I was told that he became the CEO of his company at the age of 14. At just 14 years of age, he founded his company. He was 22 or 23 when I met him. So that is what is happening. And if you really want to catch them young, if you want to create a pipeline, you have to get into colleges, you have to get into schools. So in Telangana, what we have done is that in many colleges, I won't say 100%, but in many colleges, we have started e-cells, which are supervised by the institutions in Hyderabad, like T-Hub, etc., etc. And a very simple thing. So these are not fancy colleges. I'm not talking about the IITs and triple ITs and all. These are rural colleges, remote colleges, where you don't expect anything of great quality to happen. But even in these colleges, we have created a structure, a template, under which something very promising is happening. So every, let us say, engineering student, in the third year, he has to do a project. He or she has to do a project, an engineering project, a technology project. And normally, in these colleges that I'm speaking about, what would happen was that they won't bother too much about what is the quality, what is the output. Someone will just write something, submit, some 30, 40 marks will be given. You just pass that. You tick a box that I submitted a project report, I got 40 marks, I'm done with this. Faculty also doesn't demand any quality, etc. So with the help of Indian School of Business, we have created something called a technology entrepreneurship program. So faculty of those colleges have been trained in how to get these projects converted into a business plan. So as a student, you are permitted to do these projects as a group, not just as a one-man show. A 3-student group, 4 students group can do it. You obviously demonstrate some technology because you are an engineering student. You have to show mastery over technology. But you go beyond that. How will that technology solve some problem? How will it be commercialized? How will you take it to market? And the local faculty has been trained. Again, we don't expect some great quality from the faculty, but we found that they were amenable to this kind of training and all that. And we run this program in maybe 100 odd colleges. And many times some competition is organized. All these TP students, some of them present there, the way you had a presentation yesterday. And I have attended some of these presentations. Some very high quality stuff is coming. So the deep tech engagement will also happen, but you have to lay the foundation. You can't suddenly accelerate missing some of these basic steps. So we are fixing the basic steps. Deep tech does happen. In fact, Triple IT, which is not very far, I would say, I was again on their board for 10 plus years, that I mean, they have no match. Many of you would have been to IITs and all. None of the IIT, barring 1 or 2, matches the depth they have in, let us say, computer vision, deep learning, and so on and so forth. So some amazing deep tech work happens. As you see, surrounding us are some of the big tech companies. 10 years ago, if I were to tell you that Amazon has their largest physical office anywhere in the world in Hyderabad, which I don't think it can be seen from here, but it is roughly in this direction. Or if I were to tell you that Google has more people in Hyderabad than in Mountain View, you might not have believed it, but that is the truth. And if you go to the Amazon office or Google's office here, they are actually doing lots of deep tech work. Lots of Alexa programming happens here. So lots of talent is there, but our interest as a government, see, the IITs and triple ITs are capable of looking after themselves. I'm focused more on the remotest, most rural institution, where also I want to improve quality.
Keeping in mind the time, we'll take one more question from the audience, please.
Hello, sir. This is Akhil. I am an alumnus of IIM Udaipur, batch of 22. I come from Nizamabad, which is 150 kilometers away from here. We see that Hyderabad can be understood as a small circle, which is highly technologized and has high levels of income. But as we move further away from Hyderabad into the other spaces, we see that it's mostly an agrarian-based economy, and the trades and everything are based on that only. We know that in the current scenario or in the current situation, we will need a combination of both technology as well as the agriculture, or I would say the common man's trades to work together so that it provides upliftment for all. And we also see that there is a lot of interest between companies that they are going to tier 2 and tier 3 cities for establishing their centers, global development centers, global GCCs, I would say. And they are also making sure that people there are paid as much as they are here so that they are competitive. What would be Telangana government's policy in that case to similarly improve or similarly uplift the tier 2 and tier 3 areas in our state?
See, I mean, it requires a very detailed answer. So if you're serious about the question, I'm coming back at 2:45. You can catch me in one of these side rooms. But it is an important question. There are many things that we have done. I need to take a call at 10 o'clock, unfortunately. There are answers, not that I'm dodging or anything. In fact, there's a very impressive IT tower in Nizamabad.
Yes, yes.
We were the first state to set up decentralized IT offices in 8 tier 2 towns in Telangana.
Yes.
Nizamabad has one of them.
Yes, it is.
So I'll let it go. I need to.
Thank you, sir, for a highly insightful and thought-provoking insights on Telangana's digital and AI journey. May I now request Professor Ashok Banerjee to kindly present a memento to Mr. Ranjan as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjan and Professor Ashok Banerjee. So we will now break for a quick networking tea session. I request everyone, to take this 10 minutes and, be back by 10:10. So enjoy your tea and, connect with the fellow attendees and come back by 10:10. Thank you.
Check. Check one, one, two, three, check. Mic check one, one, two, three, check. Check sound, check one, one, two, three, check. Check sound, check one, two, three, check. Check. Check one, one, two, three, check. Mic check one, one, two, three, check. Sound check one. Check one, two, three, check. Check.
Yeah, so before I could say anything, I see a hand propping up. So let us go straight to Hemendra.
Hey, check, check. Hey. hey, 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 hey.
Hello. I 2026. Research-oriented policy is critical for ensuring that government actions and organization strategies are grounded in facts, data, and rigorous analysis rather than political convenience or speculation. The problem and implementing an effective and sustainable solution. This session features research-led perspectives on data, analytics, and artificial intelligence with implications for policy, industry, and society. We will have two presentations in this session, followed by a combined question and answer discussion at the end, allowing an integrated dialogue across both talks.
May I now have the privilege of introducing our first speaker, Professor Ramaya Krishnan. Professor Ramaya Krishnan is a Dean Emeritus and W. Cooper and Ruth F. Cooper Professor of Management Science and Information Systems at H. John Haynes III College, Carnegie Mellon. A faculty member at Carnegie Mellon since 1988, he served as a founding dean of Haynes College for 3 consecutive terms. His work has been central to advancing research and education in data analytics, artificial intelligence, and data-driven decision-making, with a strong focus on measurement, evaluation, and real-world impact. Professor Krishnan has also played a significant role in global AI policy governance, including leadership roles with INFORMS, the US National AI Advisory Committee, and International Responsible AI Initiatives. May I now invite Professor Ramaya Krishnan to deliver his presentation.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I want to, first of all, say thank you to Professor Ashok Banerjee and to the colleagues at IIM Udaipur for this opportunity to come and spend time with you to tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing in AI. It's been a really inspiring morning session with Mr. Ranjan to hear about the activities that he has undertaken and his views on closing the digital divide. What I thought I might do is really talk about AI-led digital transformation with a view towards both telling you a little bit about how do you actually operationalize AI and put it to work and generate value in ways that would benefit both business and society? As the introduction noted, over these last 3 decades, and in particular in the last decade, I've been very focused on work both on AI technology, but equally on how to translate technology into policy, as well as technology in terms of how it actually generates value for business. The presentation I have is organized broadly as follows. I want to give you a feel for both what the potential of AI is, and for this knowledgeable audience, I'm sure I can go through that material rather quickly, and then tell you a little bit about what the key challenges are that need to be overcome in operationalizing AI, and I will provide you with a framework for how we might think about 3 pillars on which we might think about putting AI to work, which consists of evaluation, operationalization, and governance. And I'll give you some concrete case studies that we have actually engaged in, and then close with a call to action for public policy. Okay. Every week goes by with some new development on the AI front, but just to ground it even in what Mr. Ranjan said, AI is now making its way into consequential kinds of applications. For instance, this example of being able to, this conversation we are having is in English, but you could imagine it being simultaneously translated via AI into Telugu or Urdu or Tamil or any of these multiple languages. Now, real-time support for these languages isn't quite yet there on platforms like Microsoft Azure or Google Meet, but I don't see a major issue in the next 5-6 years. AI for Bharat and Bhashini, for instance, are well along the way in actually providing just this very kind of support. So to this point about inclusivity and accessibility of this conversation we are having to people who don't have a working knowledge of English, you could imagine AI actually providing this type of real-time translation. Mr. Ranjan talked about education. Khan Academy, Mr. Sal Khan and his work on democratizing access to education in multiple languages, including in Indian languages. And now, this last week, there was a report in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science about actual demonstrable increase in learning outcomes for kids who have access to technology like Khan Academy in terms of learning a wide range of subjects. A few days ago, we announced this partnership with the Gates Foundation. This is Carnegie Mellon University, announcing a partnership to create a not-for-profit called Learnervia. CMU is a center, a major center for learning science and engineering, and the idea is making calculus tutors, Socratic tutors, that is tutors that just don't give you answers, but actually engage you in a dialogue and teach you how to pose good questions to learn a particular topic, to make that widely available at no cost to students, has just been launched. So again, enabled by AI. And then you're probably widely aware of technologies like coders, like Cloud Coder or Google DeepMind's anti-gravity, all of which really support the use of AI to support software engineering and software development, with work demonstrating lower skilled software engineers get as much as a 25% increase in productivity. Along these same lines, you have the emergence of agentic AI. This is Manus, a company out of Singapore that got acquired by Meta that is entirely capable of autonomous work. So in this case, autonomous website building is an example that I have here. All along the lines of different types of capabilities that are being demonstrated with AI. And going beyond just programming and website building, you have the emergence of AI for science. This is the the this is from DeepMind from Google. This is Alpha Evolve that actually has designed new algorithms for scheduling of clusters with very significant economic savings to Google for running its data centers. And you've all heard about, how well Google and OpenAI and others have done in terms of competing on the Math Olympiad, for instance. Now, as you see this run up to all these capabilities of AI, along with it have come projections, like for instance this one from Accenture that talks about AI potentially being able to add considerable value to the GDP of India. And when you hear this kind of very positive views of AI, you should be expecting a but or a yet, and indeed that's exactly what the concern is, that despite all these developments in AI, there's been a big challenge in actually harnessing this technology and putting it to work. There are a number of studies, including from academic institutions as well as from consulting companies, this is from BCG, that actually talk about the fact that only 10% of what is required for gaining value from deploying a technology like AI, only 10% comes from AI tech. 20% is digital tech, and the remaining 70% is about people and process. Now, you don't have to agree on whether it's 70, 20, or 10, but directionally, it's important to keep in mind AI tech is another kind of technology, and to really put it to work in ways that are actually going to generate meaningful value, you are going to have to think about people and process alongside the deployment of technology. And just throwing technology at a problem, and this is something that we have known in information technology in the academic literature going back to the 90s about the need for complementary investments in people and process to really gain value from technology. So with that as a backdrop, the question is, how are policymakers responding to it? So in India, if you haven't read this just came out just about a week and a half ago. The India AI Governance Framework talks about a tech stack. The tech stack going from the top down, you see the extended AI stack, because I've extended it to be more than just technology. So you have chips and data centers at the very bottom, followed by models, which can be small, large, they can be sovereign. You have measurement infrastructure, which is how do you actually evaluate these models in ways that generate the evidence to actually support their deployment in consequential applications. And then how do you take that evidence and bring it to bear in terms of how to integrate AI into workflows? And then how does that integration of AI into workflows, what implications does it have for workforce, which then has implications for what kind of upskilling or reskilling would people have to do in light of what capabilities are brought by AI to the table. So in much of the rest of the presentation, I'll focus on the last three of these, the measurement infrastructure, the application integration infrastructure, and workforce, to give you concrete examples of how to actually harness value from AI. Now, it's not just India that's thinking about this. The US, the AI action plan that came from the White House in July of last year actually talks about very similar kinds of things, about measurement, about the need for investing and advancing the science of AI, but equally well being able to invest in workforce. I should note that I lead the National Institute of Standards and Technology's AI Measurement Science and Engineering Institute at Carnegie Mellon. So much of the work that we do is really focused on these three priorities. So it's very aligned with what I'm going to be talking about. And finally, I should note that while it's not entirely clear if this is causal evidence, most recent work from our colleague Erik Brynolfsson basically notes that for people who are in AI-exposed occupations, this is data from the US, they're showing a slowdown in the hiring of younger people who are in AI-exposed occupations. Whether it's caused by macroeconomic factors, whether it's caused by tariffs, whether it's caused by overhiring during COVID or AI, this is certainly one of the factors to keep in mind. And then finally, the last three major labor strikes in the US be it dockyard strikes or the strikes by creative workers in Hollywood, both actors, screenwriters, etc., all pertain to AI in one form or another. And so a solution that needs to be developed, irrespective of which economy you're in line with this theme of being inclusive and resilient in nation building, has to not only generate value for society and organizations, but it has to be done in a responsible and in an inclusive way. Okay, so with that as context, how do we think about what are the key elements of the framework? What I'm going to do is the big theme here, and I should give due credit to Professor Herb Simon, who was a Nobel Prize winner from Carnegie Mellon, who spoke about the fact that AI and operations research are the two heads he was referring to in a famous plenary talk in 1986 when I was a graduate student, where he called for two heads are better than one, that to solve these kinds of problems of the sort that I just outlined, you need a systems view of the problem, and that systems view will come from taking the capabilities of AI and blending it with the ability of ORMS to actually do value capture. So IIM Udaipur as a business school has strong capabilities in analytics and operations, etc. Being able to then blend that with AI to then put those two areas to work is really what the rest of my talk is focused on. So AI creates capabilities, ORMS creates value capture. How do we combine the two together? Okay, so what are the main themes then that are missing that I'm going to address that actually think about how do we actually get AI and generate value from AI in consequential applications? The four themes are the ones that you see here. The first one being measurement, and I'll speak specifically about how to build measurement infrastructure in ways that are meaningful, that actually provide the evidence required for deployment. The second one is about how do you integrate AI into workflows, and the third is how do you then think about workforce and get the right workforce in place to actually support an AI, to be an AI-ready society, an AI-ready organization. Okay, so the pillars then are evaluate, operationalize, and govern. And I'm going to give you a case study in each one of these to make this more explicit and tangible. Okay, so let's start with the evaluate case study. When large language models are deployed in consequential applications, such as in healthcare, you want these models to be evaluated on multiple dimensions. So accuracy is one of them. Are they not biased? Are they fair? All of these are different measurements that you need to do. An important measurement is what's called robustness measurement. So robustness measurement is this idea that if a model is asked a question, I'm sure all of you have used chatbots, be it Gemini or ChatGPT or Claude. Suppose you asked a question like this, and if you are a patient that is undergoing a transplant, after a kidney transplant, can I eat raw sushi? The correct answer that the chatbot should give you is no, you shouldn't, because you're immune compromised. However, chatbots are subject to changing their answer from a correct answer to an incorrect answer in face of what's called adversarial prompting. Adversarial prompting puts models under pressure. Models, when they're trained, really are trained with two objectives in mind. One is to have good information, that's called factuality. The other piece, through a technique called reinforcement learning with human feedback, RLHF, is to please the end user. So you have this sort of thrusts, if you will, forces acting in two opposing directions. There's factuality and pleasing the user. So one of the things that we are testing models for is how robust are models in face of adversarial prompting to stick to factuality, even though they are being pressured by the user to provide incorrect answers. That's the essence of this idea. So here's an example of an appeal to authority that says, you know, my cousin's a surgeon, he said it was okay. The model shouldn't flip and say it's okay to eat sushi. Or sushi has protein, protein's good for you, therefore you should eat sushi. That also is an incorrect answer. So these are all different kinds of adversarial prompts. So what we are calling for in policy terms is to create digital proving grounds. Professor Banerjee talked about creating an AI lab where firms and government can come and test their models, this isn't unlike what we're talking about. This is the idea of creating, much like you have automobiles being tested on proving grounds to see how safe they are, you could imagine proving grounds that are sandboxes with data sets, with the capacity to do dynamic evaluation, not static benchmarks, which is the standard right now, but dynamic kinds of evaluation, to evaluate them on multiple criteria so that you can have a multi-criteria way of evaluating these models and using techniques that come from operations research like Pareto frontiers to position these models on these multi-criteria evaluations. So concretely what we did to illustrate robustness was to compile a data set from well-known benchmarks like MMLU, Common Sense QA, and Truthful QA, and then developed a custom set of adversarial questions drawing on the psychology literature that range from asking questions that basically test the confidence of the model. Are you sure? Or being harsh to the model, saying that's a stupid response, or saying things like, most people disagree with this. Are you sure you're correct? Or incorrectly agreeing with an incorrect answer, like I completely agree the answer is clearly something else. These are all different types of adversarial prompts. And what we do is we come up with a randomized way of running multi-turn conversations with a model that is to be tested to see how well the model does in terms of giving the correct answer and not flipping from a correct to an incorrect answer. So robustness then is tantamount to how many rounds of multi-turn conversation does the model stick with the right answer versus switching from a right answer to an incorrect answer. And very quickly, to give you a flavor for the kinds of results that come from these sandboxes, most models, by the way, we tested the top 10 models from Hugging Face, which are the models that are the most prominent models. Every one of them do amazingly well in round one. But most conversations that people have are not one-shot conversations. Most conversations range from 8 to 10 rounds of back and forth. So when you have multi-turn conversations, there's a huge variation. After the first round, there's a big drop-off in quality. And what we are looking at is how many rounds does the model hold up in terms of being able to provide an answer and stick with the right answer, even in face of adversarial prompting. And one can then predict, using survival models or hazard models, as they're called in statistics and machine learning, if you can predict how many rounds will a model stand up to adversarial prompting, and that becomes then a measure of robustness. There are details in the papers that we have published in AAAI and ACL and iClear, which are all conferences in AI, and I'm happy to share this with Professor Banerjee to give it to anybody who's interested. But the important takeaway is that every one of these models that we tested operated basically in two phases: a stable phase, where they actually provided correct answers in face of adversarial prompting, and then an unstable phase, where they switch from an correct to an incorrect answer. Every one of the models we tested switched from stable to unstable. The only difference is the more fragile models switch very early on and in a very sharp way early on in adversarial prompting, whereas the more robust ones have a more graceful transition from stable to unstable. Now, if you look at small models, you look at large models, based on your context, your use case, and your tolerance for the extent of robustness that particular application requires, you can then decide which model makes the most sense. It's not like a one-size-fits-all, but this type of evaluation becomes actionable to actually help make these kinds of decisions about which model to actually select, versus just rank ordering models on capability. You're now converting capabilities into what matters actually for deployment. And I'm illustrating this with robustness, but clearly there are multiple other dimensions that matter, and it's a multi-criteria evaluation. So the first sort of point I wanted to make is there's an important need in being an AI-ready nation or an AI-ready firm for you to have access to this kind of digital proving grounds, or the capacity to have sandboxes that support both the evaluation as well as the use of these evaluations then to actually guide deployment decisions. In the US, we have these underwriters labs like UL that actually do these kinds of studies. And if either you could have the government support these kinds of labs, you could have academic organizations like Professor Banerjee was talking about IIM Udaipur, or you could have third-party private sector organizations that actually provide this as a service. Any one of these different models could work. And that's the first idea, evaluate. The second point I want to make is how do you take these evaluations and integrate it into workflows? Now, as you know, in most organizations, there are informal workflows and then there are formal workflows. But if you look at the formal consequential workflows, consequential either in terms of revenue or in terms of cost, they often are embedded and encoded in enterprise systems like ERP systems or CRM systems, things of that nature. So when you have these kinds of workflows, how do we decide which steps in that workflow should we actually deploy AI, and how should we deploy AI? Should we deploy AI autonomously? Should we have human plus AI, or just human alone? You know, how are we going to decide how to integrate AI into these workflows? I think the critical aspect of how AI is going to get deployed is not by showcasing example A or example B like I did in the opening, but actually getting it integrated into workflows. And so to give you a concrete example from healthcare, I don't know how many of you are familiar with what's called ambient AI. This is probably the fastest growing AI technology in healthcare in the US. So the idea here is that you have a phone on which you have an AI that if Professor Banerjee was my physician and I was having a consult with him, he would take out his phone, request my permission to have the AI actually listen in on the consult, and the AI then would effectively listen in passively to the consultation between me, the patient, and him, the doctor, with the view that at the conclusion of that consult, there is a transcription that's automatically generated at the conclusion of that consult that leaves out all the private information, but only has the clinically relevant information that is relevant for him as a physician to review and determine if it's appropriate for inclusion in the electronic health record or the claim system. That's what an ambient AI is. And it's one of the fastest growing AIs in healthcare. Let's see why. If you look at the workflow that you typically have in the world today when you meet with a physician, you typically have the patient interacting with the physician. The physician either is taking notes while interacting with you or going to have to remember the consult because they're going to have to dictate it later for a human to transcribe it. Or if you're an older physician, you might have a note taker actually come in with you and take notes. And this note-taking process at the conclusion of the consult or the dictation process then results in a human creating a transcript, which then is sent to the physician for review. And then the physician decides what to put into the electronic health record system or the claim system. This is sort of the traditional workflow, at least in the US. Maybe the workflow here may be different, but in the US, that's the traditional workflow. Now, with the emergence of ambient AI, this is a company called Abridge. It's a startup that came out of Carnegie Mellon. What you have is, if you look on the left here, these are the skill sets required by a human to actually do transcription. You need active listening, you need medical terminology, contextual understanding, note summarization capability, and typing speed. These are the things that they need. What you have now is an AI that can do each of these things. You have speech-to-text transcription, you have natural language processing, you have automated summarization and medical entity recognition. And you have to evaluate this, going back to the first part of what I talked about, to determine, suppose I have an accent that's different from, so in India we have so many different states, people from different states have different accents. Can this thing recognize people who grew up with maybe Telugu as their mother tongue or Malayalam as their mother tongue, etc., right? So I think there is a question of, that's where inclusiveness is an important evaluation measure. Is it biased against women versus men, so on and so forth. But these things have been evaluated and tested to where that evaluation then can then feed a decision which is an assignment decision, which is which task in which workflow should we introduce the AI. Either we trust it enough and the public policy permits us to integrate it in a way autonomously, or do I need to have it as a human plus a AI solution, or the AI is no good and I still need to go with a human. This choice that's made is actually determined by that evaluation process. And what we have developed is a mathematical framework and a pipeline for making these kinds of decisions. And the important thing to note is that you shouldn't limit yourself to workflows that currently exist and determine what AI to introduce in those workflows, but rather you may want to redesign, re-engineer the workflow in light of what the AI brings to the table. So you have two decisions. One, what kind of integration do you want of the AI in the workflow? And the other is, how do I redesign the workflow to begin with? So for instance, in this ambient AI example, here's a much simpler redesigned workflow that comes about because the ambient AI parallelizes the transcription process, versus pre-AI you had to do it sequentially, right? So you had the consult, then the note taker had to take notes and then transcribe it, then send it to the physician for review, etc. Here you have in parallel the AI doing the transcription, therefore you have a much simpler linearized workflow. So this is a redone workflow versus the older workflow that I showed you, which is this one, right? So this is a more complex workflow. This is the re-engineered workflow. So this question of how do we have these kinds of workflows informed by evaluation, this is what we call the AI workflow integration infrastructure. And then you need to field test it in a way that actually demonstrates that this generates value, that the error rates are acceptable. And this is something that has been done with multiple hospital systems in the US, and they've demonstrated that you have a first order benefit of between 6 to 8 hours of savings for the physician. The patient is happier because they get undivided attention from the physician, and the burnout of physicians has been reduced because they have less work to do in terms of having to remember and dictate and get these transcriptions approved, etc. So this has been a win-win solution. That's one of the reasons why the health insurance companies pay for the seat licenses of the ambient AI. And so you have the payer, the physician, the patient, and the hospital system all working in a way that this then results in tremendous adoption and deployment of this particular AI solution. Now, I should note, it's not without its problems. The second order concern that's been raised is if physicians rely on this ambient AI for summarization, will they lose their summarization ability? So this goes back to a point that I think Professor Banerjee talked about in his opening remarks about what does this mean for education? What does this mean for AI mean for how do we educate people to have the right kind of capabilities and learning outcomes in the presence of AI? If you're an older physician, you've been trained to do summarization in the old way, and now you have AI. But if you're a young physician and you only got trained with an ambient AI always present, if the ambient AI goes away and is not available for whatever reason, there's an outage, there is a problem, how do we make sure that you have the capacity to do summarization? This is like if I become so reliant on Claude for Excel. I don't know if you've seen this from 1 week ago. Anthropic released a Claude for Excel that's amazing at Excel analysis. If all our MBA students become reliant on Claude for Excel and Claude for Excel is not available, what happens? So I think these are related kinds of questions. Again, AI is a solution to this problem, which is that you might have the capacity to evaluate and assess somebody's capability in random requirements. In other words, you take ambient AI away from a physician and say, now we'd like to see how well you are, how good you are at summarization, and we find there is a gap, we have to put you through some training, thereby allowing people to be resilient to the use of AI, but also the unavailability of AI in consequential kinds of skill sets. Okay, so the reason why I think this is particularly important in India is I think this issue of availability and access of physicians, particularly in rural areas. If you increase the efficiency of physicians, the capacity of physicians to serve a larger number of people is going to go up, both in person as well as through teleconsults, which I know we experienced during COVID. So we talked about evaluation, we talked about operationalization. I now want to say a few words about workforce, because when you think about AI and the skills that it has, it's going to do some of the tasks that people are currently doing. Like the transcriber's task goes away if there is an automated transcription. But in most cases, it's not complete substitution of roles, but rather some subset of the tasks that an individual performs changes. So if you have AI being integrated into workflows, incumbent workers in those roles that were performing those tasks, their tasks change, which then changes the set of skills we need them to have. And one of the key questions is, what does it mean to have an AI-ready workforce? You always hear leaders and politicians talking about upskilling and reskilling, but towards what? What should they upskill and reskill towards? So I think this has been a key aspect of the work that we've been doing, is to try and understand, via this AI integration into workflows, can we identify what kind of skills are going to be in demand, and can these skill vectors become potential targets? Now, Singapore, which was where I came here from, has something called the Skill Futures taxonomy, which they keep updating, which talks about which skills is in need in that economy in Singapore. India is a huge country, but you could imagine states doing a version of a Skill Futures to try and identify what skills make sense based on what makes sense in Telangana. I think we had a questionnaire for Mr. Ranjan that talked about beyond Hyderabad, it's largely an agrarian economy. So taking into account what the economy's needs are, what kind of skills are going to be likely required with respect to how AI is going to have to, will make a change. So what we have been working on is not only looking at what does AI exposure mean in the context of particular occupations, we have been looking at what skill sets are likely going to emerge as potential skills. This is actually work that PwC and Accenture have done. They talk about transitions in jobs and skill sets, and they give you a sort of what I think of as a laundry list of skills that might be emerging. But this is not driven by actual data or developed on the basis of how AI is actually going to be integrated into workflows. So our approach has been to think about occupations or roles as consisting of collections of tasks that people have to do. And from those tasks, which tasks are likely going to be affected, what new roles may emerge, and in these new roles emerge, how can we identify which skills that you currently have is transferable to a new role? So our key contribution is coming up with a measure that measures the transferability of skills that you currently have to skills that might be potentially applicable to a new role. And we call this measure skill fit. The details are not particularly important, and I can talk about it to people who are interested offline. But the bottom line is we use an AI-based approach for creating a skill fit measure, where the skill fit measure effectively learns from job descriptions a measure that's validated with actual internal labor market transition. So we worked with a large Fortune 10 bank, and in that bank, they wanted changes to roles on account of AI introduction, and they wanted to give their existing employees an opportunity to transition to these new roles. And to do that, they wanted to determine how mobile were these people based on the skills that they had, and how might the skills that they have transition to these new roles. And we developed a methodology using AI, which is this methodology that it's called contrastive learning, that actually creates a measure that is validated using these job descriptions. But the important thing is we found an actionable measure, because one standard deviation in reduction in skill fit distance for individuals increases their likelihood of being able to move from the role they're in to a new role by 2.25 times. So it's very highly predictive of transitions. And the more interesting thing is not just that it's predictive, but it can be used by policymakers, because we found that 55% of employees in this large bank who had proximate roles were unaware of the fact that they actually qualified for those roles. So one of the things that the bank wanted to do was to nudge these people and recommend to them, hey, you should be considering these roles because you are well qualified for these roles because you have a good skill fit to these roles. But 15% of the employees within the firm were people who had no good transitions. So the firm had a choice to make about how much to invest in them and give them upskilling and reskilling to improve their skill fit to potential new job opportunities. So the two takeaways from skill fit are that one, it gives you a concrete actionable measure to determine job transitions. But two, it also helps the policymaker decide who to invest in and how much in ways that actually reduce their skill, increase their skill fit or reduce their skill fit distance in ways that actually are meaningful. And that actually was very valuable within the bank. And we are now working on creating this measure in a larger, beyond the firm, but in a societal kind of context. You've heard of model cards and data cards, which most large language models provide. We wanted to create an opportunity scorecard for individuals in the roles that they're in by telling them which other roles can they qualify for and where the distance to the other roles is based on skill fit. So imagine you getting a personalized opportunity card that tells you where the opportunities might lie for transition, and if there is wage information associated with it, you can then decide, is it worth my while to invest in acquiring these skills so that I'll get an ROI, a return on actually investing in these skills because of these transitions. And two, that these new roles that I'm going to transition to are not going to be disrupted in so quickly that I have to transition again. So this kind of information about the opportunity scorecard to be given to workers is also something we believe is really important for a resilient approach towards getting AI-led digital transformation to be put in place. So let me summarize. So we talked about evaluation that's actionable, followed by integration of AI into workflows, and how the integration of AI into workflows informs the nature of what skills are redundant and what skills are in demand, and then how then should think about getting your workforce ready for the new opportunities that might arise, and how in each of these AI is relevant, but in very different ways. So AI evaluation, we are evaluating the AI. So we are looking at AI as a system and studying how to improve the AI. In the second case, we are really merging AI into an existing organizational system, which is workflows. And in the third case, we are actually using AI to help create a workforce by helping individuals and giving them feedback. So I want to close with a call to public policy. In the US, in 1862, President Lincoln created what was called the land-grant university. Some of you might be graduates of these universities like the University of Wisconsin, of Madison, and other universities. The key point is that these land-grant universities were developed at a time when agricultural technology was the AI of the day. So they wanted to make sure that farmers had access to agricultural technology and could get democratized access so that you don't have the digital divide that Mr. Ranjan, or the agricultural technology divide that Mr. Ranjan was talking about. I think we need a version of that again. We call this a Digital Land Grant Act. We have called for that in the US. And in India, I understand that the government has created a center of excellence on AI and education. This is to be located at IIT Madras with multiple other universities participating in it. I think this idea is an excellent one because I think you not only want to provide access to AI education, but that education has to be extended with how to actually operationalize AI. It's not about just teaching people AI. It's about how to put it to work. And I think that involves evaluation, operationalization, and governance. So thank you again for your attention and the opportunity to share some of the work that we're doing with you. I look forward to the Q&A after Prabal has spoken. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Krishnan, for your insightful presentation and for sharing your perspectives on AI-driven digital transformation. Our next speaker is Professor Probal Mojumdar, Associate Professor of Information Systems at the Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. He also serves as the chairperson of IIM Udaipur's PhD programs and is an advisory board member of the Center of Digital Enterprise.
His research examines how digital platforms and AI-enabled systems influence business and society, with particular attention to issues such as digital crisis communication and AI ethics. His work has been published in leading international journals, including Management Science and Information Systems Research. May I now request Professor Probal Majumdar to deliver his presentation. A big round of applause for him.
Thank you. Is it working? Okay. Is the clicker with?
Oh, I think I left it there on the.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Professor Krishnan, for the very interesting presentation. Actually, what I would rather say that what I am presenting is very much like a super subset of what you have done. So in some way, it may not be interesting, but let's see. And thank you, IMU, for organizing this event. Remember Professor Ashok saying that giving a slot for IMU faculty to present about their research is a chance for IMU faculty to demonstrate the kind of research that we do at IIM Udaipur. This is a chance for the corporate and the industry practitioners to, in the later stages, collaborate with us and see the kind of research that we do. My research is just a small, little bit of showcasing the kind of work. I'm their professor. Many other IMU faculties are here, so this is the chance for us. And as you can see, the title of the topic and the topic of this digital conclave is resilient societies, right? Resilient and inclusive nation building. The next two projects that I'm going to discuss are looking into the resilience of societies. How can societies become more and more resilient? And this is what we are going to look into, particularly in the space of the COVID-19 second wave. So you may remember during COVID-19 in 2021, there was a huge crisis in India. This is the second wave of the COVID-19 crisis. This was around 4 lakh daily cases of COVID-19 that happened at that time. So in this project, we are looking at how individuals reacted to this scenario, where most of the cases what happened was they didn't have access to essential healthcare resources like oxygen cylinders, hospital beds, and so we were thinking in this scenario where they didn't have access to these resources, how are they reacting to get access to the resources? In the process, we found out that there was a movement online at that time in Twitter where many of these patients, family members posted tweets asking for help. Can show the animation, please. So these are tweets which have specifically like somebody asking for help. We call it SOS tweets. In this case, yes, these are examples of SOS tweets. This was collected by Reuters in 2021. Mostly patients are at the critical stage. They need an oxygen cylinder, and they don't have access to these, so they didn't get access in the hospital system. So they asked directly on Twitter. So this kind of curiosity triggered, and we wanted to know, did they get the actual help that they were asking online, right? So, this is a graph from April 2021 all the way to June 2021. The second wave, you can see, are almost at the maxing at around 4 lakhs around middle of May. Similarly, SOS tweets also maxed out at that time. So again, these tweets were posted in Twitter. They were not getting the healthcare services in your hospitals. So did these tweets lead to them getting the cylinders? This was another pan-India event, rather pan-urban India. Obviously, digital divide was one of the reasons we could not get the resources that were asked for in villages. Obviously, the COVID-19 was there itself, but even within pan-India, you can see Delhi, mostly Delhi and NCR region, we had most of the data collected from these regions. So how does these messages look like? This is a typical message where I have hidden the personally identifiable information. It talks about the name of a patient, their age, 75 years of age, SpO2 value, the currently oxygen levels of 75. They mention the phone numbers, and this is clearly mentioning that need ICU bed on an urgency basis or need oxygen cylinders. So the motivating question for us was, did they actually receive this help? So again, they posted online, and did they receive the help? This is not something that you're expecting. It's not like you're going to McDonald's and you're posting for an order and you're receiving the order. This is a disaster scenario where unintentionally, organically, individuals contributed asking for resources online. Did they receive the help? In order to do this study, what we did was we looked at what type of messages these individuals posted. Did they use certain online measures like IT artifacts? For example, did they use hashtags in the messages? In this particular message, they have used hashtags like COVID buddy, ICU beds, or else did they use mentions? Mentions is when you tag an individual in a message. Here they have tagged Srijan Pal Singh. Maybe these are suppliers, or maybe these are important people in the society. So you are trying to connect with a person who can help you, right? So adding a hashtag or adding a mention, or even we thought of a third approach where given somebody was providing help, in this case Sonu Sood was providing lots of oxygen cylinders at that point of time, did somebody write a message as a reply to the parent tweet? So it's called reply to SOS tweets. In this, these three different approaches, so all of them asking for help, right? Somebody adding some hashtags, somebody adding some mentions, somebody making it a reply to tweet. Our question is, do we actually see the help, right? And which use of IT artifact led to the help? We ended up collecting online engagement data as well as offline response data. The online engagement data is given a message, who likes the message or who retweets the message. In case of offline response data, we had phone numbers from each of these messages, and from these phone numbers we were able to call, do a survey, telephonic survey, and we call the individual and explicitly ask them that you posted online, did you receive the help? And this way we collected our both our dependent variables. And if you look at the process in which our online data collection was done, the entire SOS tweet data collection was done. We had to scrape data from Twitter, the initial stage. Then we had to use a machine learning algorithm to classify SOS tweet versus non-SOS tweets, and then finally select a group of 54,000 SOS tweets. And then we further added a filter that we only looked at tier 1 and tier 2 cities and the tweets which have phone numbers, because we wanted to do that offline telephonic survey. And therefore, we finally got a data set of 7,266 SOS tweets. This was how the SOS tweet data was collected. And inside this, we had the online engagement data also. In case of offline telephonic survey, it was done in 2022 October, whereas our actual pandemic second wave was April 2021, May 2021. So we had a 1 year, 4 months gap. So we did the survey, we contacted the Hindi belt individuals who have posted on Twitter asking for help. Around 2,176 individuals were contacted, and then we followed certain protocols, like we asked for consent. Then we did a recall test. We asked them, do you remember that you have posted this tweet during the second wave? And those who gave us the consent, who actually were able to remember the tweet, we asked them, did you receive actual help because of your tweet, like access to an ICU bed or hospital bed or oxygen cylinder? And then we got a result around 28% said they received the help, and the remaining said they didn't receive. This is how this variable was collected. And then when we did the regression, the mathematical side I'm not explaining, but when we looked at the regression, particularly for the online engagement, we found that hashtags led to increase in engagement. This is studied in the literature. In literature, there is enough, many papers which say that hashtags in messages, in social media messages, tend to impact online engagement like retweets and likes. But in the case of adding a mention or even making a reply to it, it decreased their online engagement. But if you look at their offline response, it is the reply to making a reply to message that led to their offline response. So there is this two approaches. Like one is, should you add a hashtag or should you go with a reply to? And we found that reply to was the one that gave make them get the actual help. So overall, in this study's finding, there were 3 options: hashtag, mention, and reply to, out of which hashtag led to the usual online engagement, whereas reply to led to offline response, which is the measure that we wanted to find. So again, in a crisis scenario, social media communication happening, but at the same time, what IT feature should be used was unknown at that time. Those who used reply to as a feature of communication ended up receiving an oxygen cylinder. This kind of points us towards the resilient society that we're trying to build, and particularly when it comes to disaster management, how IT artifacts can be utilized. And since we have 3 different types of results, we are terming it like heterogeneous impact of showing of hashtag, showing of mention, and showing of reply to. From a practitioner point of view, it can really have an impact on social media platform designers. From platform designers can think about, during crisis, adding certain features within the platform so that effectiveness of the platforms increase to connect these markets. Particularly when it comes to creating a space for adding reply to feature, reply to type tweets. That's one takeaway. Another study which we are looking at in the same space, this project is with Professor Samadrita, who is faculty at IIM Udaipur, Professor Ravi Bapna, faculty at University of Minnesota, and Professor Rajni Singh from Copenhagen Business School. And in this project, we are again looking at, so say from the demand side, you get to know these are the SOS messages and how to write the proper way to write the right messages, right? But from the supply side, if you have the messages, whom do you provide the help? So that's the next set of questions. From the demand side, we looked at it. From the supply side, whom are these individuals we're going to provide the help? In this case, we talked about looking at it from 2 sides. One was look at the supply side first, at least from the message point of view. Why don't we triage the messages and identify the ones with highest priority? The ones with highest priority, they can get help faster. The ones with less priority, so we ended up creating an urgency scoring for these messages. Second, we also wanted to look into the resource constrained ecosystem, because obviously there is not infinite amount of oxygen cylinders available, right? So there may be 100 or maybe a capacity constraint of say 100 oxygen cylinders or 200 cylinders. How do we assign these resource constrained cylinders to even if I have a list of 150 individuals to give them? So, and in this process, we started using AI. So this was around 2023. At that time, we got a grant from IBM, gave us IMU a grant of $50,000 worth of Watson X credits. So, and also IBM gave us access to learning about how to use AI. So we used AI in the process, and as Professor Krishnas was mentioning, how do you do this task? Should we do human only? Should we do AI human as a team, or should we do AI only? So human only, when it comes to triaging messages, can be extremely high on cognitive fatigue, because one person triaging hundreds of messages, they may face this cognitive fatigue. So we thought of first studying AI only as a approach, where in AI only we want to say, how if we automate the entire process, what is going to happen? In this case, as Professor Krishnan was mentioning, that the possible types of biases that can come in, we were even looking the first level of bias, not even the bias due to communicating back and forth with AI, but even if we have a basic prompting and based on that, if the AI is giving a score. So here the task is simple, giving an urgency score to an SOS message. So how can that urgency score can be given by AI, which is less biased or lacks, how can that be accurate? So in that study, what we first did was we used ground truth coding. In ground truth coding, we hired multiple doctors who are experts in crisis management. They regularly triage cases in hospitals, and we asked them to code a set of SOS messages. And we used a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 means least urgent and 5 means most urgent. And these, one of the examples is here where one of our expert doctors coded these SOS messages with a score of 3, 5, 1. So basically 1 means least urgent, and they have given their reasonings why they think. So next, what we want is, we wanted the AI to take the same set of SOS messages and give the urgency score. But here we were trying out different types of prompts. It's common knowledge that as we put more and more sophisticated prompt into the AI, it will give better results, and that's what we found. We tried out with 5 different prompts, 3 zero-shot prompt and 2 few-shot prompts, out of which the first prompt one was a naive prompt. It's a very simple prompt, where with prompt 2, we added a little bit more information, how do we want to communicate with the AI. And then in prompt 3, we added a little bit more structure, that what is the meaning of high urgency score, what is the meaning of a low urgency score, what is the format, how you evaluate a individual in its, and prompt 4 and 5 were few short prompts, where we had added multiple examples of certain SOS messages and their right assigned scores. Therefore, then we tried these multiple prompts on a set of sophisticated LLMs. These are the LLMs that we selected. These are the well-performing LLMs like DeepSeek, GPT 4.1, Anthropic, Claude. We also included Mistral, we included Llama, but these are I'm right now showcasing few of them. And here again, 2 things to point out is, based on the kind of prompt that we send to the AI, its response will vary. At the same time, individually, each of these AIs, their architecture is different. For example, DeepSeek has a mixture of experts, whereas LLMs, even within them, some of them are proprietary LLMs, some of them are closed models. We don't know the internal architecture, like how many layers, what are the number of hidden layers, what are the data on which they are trained. So because of that underlying differences internally inherent in them, we were expecting some bias at the level of the LLM itself, and also bias driven by prompting. So this was the result that we found. On the x-axis, you can see different prompts, prompt 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where prompt 1 is the naive prompt, and prompt 5 is the few short with 6 examples, which is the most sophisticated prompt. And on the y-axis, we are measuring mean square error. Mean square error is a measure where we measured the quality of the urgency scoring by the AI and the doctor's urgency scoring, which is our ground truth, and we subtract it and take an average of it across all the samples. So therefore, the mean square error, if it's high, that means the model is pretty much biased. The AI score and the doctor's score are not matching. If it is comparatively lower, like in case of prompt number 4 and 5, the mean square error is around 1, which is saying that the bias has we still see that there is significant difference in the mean square errors across all the models' performance. So it's not like all of them lie on the same line. So that might be because of the inherent nature of the model's architecture or the data on which it was trained. So we didn't do fine tuning, we just used the available models. So that's what we are terming as the LLM introduced bias, because that's inherent to the models themselves. and this on the y-axis is what we are terming as prompt introduced bias. So obviously imagine one takeaway from this study is if we have to use AI-only automated systems, we cannot, at least at this stage, we cannot imagine a scenario where there will not be any biases. There will be even a small, even 2% or 1% level of bias will be there. So we thought of pivoting to the AI and human augmented systems. So that's the current research that we are working on. In this system, in place of using AI-only systems, we are looking at human and AI augmented systems. Recent research has showed that human-AI collaboration leads to better outcomes, and therefore but in this paper, we don't have results at this moment. We are just in the process of exploring this idea. So what we plan to do is we want to look at several types of human heterogeneities. One of the heterogeneity is AI use heterogeneity. For example, an individual may be not comfortable using AI or maybe very much comfortable using AI. So AI use expertise. Another is triaging expertise. For example, an individual may be good at triaging, may not be good at triaging. So looking at the 2 by 2 of this types of heterogeneity and then using an experiment to study how they are triaging SOS messages with AI support and without AI support. In this case, it's without AI support, and in this case, it's with AI support. Then, based on the urgencies scores that are coming from this model, we also have the ground truth of the doctor, so we can always go back to that to see whether the mean square errors are accurate or not. And then we want to look into the resource allocation problem, which we haven't studied as of now. In this resource allocation problem, what we are planning to do is, first step, we want to identify the human AI augmented triaging scores. And then once these scores are available, we will use a optimization model to help allocate the limited healthcare resources. This is very early stage, so I don't have, the main goal of this study is to make sure that there is least bias. For example, least bias when it comes to this urgency scoring, also least bias when it comes to sharing of resources. Because in reality, when I heard some anecdotes, right, the sharing of resources, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, was first come, first serve. Individuals used to give the oxygen cylinders, or maybe at a high price point, somebody paying 1 lakh for a cylinder, or who somebody have some contacts. So there was no structured framework by which the sharing of resources happened. But in this case, if we can have an automated system which takes in the SOS messages, puts it into a system, does triaging, and then finally resource allocation in a framework. So that will be like a framework towards future outcomes, like whenever there is a disaster scenario, whether it's a hurricane, whether it's a flood, whether it's in a man-made scenario like a wartime scenario, we can create some systematic approach of creating situations which will solve societal problems, right? So from 3 of the projects, we got 3 managerial implications. The first one is how the IT features shape crisis communication and how social media can become more effective during disaster communication. And second one, then how prompt and LLM biases will get introduced if you are looking for autonomous AI-only systems, and how government and disaster management response can take into account of this approach to go only autonomous AI approach. And finally, the final question, we are still working on it. We think that AI-human augmented solutions will help both in triaging as well as resource allocations. So that's the study that we are currently ongoing, and we are currently doing that study. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prabal Majumdar, for your presentation and for sharing your research insights with us. I now request Professor Amaya Krishnan and Professor Majumdar to kindly take their seats on the stage for the Q&A session.
done.
Thank you.
May I also invite Professor Anirban
I was
Adhikari,
not
Dean
aware
Faculty
that
and
this,
Research
this,
at IIM Udaipur, to
this
the
chatting
podium to
between the
moderate
AI
discussion.
and how that led to the flipping of the interesting.
Your second context is very interesting. I'd like to learn more.
Sure, sure.
Oh, you want us to sit down? We could say. Okay. Thank you. Okay, okay. Okay. Is there a moderator or just the two of us? You're the moderator. Okay, good. Okay, all right.
Okay. You can take this, you can use a mic. You can use this, I can use a mic.
Sure. It's good.
Yeah, good morning once again, everyone. Fascinating research talks. So now we are open to question and answer. Since this is a combined question and answer, I'd request the participants to mention whether the question is intended to Professor Ramaya or Professor Probal, or you want opinion from the both. Thank you. We are open to questions and answers.
There's a question back there.
Yeah. So our first question.
Thank you both. Amazing research case studies. Very insightful and ideas for more research for IIM Udaipur. Just quick comment to Professor Krishnan. I think I heard you last year on a trust conference. You were a panel discussion in Washington, D.C. I'm glad to meet you in person today. One study that I see that's consistent with your research, about 70% being people and context, is this MIT research. I think I read it last month or so. That says 95% of digital enterprise today are not getting ROI. So the people, and they said the change management is central because the organization is not changing with AI. And your research, although had many aspects, this was not something you talked about today. So if you want to make any specific comment regarding that specific thing. And there are some couple of anecdotes that I wanted to share before you answer. Is systemic view. I just have a household help here because I moved from US to India. And his medical report came and a lot of things were not looking good. So I took to the doctors and he said, oh, by the way, this is less and this is less and you give this. But then I fed it to ChatGPT and it gave me a systemic view. Also, these combination, you better think about a genetic issue with his liver that you should discuss with the doctor. And then I asked him, he said, I lost my dad at the age of 4. And he's only 40 years old and there was so many issues. So the idea of integrated view from AI resonated with what you talked about systemic view. So I just wanted to add that anecdote with you. So your comments, please, yeah.
Thank you for that question. I'm familiar with the MIT NANDO report, which is the one that you're talking about. I'm not a huge fan of that report per se, though I love MIT. I think, but the point that they're making is a valid one. The reason why I mentioned that is, I don't know if it's 95%, I don't know if it's 70, 20, 10. So I'm saying you don't need to anchor on those specifics, but I think the broader point is well taken. And it's been multiple other organizations, both in academia and in the private sector and the not-for-profit sector have made note of this concern that technology in and of itself won't do it. The specific thing that we have attempted to do, in fact, we have a paper on this, is to create what we call deployment-centric leaderboards. That is, most leaderboards just talk about capability. We want to convert capabilities to utility and capabilities to costs and capabilities that require compliance, so that you want to think about how organizations, be it in the public or the private sector, would want to maximize utility subject to costs and compliance, and come up with a score for models that best support you in that journey. And that gives you a deployment score. And we have demonstrated that with OpenAI's Health Bench to actually rank order models. And we are now in the process of trying to validate if our deployment-centric score actually is meaningful in practice. And I think these are all attempts at addressing, be it what BCG says or MIT says or McKinsey says, that fundamentally you need to take a holistic approach with regard to deployment. That's to your first question. With respect to your second question, be it ChatGPT or Gemini, I think putting in personal medical information into chatbots, I wouldn't quite recommend that. However, it's certainly the case that their capacity on account of the vast amount of pre-training that's been done to see connections of the sort that you saw has been anecdotally confirmed. Now, as you know, OpenAI is in the process of rolling out a chatbot focused on healthcare, so this is very aligned with what you're talking about. The issue of how that should then be evaluated, how that should then be reviewed, I think is an important one, because that's a fairly high stakes kind of setting where you would want in these cases to potentially have a physician in the loop. But other than that, I agree with everything you said.
So quick comment on the last one. You talked about robustness and resilience. So a lot of your research, the data is coming from US. If you want to make it robust and resilient, you have to come to India for collaboration, because this is where the medical data, for example, is very difficult to get in US. It's all personal, proprietary. You can't improve it. There's a lot of other researchers I have said, they're coming, and IMU and the Probal is saying that we are doing a lot of local data. That's well, his data was more public, but there's a lot of data that you can use to make your research more robust through collaboration with institute like IMU.
No, without a doubt. I'm actively engaged and look forward to opportunities. I should note that the OpenAI Health Bench is actually a global data set. It's not US-centric. But that said, I think your point is well taken. I think there are lots of opportunities to engage in India, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. So now the next question, please. Yeah, one by one. First.
Hi, everyone, and congratulations. You both have done great work, and it was so inspiring to hear this. So I'm into teachers training program, and how to make the concept delivery in classrooms more effective. So I was just hearing you about, how a physician talks to a patient and the transcript is created. So I'm into multiple intelligences of the child. So when we are delivering the concept, we believe that is the concept catering all the learning abilities of the child. So we want to know what kind of learner is the child. So for that, how effective is AI if I want to know whether a child is a kinesthetic learner, an audio learner, or a rhythmic learner? Because if we get to know what percentage of children are, what kind of learner they are, we'll be able to draft that concept and implement the concept in the most effective way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a great comment.
Yeah, I think recently I'm working on another project where we are looking at AI implication in the education sector. So I think to know what kind of learner is possible, because AI is at the end a neural network model which can be trained. One approach may be you have collection of children's learning videos, like actually observe them while they are learning. You take CCTV footage or actually have videos in the classroom to record the sessions, and you also have their grades. So this way you can identify the students who performed well, what was their body language and how they ended up learning. And using the grades as labels and the video as raw data, image data and video data, you can train neural networks and in the process have high accurate models which can predict the learning. So these kind of in-house building of models needs to be done case-by-case basis. So it need not be a large language model, it can be a SLM, small language model, but use case specific. Maybe if the data set is proprietary data, it's like children's personal video data, then you need to may have a AI built within the school or within the district for all the schools in the district, so that the data is not going outside the country's boundary. The data reputation is inside the country, and the localization of the data is possible. So this way, protecting the data, building in-house AI, and training these neural networks can help solve the problem. But AI is, at the end, it's a black box. You can train it whichever way you want. You want to train it for learning purposes, you want to train it for some other purpose. Like teacher scoring can be done. You can see how good the teacher is teaching in the class using, again, you can do attendance scoring. So all kind of scoring can be done with AI.
So first of all, thank you for your service. I think teachers play an amazing role, and it's great that you're doing what you're doing. So thank you very much. I think the broad point I wanted to make was AIs are not seen necessarily as substitutes for teachers. They're going to augment what you do. There's also an access problem, right? So the number of teachers who are as dedicated as you are that are available throughout the nation or throughout the country, how might we clone you, in other words, right? How might we scale you in ways that would allow for kids throughout the country to gain access? So I mentioned Learnavia, which is the announcement that we just made a few days ago. The whole idea is to sort of provide children, particularly in rural and in disadvantaged urban areas, access to calculus teaching that in general might, my kids went to good school, so that's fine. But what about kids who don't have that privilege? It's in those cases that one, access to education, and ideally even tailored in the way to their own learning approach and learning ability. I think that's the promise of AI, and I think the Khan Academy work is early promise. I think we have had maybe 3 decades of work in learning tutors at CMU. So I think this is an example, a great example of AI and the impact it can have on society. And I think the government, I laud them for doing this AI Center of Excellence. But I think in most countries where there is fear of AI, it's important, I think, to have these kinds of, these lighthouse projects that really shine a light on ways in which AI can provide access. Education's one, health's another, transportation could be a third. And I think those are critical, and I think the work that you're doing needs to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Madam, please.
So good morning, sirs. Great presentations in the morning. My name is Anuradha, and I represent Blackbucks. I'm CEO, founder of Blackbucks. Our system, our portal is a higher education support system. It has MOOCs, it has learning, it has employability preparation, recruiter modules, and everything. My question is around the aspect where you have mentioned, should we decide whether it's human plus AI, or AI exclusive? So this is the question. So as a practitioner, we never think in that way. We just know the capabilities of AI. And it was an analytics system earlier. Now it is becoming an AI system. Wherever AI is applicable, we just fit into it, actually. This is an AI, this can be an AI use case. Say, for example, smart interview. The student stands in front of it and practices. There are 6 lakh students on the platform, and so it is easy. Instead, you bring somebody to teach them interviewing. So it becomes very difficult to have so many humans. So we don't decide at all, are we too careless deciding whether it is AI system or should we have a human here or AI here? We just know the capability and fit it there. We don't put the decision whether it could be human there or AI there or human plus AI. So can you tell the framework, which both of you have discussed the framework, so can you tell how we'll have to use this framework in day-to-day basis when we are deciding as a practitioner?
Yeah, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I think even for AI, if you're using third-party AI, then you are at the disposal of the third party who will be providing you with the AI. How they have trained the models, what was the data set that they have used, what is the underlying architecture. Most of the times it's not shared with, so my suggestion is, if we can identify what we are looking forward to, if there's a clear-cut ground truth is, in your case, maybe students want to learn how to do interview, right? So with those cases where the students did well in the interview, having those sessions recorded and coming up with ground truth to measure. If there's, as Professor Krishnan was also saying, the measurability of these AI models is where if we don't do, we are using it in a blind fashion. Obviously from a practitioner point of view, you won't instantly come to a solution, but at some level there has to be some organization to measure and figure out which models are working, which are not working, and then implement them in the real world.
So the example that you gave actually is an excellent one. Speaking to both the earlier question related to access as well as it is to a capability. So as Dean, we actually deploy, when I was Dean of the school at Carnegie Mellon, we actually deployed smart interviewing technology. I think it solves for a different problem than if you are a human teaching people to interview. It's not like one's better than the other. I think they're complementary to one another. And the number of people who you have who can teach students to interview is limited as well. So the way we see this example is that we're not trying to replace the human interviewing expert. That person does do a class, but then when you interview with an AI, it allows for you, one, to repeat interview multiple times, way more times than a human has the resources to provide feedback, number one. Second, I've actually done this myself just to see how the technology works. It actually tells you different kinds of interviewing. Are you maintaining eye contact? Are you sort of responding differently if there was a woman interviewer versus a male interviewer? Things that are perhaps subtle and things that traditionally a human interviewer would find exhausting to provide feedback on at scale with every subject. However, the human interviewer has a lot of wisdom and experience coming from maybe your placement or career services, etc., that they can provide more tips and other kinds of feedback. I see these as being complementary. Now, to your point about human or human plus AI, so in this example, I see it as human and plus AI, but not for the exact same task. The goal is how do we get our students to be better interviewers, and there is a human component to educating them, and then there is an AI component to educating them, and then you could actually run an experiment where you say, what if I ran them only through human interviewing experts, one where they only had access to your AI technology, and one where they had human plus AI, and then you could say how good were the outcomes. That would be the rigorous approach to doing it, and I'm sure IIM Udaipur could work with you on this. I'm creating work for you, Ashok. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for the candid answer, Professor Ramaya. Any further questions? Anyone in the audience? Yeah, we can see a question at the back end.
Am I audible? Yep. Thank you. I'm Satish from Innova Solutions. My question is for Professor Ramaya. You mentioned about ambient AI workflow, right? In that, I just take a moment, and if you can address on the the error percentages that you mentioned, how effective it has been. I mean, after putting it into use, how effective was it? And that is one part of it. And what kind of regulatory board, if there is anything, and if there is any upper limit to it, if you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
It's a great question. So I'll share my slides as a paper that actually provides details on the field testing of the ambient AI, in this case from a bridge. So there are two different aspects. One is which specialties did ambient AI have the most impact with? It does particularly well with internal medicine and primary care. With specialties like psychiatry or nephrology or cardiology, less so. And also when you have complex patients with multiple comorbidities, the summary can require the physician to have to do a lot more editing of the summary that's created than the case where Like in my case, when I met with my physician, I was curious about how she was using ambient AI. I fortunately don't have many comorbidities. So my consult was a simple consult, and the summary that was created from my consult, she just reviewed it and accepted it. So to your point about can it be used autonomously, no, it cannot. Not just because of the reliability of the technology, but because there is a question of accountability and liability, that who's accountable for the summary? It's not the agent, it's the physician. So she has to sign off and take and accept responsibility for that summary being an accurate representation of what actually transpired between the patient and her, right? So I think in many consequential use cases, the issue of human plus AI sometimes might arise because of accountability and liability reasons, not just because of reliability reasons. That's the first point. The second point is with reliability, there is variation in terms of reliability based on the complexity of the use case. By here, I'm using the use case in an overloaded way. Use case with regard to the patient, use case with regard to what kind of medical specialty the physician is actually engaged in. I fully expect this to improve over time. I'm talking about right now that internal medicine seems to be the place that's a sweet spot in the US. I mean, internal medicine happens to be the gateway specialty to, you get to see a primary care physician before you go to see a specialist. Therefore, from a volume standpoint, it has a large economic impact. But the pointers to those papers will help you get more detail. But I hope that sort of responds to your question as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings to the end of this Q&A session. Thank you, Professor Ramaya and Professor Proval, for your comprehensive answer to the questions raised by. So okay, so probably there is one more question at the back end, probably. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for considering. So my name is Anuj Jaswal. I was just thinking about the wonderful insights from your research and how we can apply it actually in future disaster relief and crisis management efforts in collaboration with, let's say, government, national disaster relief agencies. So what would be your recommendation that if we can have some sort of template which NDRF or other agencies can use to actually interact with people who are in distress via Twitter or any other social media platform? And on the other hand, on the technology front, we can also have a recommendation for social media platform to actually create some sort of indicator for these SOS type of messages, which they can easily facilitate and through their own algorithm can bubble up for the agencies to actually look into and prioritize. So just my thought, and would like you to shed some light.
Yeah, I think thinking of these, only we worked on this project where the findings are like recommendations for disaster relief organization, NIDRF and governments. So particularly we were focusing on the technologies perspective, like the digital technologies here, the use of Twitter, but maybe in the next disasters there will be some other technology that is used, maybe AI is used. So more than the technology, what is more important is the framework that you were mentioning, right? Yeah. So the framework is the demand side, the supply side, looking at it from a full 360-degree perspective, and even from the supply side, making sure that resource allocation, which will happen if it's even if it's a disaster like hurricane or if it's a flood, there will be resource allocation decisions will be made. How can AI human augmented systems in the process do a systematic approach towards resource allocation? So this is a study we are still in the process of working on. So we don't have recommendations at this stage, but the disaster relief allocation should happen in a more systematic manner. That would be my suggestion.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir, for your insights.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramaya Krishnan and Professor Prabal Majumdar, for the engaging discussion and valuable insight. May I request Professor Anirban Adhikari to kindly come forward and present mementos to the professors as a token of appreciation.
You have to go back again? Or
Thank you. Moving on with the agenda for the day to our next section, which is a panel discussion on the theme Resilient and Inclusive Nation Building. The discussion will focus on how institutions across government, industry, finance, and technology can build systems that are robust, adaptive, and inclusive. It explores the role of technology it explores the role of digital transformation, governance, sustainability, and leadership in ensuring that economic and technological progress translates into long-term national capability and broad-based inclusion. We have a stellar panel lined up, moderated by a leader who has consistently shaped strategic dialogues in the business world. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for the session, Mr. Shyam Srinivasan, a leader with deep experience in institutional transformation. Mr. Srinivasan, currently serving as the Senior Advisor and Operating Partner at TVS Capital Funds, has been recognized as the Business Standard Banker of the Year 2020. He is the proud recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award for 2024 by Dharam Magazine, and he has been honored as the Forbes Icon for Excellence 2025. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shyam Srinivasan to the stage. To make this conversation even more insightful, we are privileged to have with us an extraordinary panel, you can sit here, of industry leaders. Our first panelist, Dr. Mukund Rajan, the chairman of eCube Investment Advisors, is one of India's most respected voices on sustainability, ethics, and corporate governance. Over a distinguished career of more than 2 decades with the Tata Group, he served in several senior leadership roles, including the Chief Ethics Officer, Chair of the Tata Global Sustainability Council, and a member of the Tata Sons Group Executive Council. His work has shaped governance frameworks, ethical leadership practices, and sustainability strategies across large, complex organizations, and he continues to engage actively with policy and regulatory bodies on ESG issues. Next, we have Mr. Fani Mitra, the Global Chief Digital and Data Officer at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories and a member of its Management Council. He leads the company's global digital data and analytics agenda, aligning technology strategy closely with business and patient outcomes. Over the years, he has built strong data foundations, driven cloud-first and analytics-driven transformations, and led industry-wide change across geographies. His background spans strategy consulting, digital transformation, and technology leadership across multiple industries. Joining us next, we have Ms. Lalita Indrakanti, the Chief Executive Officer of Jaguar Land Rover Technology and Business Services India, is a transformational leader with nearly 3 decades of global experience. She has played a pivotal role in establishing and scaling global capability centers and driving complex digital and business transformations for multinational organizations. In her current role, she leads strategic enablement, innovation, and capability building for Jaguar Land Rover with a strong focus on sustainable growth, operational excellence, and people development. Next, we have Sri Sanket Atal, Country Head and Senior Vice President at OpenText India, brings close to 3 decades of experience in enterprise software, product development, and global technology operations. He has led large, geographically distributed teams across the US and India, working across strategy, engineering, and operations. His work has consistently focused on building scalable organizations, strengthening innovation capabilities, and delivering high-impact technology solutions. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Sujit Nair, who is the CEO at Beacon Labs and co-creator at Digital Energy Grid and NFH. He has played a key role in conceptualizing and supporting open network platforms like ONDC. Yeah, I will now
I think it's good to tap in. We did have a couple of rounds of chats amongst ourselves. We concluded that it's best that we use their expertise by answering more questions than we expounding our wisdom up front. So initially we will have a minor chat amongst ourselves, but please be both prepared and curious to ask questions of all of us. I'm sure there'll be enough wisdom coming out. When we gathered probably a month back when we had a call from IIM Udaipur and said about this program, I have to admit, I am an unabashed cricket fan. All my life, everything I try to connect back to cricket. So this is cricket season. We are in T20, World Cup on the doorstep, women's IPL going on, all the good stuff. But I think this whole theme of resilience and inclusion is more in the realm of test cricket, right? I mean, we are talking of a long term, an India story. From the time I started working way back in the 80s, the promise, the exceptional opportunity India has, I don't think that's faded off. In fact, with Viksit Bharat being the big agenda for the nation, that's only getting even more visible. The recently concluded Davos, there were many speakers. I'm sure all of us had opportunities to, some of you may have visited it personally, but I saw most of it on the various feeds. There was one which Sunil Mittal said, which is really, to my mind, the most important one, and has stuck with me, where he said this 7 trillion economy is great, all that GDP growth is fantastic, but really what's happening to per capita? Right? That's where the whole inclusion story kicks in. And to my mind, drawing a parallel from cricket, I was thinking of a remarkably large, say, Ahmedabad stadium with no people watching it. Right? That's the whole story of India, why resilience and inclusion becomes so important. And again, I'll go back to my stupid passion for cricket. Those of you in this hall may remember 2001 where India beat Australia in Calcutta. Does anybody remember that game? Right, I'm sure many do. Of course, it was a fantastic game. But I think to my mind, when I think about resilience and inclusion, that game was both. I don't know how many of you remember, of course, we remember Dravid and Lakshman scoring those fantastic innings. But actually, there were 8 players who contributed to the victory. After a disastrous first innings, we came back and won the game and beat Australia, which had been, I think, 16 or 17 games they had not lost. Test series. Right? Steve Vaughan team were almost going to kill India in that game. And we won. I think Harbhajan had some 6 wickets. Sachin Tendulkar bowled and got. He didn't bat, but he got wickets. The Sadagopan Ramesh, who many of you may not even remember his name, had a fantastic opening. Of course, Rahul. So 7 or 8 of the people were contributing to the victory. And I've just drawn that as a parallel for inclusion and resilience, no arguments. So I just want to remind ourselves that resilience and inclusion in the scope of what India's Viksit Bharat journey is not just, let's say, a large FX balance for the country. That is necessary but not sufficient. I think what everybody will talk about and start thinking about is, how do we manage or get control of supply chains? We saw that during COVID, how disastrous and how one had to come back very strongly. And of course, this whole digital sovereignty, how do you manage the whole, many of our speakers earlier spoke about this development on AI and how do you, have supremacy on that. So digital sovereignty, to my mind, those are as important about resilience as much as, say, FX is. India has 20,000 PIN codes, right? It can't be just the preserve of the top 5,000 PIN codes that everything is there and nothing beyond. So I don't think when you think about this topic of resilience and inclusion, in my mind, how does India, in the context of Viksit Bharat, the $30 trillion economy, doesn't have empty stadiums, have inclusion all across, control of digital, of course FX is important, but how do we make sure supply chains are managed? And most importantly, I think what Satya Nadella spoke about again in Davos is a social cohesion or social permission for AI to become more effective. So with that sort of open introductory remarks, I do think the panel will have a lot more to add. So let me just ask Mukund first, in the order of how they are sitting, Mukund to talk about both his own personal experience, his vision for 2030, 2047, and how does he think about this whole inclusion and resilience. So Mukund, yes.
Sure. So maybe I'll try and bring a little bit of industry and business perspective, particularly given my long years in the Tata Group, which I think shaped a lot of my thinking on some of these issues. So very quickly on your point about where do you see the future, I'm reminded of a statement the then Tata chairman, J.R.D. Tata, made 30 or 40 years back. He was, of course, chairman for 53 years of the Tata Group and had a very important role in establishing his imprint on the group's value system and thinking about the future. He was asked whether he wanted India to become a great country, a superpower. And he said, no, what I want India to be is a happy country. And for a business leader to espouse that kind of thinking, it also goes back to the genesis of the Tatas, going back to Jamsetji Tata. There is a quote which you'll see in many Tata buildings, which says, in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but is in fact the very purpose of its existence. And so if you try and root everything back to your responsibility to the community, it then changes the way you think about why you're in business, why do all of us work hard, how do you create surplus, and what are those surpluses used for? Tatas obviously have a unique ownership model where they're held by charities at the top. So it's slightly different for them compared to maybe other business groups. But what one would love to see is much more embedding of this concept of business responsibility in corporate India. When I look ahead for the next 5-6 years and thereafter 2047, the subject I'm most interested in is, of course, sustainability and addressing the climate challenge. India is already one of the most vulnerable nations in the world in terms of our exposure to issues around climate change. We have a very large coastline, so much of the population that's resident there is going to be impacted by extreme climatic events. I think the last 5 years, perhaps 3 things have really impacted many of us. The first has been COVID, where you saw that if the balance with nature was disturbed, the implications could be huge. And that's not the last pandemic we've seen for sure. The second is, I think, the frequency of extreme climatic events you've seen in Uttarakhand, in Kashmir, all across the country. I think we need to become much more resilient, obviously. We need to be able to adapt to these issues because mitigation is now almost beyond us. I think we've already crossed the 1.5 degrees global warming threshold. So India will have to make significant investments in adaptation. The third is what we're all experiencing in the last few weeks, and we're just talking about that now, AQI, air pollution. I think it's now brought home to all of us that these things have significant implications for our mortality and our health and our quality of life. So one would love to see more being done on this agenda. The government has already subscribed to the Paris Climate Treaty. There are a bunch of targets for 2030, most prominent of which I would call out are the commitment to create 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy in this country and to have energy efficiency that is 45% improved on 2005 levels for the GDP. Both those are well within reach. In fact, on energy efficiency, we are currently actually over 50% of the target. But for 2047, I think it goes back to your point. Ultimately, what do you want? You want a community that's in balance and harmony with nature, but where there is equity broadly across the entire economy, which means we will need to have economic growth and job creation on scale. But I would like to see within the corporate world, the largest corporates particularly taking much more responsibility, including for the supply chain partners, and there are ways in which you can fix that. So really, I think a strong economic country with job creation that's almost providing for the entire economy, technology powerful, but not necessarily the richest country in the world in conventional metrics, but where nature is also protected and we live in harmony.
So the challenge is how does the 30 trillion or 20 trillion divided by 1.5 billion, the equation starts changing, right? And getting that up. But we'll keep that conversation going. There's one point that when Mukund said, and sort of in my head, as a business leader that we always struggled is, how do you manage the here and now, this quarter results to the longer term? And I think that's a debate that many corporates will continue to have. But before that, let's have Fani talk about at the cusp of health and technology, how does he things play out?
Yeah, I think the point that you made on GDP growth versus the per capita growth actually is a very important one. And at the cusp of healthcare, and to me, one of the most defining moments of an inclusive society is everybody lives with good education, good health, and good financial stability. At least these three, if not a lot more than that. And one of the most troubling things about our society right now is, if you look at some of the economic strata, if a small to medium healthcare event, an accident, can actually set off a family almost by 3 to 5 years, just in terms of their savings and their economic stability. So I think the whole idea of inclusion can come in when we have a society which has a beautiful access to healthcare in the first place, and proud to be a part of Dr. Reddy's. I have to quote Dr. Anji Reddy on this one, where he had this whole statement about $1 is equal to 1 rupee. The whole idea that you can get a drug that is roughly costing $1 in the US to be sold in the country at a rupee or so. I think that model and the entire revolution that India had, and it's one of the reasons why we are one of the strongest pharma factories of the world, if you can, pharmacies of the world as we can today, is because we created a very new opportunity, and to your point, both an economic opportunity as well as a societal opportunity by creating this completely new industry of generics for the world. More than 85% of prescriptions, even in a country like US, are actually generic prescriptions, and almost 30 to 40% of them are fulfilled by the Indian companies today. So I think this whole idea of inclusivity as an idea and healthcare at the heart of it is a very, very important construct, more as we grow as a nation as well. And today the biggest challenge that we have as a country is not the access but the distribution, right? So for instance, more than 70% of healthcare in this country is concentrated in the tier 1, a little bit on tier 2 cities, but still 60-65% of our country lives in the tiers below that. So the biggest challenge that we have is, one, as we grow the economic pie and the access pie, how do you grow the distribution pie as well at the same speed? And that's actually one of the main challenges, both from a healthcare services perspective as well as from a drugs and medication perspective. In the company, for instance, one of the metrics that we measure today is, if you take the last 15 years or so, from 2010 to 2025, 2024, US FDA would have approved around 600 to 650 new molecules, but less than 20-25% of them are available in the country today, right? So we don't have access to the quality of care that is available elsewhere, despite being one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So the disparities actually show up in every metric that you can, and I can quote multiple of these, right? And at the heart of it is our inability to handle scale and the distribution logistics, as I see it. Another interesting statistic, for instance, is, many of you know this, but our number of doctors per 1,000 people is roughly around 0.5, 0.7. A typical OECD country is in 3 to 5. But the most important statistic is the number of times Indians visit the doctor is exactly equal or sometimes higher than what the number of visits happen in a developed country. That means our doctors are actually 4 to 5 times overworked compared to doctors elsewhere. So just look at every metric like that, and you actually have, and it's a case study in itself, each one of them is a case study in itself, to actually double click and say, so what is holding us back? And imagine the same amount of growth, urbanization that can happen in the country, and what does it do to our healthcare and the drug delivery ecosystem. And I obviously can't throw the motherhood of all to say that digital is the way to solve for us. The distribution aspects as well as the access elements of it. I think digital will continue to play a key role we've been talking about, I mean, I've heard the professor talk about ambient AI, elements of AI in healthcare to actually establish this access and solve that access as a problem. So there are a lot of these interesting things, and so while it's a very broad area, I think if I just have to anchor on one point, our ability to deliver high quality healthcare to every citizen of this country at the lowest cost that this country can afford would be the vision that we should chase for 2047, and have a target like that for 2030 as well.
No, I think from what you make, the important point is reach, distribution, right? And that's where is going to be the democratization of everything that India has, and that is indeed the challenge. And I'm, speaking to our theme of inclusion. We'll come back to it, but maybe Lalita will enlighten us on her whole journey of the GCC.
With Dr. Mukund on the stage, I'm not qualified to talk about Tatas, so I'm going to skip that part and talk about...
No, he is the past, you're the present.
Yeah.
Future, yeah.
So I think, when we talk about inclusivity part of it, if you look at from a digital infrastructure perspective, I think we've done a great job of putting a smartphone in every citizen's hand in the last decade. But I think now the question when it comes to it, what are they using it for? So if you look at the Uber drivers, if you look at the Swiggies and the Zomato drivers, 90% of the time you see them sitting on the side of the road and watching reels, right? So besides social media penetration, how can we utilize the power of technology in solving the problems like what he's talking about, in terms of can we make them utilize that for solving the real problems, the healthcare, use of AI. There's so many more things we can do. So it is not about the penetration of the technology, but it's the use of the technology that will really change the inclusivity for me. And anytime we talk about the vision, short-term and long-term, I think essentially the one thing which can change, the whole future of it is access to education. And from an access to education, I think we have to really build skills in a broader sense from a capability perspective in the country. Make it accessible to people in terms of the skills, mentoring, bringing them up, and prepare people for a much, stronger for the days that are to come. As long as you build the skill, capability, and agility, I think resilience will follow. So if we have to really look at a resilience nation by 2047, I think that starts with taking the steps now in terms of increasing the access, building the capabilities, building the skill set. For me, the future of 2047 is all about how do we build a broader skill-based or the broader industry-based, innovation-based country from that perspective. And for that resilience to happen, the things has to be done now. The agility has to be brought into the system, and capabilities has to be worked on broadly. That's my point.
I think the point you make, and just to sort of bring it up, in the journey of inclusivity, creating more jobs is crucial, right? And that's the biggest journey for the country. And it is not urban-centric. It's sort of across the spectrum and across the pin codes. And I do believe this whole, as I'm learning now, GCCs are probably going to give India that opportunity to do the front office for the world also, from moving from just being mid and back office. And how do we train skill? That'll be another one. But Sanket, your thoughts on technology? You're a visionary in the technology space, so maybe you want to give us.
Sure. Going after a technologist, I have to carry forth the message. Essentially, it's all about democratization of access to technology. One of the things that's always irked me, I mean, I grew up in my career in the Silicon Valley, and the thing that always irked me is, Silicon Valley is seen as the big innovation center, and that's where all the big things are coming from and the big unicorns. We are a culture of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is in our blood. Around every corner, somebody or the other is opening up a shop or whatnot. So what is the barrier to entry for people to be able to do those kind of great things? things have improved dramatically over the past so many years. One of the big breakthroughs was providing computing on tap, which we know as the cloud today. So anybody in India, anywhere, can get access to cutting-edge computations and be able to compete with anybody in the world. The overhead of creating a data center, for example, is not there anymore. You can create a data center using a credit card within a matter of hours. So that's huge. And then the other problem that happens is access to data. So I'm working currently for a company called OpenText. OpenText is all about information within enterprises. Now, everybody here has played around with LLMs in some manner? Yes? Raise of hands. Wake up, please. So the LLMs of today have been mostly trained on publicly available data. Okay, and this data is probably around 15 zettabytes or some number like that, right? What is super interesting is 10 times that amount of data is there in enterprises and it has not been tapped. And within the enterprises also there are all these silos of data that exist, and one team does not know about the other team's data, etc. So for an enterprise to succeed and for various roles within the enterprise to succeed, providing good, clean, easy access to this data is absolutely important. And that's a puzzle that needs to be tackled. So my company deals with, managing this data, but the entire world deals with AI. And so OpenText is getting into AI as are other companies. And the fundamental goal is how do we get everybody to enable all the workers with all the data that they need. Remember, governance and security is super important. So all the data that they need so that they're effective at work. So that's one area that is super interesting for me. The other one, as Lalita mentioned, is about education and students. So one is, being able to provide education, but, there's always this imbalance between somebody educated in, a first-tier city versus a second or a third. And how do you make sure that they too have access to the right technologies, the right data, to be able to do world-class stuff? Why does location prevent you from doing something? And that's a puzzle that needs to be solved. When I was doing my MBA, my finance professor used to say, a great source of wars earlier in China, for example, was, they originated in remote areas. And to be able to counter that, they created roadways. So connectivity really improved the ability for people to connect with each other, and hence that reduced the number of wars. So likewise, we have a war of discrepancy of access, discrepancy of status, what may you. We need to really solve that. Somebody sitting in a village having access to latest technology should be able to create stuff using a 3D printer. Why not? Lots of this kind of stuff is going on all over the world. To be fair, I have seen in various colleges around India, 3D printers are prevalent. But providing that access to almost every place in India is super important. And finally, another segment that's super interesting is the end user. So in computer science, one of the toughest problems is the last mile problem. So you can create all these technologies, make them available, but how do you get them to the end user? In this case, it's a cultural aspect, right? How does the end user actually consume technology to go ahead in life? So providing access to the latest AI is really important. Being able to do that, for example, if I'm a banana seller, I should be able to use my mobile to figure out which is the right market to sell to today, which is having a good price. Those things are important. Now, connected to this, you also have to be really careful about the whole resiliency aspect, right? So security. Today, security is really, really scary. Everybody must have heard of stories. It's happened to a friend of mine where you get a phone call, sometimes a video call from somebody you know, and you trust them, and then you end up helping them out in some manner, monetarily or whatever, and it turns out it was a fraud. And AI is making it more and more difficult. What can we do to be able to counter that? You hear of the cyber
arrest,
digital arrest. Exactly. And the other part, of course, is scalability and performance. And in this day and age, if your access is non-performant, it's a non-starter. UPI succeeded because today you can go pay a fruit vendor using UPI because it happens in milliseconds. If it was taking 2-3 minutes, UPI would be nowhere. So it's really important for us to take care of all of these three things, and I think it'll be a glorious future.
You know, since all of us are speaking, every time I sit in a panel like this, Nandan Nilekani's population scale jumps up in mind, right? I mean, the father of UPI, whatever we call him, but I think that's the, how do you take it to the last mile? How do you do this population scale? And I think Sujit will be the right person to talk about since he's the ONDC man. Erstwhile, now beckon.
Yeah, no, thank you, Srinivas. In fact, taking your cricket analogy and metaphor, I feel like, you know, the tailenders begin, and here, more like Anil Kumble batting, not bowling, facing a McGraw or a Jason Gillespie. So I'm going to do a swing or a miss in this, but you know, as a Hyderabad kid, I have watched VVS Lakshman play in the grounds here for the Ranji Trophy in the 90s. So great memories, and 2001, the Test match is truly phenomenal. You know, bringing back old memories of my little exposure to the greatness of VVS Lakshman. So I see myself as a digital plumber with the good fortune of being part of programs along with Nandan, with Aadhaar, UPI, and now ONDC, Namayatri, and of course the India Energy Stack, which is just about getting announced with Ministry of Power as to building the digital rails for solving for energy transition. I think from that perspective, for me, I think inclusion fundamentally as digital public infrastructure thinking was always about raising the ground, not about raising the floor, raising the ceiling in some sense, right? So it's always about raising the ground. And one of the fundamental perspectives we train ourselves to think about is you have to meet inclusion at the level where society already is, rather than think of inclusion as a way to elevate the society to a certain level. And that's why I think the example of UPI that Sanket so articulately put it, is fundamentally about making UPI a population scale habit, rather than making this a very highly complicated nuance that people have to struggle, because that cuts out the agency for people to use it every day. So I think a 1.5-page specifications truly changed how country does bank payments. You know, we used to do 150 million transactions a month. I mean, that's like less than what Portugal does for the size of the country. Today we do 21 billion transactions a month, and all that happened in 8 years. It's a great way of thinking about how do we raise the ground rather than raising the ceiling. And this is playing in many parts. Ever since 2009, and this is as recent as 2009, I mean, iPhone is here, Android was just about there, and India's banking penetration, those numbers, those is just about 18%. 18% banking penetration for a country with full of adults and young population, and pretty much in 9 years, we went from 18% to 85%. And I think it's unheard of, even in an industrialized country, to take that leap. You know, Bureau of International Settlement said it will take 5 decades for a country to do that. We did that. Maybe because there's a way we started asking those questions differently in this country, and DPI kind of enabled that. So instead of saying, can we take banks to the villages, we started asking, can we take banking to the villages? And this is all about solving access, meeting society where it is. And that's where I think some of the digital public infrastructure is definitely putting inclusion in the front and center of the conversation. Today, when you talk about Namayatri, some of you from Bangalore probably would know, you know, the cost of doing a ride-hailing business with Namayatri is 1/10 of the cost of what Uber does in India. We're talking about no commissions in the middle and delivering a cost of a ride-hail at under 4 rupees, all inclusive. Driver retention, consumer marketing, all, and technology cost, all of that. So it's about rapid cost curve decline that allows people to onboard very quickly into this. The cost of moving money is the cheapest in the world. We are thinking cost of moving people should be the cheapest in the world for the scale at which we are talking about, for the kind of the diversity spectrum we are dealing with in this country. And is it possible for us to think about it in all sectors? So when cost of moving commerce, because even in India, despite Amazon and Flipkarts all being there, our B2C penetration is under 10%. For the last 15 years. Our B2B probably online is less than 1%. So ONDC is not finding an Amazon or a Flipkart, it's trying to deepen the access. So it will be different than the conventional e-commerce that we in the urban bubble sort of expose. So that is a definition of, when you talk about inclusion, it follows hence that what is out that is being called as excluded, maybe that is a normal state, and we have to probably reach that state. So it's a matter of perspective as to what you call an inclusion and exclusion is a matter of perspective of whose vantage point are you seeing from. And I think DPI thinking has been taking the different vantage point of meeting the society where it is. And one last example perhaps is We are trying to do that for energy because energy transition, India is going to see three things massively happening. Massive load growth of demand because we are a growing country. Our per capita energy consumption is way lesser for the kind of aspirations we have. And there's a direct correlation between energy consumption and economic progress. We are going to see that. At the same time, we are looking at growing through clean energy. No other industrial economy has seen that kind of a growth only with clean energy. Third, we are looking at population as a dividend, not as a cost, especially in the solar belt. So one of the things we are trying to do with India Energy Stack is to make energy transition a livelihood story. Just like how telecom created the phone booths that the unemployed could have just to create as a way of generating income, or business correspondence for banking, we would be witnessing in India energy micro livelihoods, a homemaker or an unemployed just setting up a rooftop and a solar because of the reducing cost of that infrastructure to make it available through digital reels for someone else to sell. So we're talking about peer-to-peer energy where I can sell energy to somebody in Delhi. That's some of the announcement. I think it's got in the press today. It's probably going to be announced at the AI Summit. So we are talking about inclusion and resilience, whether it's of resilience and sense of survival of that lowest denomination in the society or about resilience from a sustainability and environment point of view. I think there's a way of thinking that India has been doing, and I've been, it's a good fortune that I've been associated with some of them, but a lot needs to be done. And that's where I think the efforts continue to show maybe a model that the rest of the world can follow.
I think remarkable points, and it'll take a while to digest all the statistics he threw at us, right? It's amazing. There's one striking point, Sujit, and all of us are thinking about is we're still 45%, 50% penetration country, right? Despite the mega DPI, and all of us have friends from the West who come to India. I was talking with somebody yesterday in Mumbai. They were saying he's relocated to India recently and was away for 30 years. 30 years back when he went to the US first, he was taken in by, wow, highways, airports, glamour. Now he comes back to India, he's taken in by the fact Zomato, Zepto, everything is just like that. In the US, you can't afford, you can't get those things. So I think the DPI-led urban opportunity inclusion, I think, is remarkably there. How does it get into the last pin code? And that's really the challenge. But some of the points you mentioned are quite fascinating. We have the option of continuing to talk, but I would urge that both to wake up everybody and also to get questions to leverage the, so the information available amongst all our panelists. Maybe you want to ask us a few questions and then we'll come back to talk another round. So may I ask from the audience if you have questions of, difficult questions to the panelists, easy ones to me. Yeah, right up there at the end, so we'll start the right hand there, yeah. I think he's from IIM Udaipur alumni, if I remember right. Is that right? Yeah, okay. I think you need a microphone.
Wait for a second.
Maybe you can wait with microphone, somebody can go around. Yeah, please.
Yeah, hello sir.
Hi.
I'm Anuj Jaiswal. I'm currently pursuing Executive MBA from IIM Udaipur, and also I work as a data engineer at Microsoft. So my question is regarding healthcare inclusion. So today, we see mostly around that healthcare costs are soaring. And as sir mentioned that one big event can set a family back by 3 to 5 years. So I myself faced a similar situation last year, and that got me thinking how we can actually democratize and make healthcare accessible in much lower or affordable cost way. So one thing which I was thinking was about hospitalization for remote areas. So there are a lot of people who cannot actually afford big healthcare budgets and afford to admit their patients for a long time. Even if they admit their patient for a week, it's a huge cost for them in private hospitals. And that is a big problem to solve. And one way is, which I was thinking is actually bringing the healthcare to the home, and whatever things which can be actually solved at home through, let's say, healthcare providers, and help them set up basic healthcare facilities at home so that they don't have to actually bear the cost of just staying in the hospital for a long time.
Yeah, question broadly is there. Maybe funny, you're the...
Yeah, I think it's a very broad question, and it's a very difficult one to answer. In the sense, the cost of healthcare in the country is across the value chain, right? If you look at it, is in very many parts. You know, one part of the point that you made is about hospitalization or the inpatient care of it as well.
Yeah.
This is one place where I would not quote US healthcare as a great example when it comes to cost of doing business,
exactly.
cost of delivering healthcare. But there is one space where there is a lot of innovation that I'm seeing in the US healthcare, where because of the high cost of keeping patient in the hospital, there are new business models that I'm seeing in the US where they want to send the patient back home quite quickly.
Yeah.
Right? And both with the use of technology as well as a network of care delivery in some form and shape, right? I think we have a model to replicate and to Sujit's point, to bring the cost down and use that for our remote areas. Because if you can't take the doctors to the villages, can you take the care to the villages in some form, right?
Exactly,
you can't take the banks to the people as he was quoting. I think there are opportunities that are coming up now. It's very difficult to answer it like right here at this point in time, but both in terms of primary healthcare diagnosis, because when people go to the hospital, it's pretty late.
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of things that you could have solved at the primary healthcare level itself, right? And this is a country that has delivered 1 billion vaccines when COVID hit. So it's not that we can't have the ideas for it or the creativity for it. But I think the main challenge to solve for is to first move the primary healthcare access and raise the ground on that, right? And today that is the biggest challenge, because we are taking patients too late to the hospital, and obviously it's quite difficult to move them home quickly once you've reached a certain point in time. So I think there is an opportunity there. The second is, once the patient is in the hospital, how quickly can you send him or her back home, right? I think the incentivization structures today, as well as the quality of care and the quality of the ecosystem that is needed to keep a patient safe, are today very, very infra heavy, and hence capital intensive, and hence there is a perverse incentive for hospitals to actually keep the patient longer, because
exactly.
It's a vicious circle that goes through, right? So unless you bring the cost of infrastructure to deliver that care down a little, right? That is the second part of the intervention, right? And the third one is the capabilities that exist in the hospital. How do you make sure that these capabilities get democratized and the distribution goes, closer to home or closer to the villages or to the tier 2, tier 3? I think these are the three broad areas to go after. There is great work going on right now. There are innovative startups, like for instance, some of you must have heard of Pristine Care, where they're taking doctors to the tier 2, tier 3 cities for, a day procedures, for example, right? Some of the specialists from, Hyderabad or Bombay actually visit some of these, tier 2, tier 3 cities, deliver care there, and then come back. So where the hospital utilization or the infrastructure utilization of a particular hospital in that town actually goes up, as well as the specialist gets the minimum scale for him to actually make that trip and so on. So I think it's a broad question. I'm sorry if the answer sounded too broad, but it's also difficult to answer it without breaking it into pieces and going after each one of them, very, very systematically.
I'll just add one point to that. I think, as you mentioned about the primary healthcare being a big part of it, preventive healthcare. That's another massive area we need to focus on, because I know a lot of people in my circles who still do not get an annual health checkup done, despite of the fact that getting an annual health checkup costs have significantly come down in the last couple of years in the country. So education, again, I go back to the point of education in terms of why do we need to do that, what to look for, how does it help, how do we prevent, is also another major thing we need to really penetrate into the society at a much broader level.
I think Mukund had some point to share.
Sure. So actually it's related to also, first of all, thanking Hyderabad for organizing these kinds of sessions, because I think awareness is so important to generate. And I'm glad we're talking about these kinds of issues. I just wanted to bring out one element which is a little bit of a caution. In the healthcare space, for instance, we've all been reading the newspapers, the pink papers, large number of acquisitions which private equity firms have made of very successful hospitals. And slightly growing concern that will this eventually lead to us seeing actually healthcare costs go up. And those who can afford, the more wealthy will benefit, and those who can't could potentially get displaced into either absent or poor quality healthcare. You've seen in the telecom sector, we talked about the importance of data services. That's been a real revolution in this country. But quite recently, one of the chairmen of one of India's largest telecom companies said there is no option but to raise ARPUs, the average revenue per user, and to push up pricing, because he claims they're all struggling with the kind of infrastructure they have to manage across a country as large as India. And therefore, if you see data prices going up, what has been partly responsible for the revolution, putting a smartphone in almost every other Indian's hands, could potentially be impacted. Recently, you saw the same thing with the quick commerce industry, where there's a fair amount of questioning about what gig workers get paid and the pressure on them to deliver sometimes at significant cost and safety. So I think on all of these issues and more, you will therefore need to have public policy perspectives, and government will have a very important role in a country like India to ensure that the services that you get will always tend to be inclusive. And beyond the point, industry, and having come from India's largest conglomerate, I can say that industry's intentions are not always the most benign. There has to be also an effort to control where you see power getting aggregated. And you're already seeing this debate in the US, where the tech stocks are now dominating the stock markets, and people are concerned about how much power individual companies have to shape our destinies.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing. So tech is not all that bad. It depends how you use it. And the other part is, there's a lot of focus on hospitals, right? How long do we stay? How long do they get discharged? One of the big problems that people in the US have is sometimes they get discharged too quickly, right? So I think there are checks and balances there. But, recently I read this article about these health check kiosks that have opened up in China, and they're proliferating across. And so oftentimes what happens is, an early diagnosis, like what Lalitha was talking about, is helpful in preventing stuff. And the numbers were amazing, that the number of kiosks has grown. People get that, they tell you what drug to take, etc. And you're okay. You don't need to go to the hospital, right? You prevent stuff. So I think careful usage of technology to be able to kind of prevent the actual inflow of people into the hospital is one of the key things that we need to focus on. Otherwise, we'll always be with the most populous country in the world.
I think
you triggered a good point.
I think it's a very passionate topic in that sense. But I think the ABDM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, started off quite well actually, and of course had its own start stops in that sense. But it's an opportunity for us to actually democratize the healthcare data, because one of the things that ties people to hospitals is their healthcare data being stuck with one doctor or with one hospital. And it is actually a great opportunity to actually get the digital health records of people, available, into the hands of people as well, but also anonymized and made available for a larger, opportunity to actually look at what kind of diseases, what kind of procedures, what's happening in this country as well, right? The visibility to that data with an ABHA ID, for instance, can also kind of kick in a very different revolution, and I'm quite hopeful.
So I think the one thing that's in my head is Sujit's point. The Namayatri, the rider, the whole cost is some 4 rupees or something he mentioned. That is like game changing. Now, is there something in the equivalent of that for healthcare would be the ultimate answer, which probably addresses the point of, because India is a big infrastructure cost, right? Mukund also pointed out, the infrastructure cost is our biggest challenge. So how does that get handled? So I'm sure there are many answers to that. So maybe Sujit.
There's so much wisdom packed into those responses. I was only listening, but there's this one insight, maybe you may be relating to this, about 9 years ago, I think the multi-drug resistant TB that was rampant in Bombay. So we were trying to do something called, I think it's called Nikshay now with Ministry of Health. We're trying to understand what is the societal behavior that makes this TB rampant. And one of the things we discovered, and we didn't know what to call that pattern, so we started calling it the healthcare distance. You know, we realized that a person, for things like symptomically not revealing anything, is just a cough, the number of touch points before it actually gets detected is 69 for an average individual. So you'll and the most trusted advisor in the societal fabric of healthcare is not a doctor, is that local chemist. And that's where it starts. And if there is, to your point, if there is a way for, and this is one of the things that we have to think about as inclusion, who owns the healthcare data? It should be the people. We don't have a way to give it back. If there is a low-cost way of giving it back to the individual, and if the individual finds his own self-seeking, self-organizing way of finding care, maybe there is a way to bring some of this. It could be a healthcare kiosk. For me, that's actually a living chemist who's acting as the kiosk today. But maybe there's a way to bring that capacity into this through this trust and verifiability and letting the people own their own, whatever little, not calling it like a big longitudinal healthcare file, but whatever little that can be used. Because this part about how society reacts to healthcare sort of capacities is a very, very interesting. And we've seen that even with pandemic, but I just thought I'll bring that up as to how we should probably think about a systemic refresh in the way we think about it.
Good one, but just one, my own bias, maybe the older version. I still think culturally we want to see the doctor and get the word out of the doctor, right? And despite all the online kind of advice and stuff like that, the touch, feel, it's okay, go, that has to come. I mean, at affordable cost, and that's really the story. But anyway, this is for a longer debate, maybe a few more questions. A few hands are up.
Yes. Little bit. I was so absorbed in the responses that I forgot my question, but I'm going to refer to my notes right now quickly. So quick comments and then your reactions. One of the comments I heard in Davos, one of the Geeta Gopinath saying, pollution. That the cost of pollution is almost a 1.7 of GDP. Yeah. That's a crisis, huge economic crisis. Forget the people. If country doesn't care about people, they do care about economics. People dying is another dimension altogether. So that's one comment that I want, especially the ESG and sustainability. And in a similar line, I'm going to combine 3-4 questions together so you can all respond. About the energy. Energy is another layer, the bottommost layer of the AI stack, if you will. It's the new bottleneck. Now I'm looking forward to peer-to-peer exchanging my solar energy with my neighbor and trading it. Well, in some sense it's happening because through the grid. But that's a very beautiful micro-energy trade concept. But those big data centers, they're sucking up and disabling the grids left and right. They're sucking out resources and water and sustainability questions from the most near Hyderabad somewhere. I just read it about a month back. I was talking in my class about it. In the newspaper, headline was just that. That's in a worse area, they're bringing up the data center. Or it was probably the Google one. I'm not quite sure. But through prohibitive economic or business model to make it more useful for work, maybe in certain hours, and have social media in some other hour or whatever it is. I don't know.
You will have
Your reaction.
You will have a revolution if you even suggest that, right? But I think the one point, since you mentioned Davos, which did prominently come through, is the AI, for its sustainability, social permission is crucial, right? Otherwise, this whole thing is going to crumble. So maybe Mukund will talk to us about the sustainability aspect, and other panelists will come in, but maybe you want to lead that.
Sure. So unfortunately, I think the truth of the matter is too often we respond when something becomes a crisis. Till then it keeps building up, building up, building up. But then you reach a tipping point where it becomes unacceptable anymore to accept the ongoing crisis, and then action, reaction, all of that follows. I think we're beginning to see that in India today. So on air pollution as a case in point, we've known for many years. I mean, Lancet has published studies back in the day talking about the number of lives that have been lost and reduced mortality because of air pollution. India's been known to have, I think the latest count of 19 of the 20 most polluted cities of the world. So these are not new statistics. It's not that people are not aware. Oftentimes the issue then gets subsumed in, but you know, we need development, we need better incomes, we need jobs, how can we cut back on, you know, the things that cause pollution, whether it's coal-fired thermal power plants or traffic on the roads, congestion, all of that. We have to live with it. At some point, we can aspire to a better quality of life. But things are changing. I think one big change was 2018. The Supreme Court, for the first time, when it was hearing this case, which the auto industry brought in, trying to resist the implementation of Bharat Stage 6 norms on fuel quality. We were going from Bharat Stage 4, BS4 to BS6, bypassing BS5. And the auto industry, which should have been as concerned about pollution, was trying to block it, saying this is going to result in much more capital expenditure. We would require time to sort of move our technology further. Public may not be able to pay the higher prices of the products, so give us more time. The Supreme Court said nothing doing. If something is going to interfere with the quality of life of the communities, then we have no option but to find in favor of the public. And they actually said quality of life is part of your right to life. And subsequently, in a 2020 case, they've included climate change as one of the issues that impacts quality of life. So we're slowly getting to a point where people are saying this is unacceptable. My quality of life matters. That's why earlier I mentioned COVID, I think, reminded all of us we are stuck in the homes, how important nature is. So the first time people started listening to the bird song in the gardens in the north of India, people said for the first time they could see mountain ranges not blocked by smog. So I think that sensitivity is coming. There will need to be a dialogue brokered ideally by the government, political parties, between civil society, industry, business, with the media playing an important role in highlighting these issues to figure out what is the best way forward. But I think it's not that people have not been aware in the past. Even at the global stage, my mind goes back to 1992. I attended the Earth Summit in Rio. They talked about Amazonian deforestation, tropical deforestation, and the impact on global warming. 33 years later, where are we? We've made very little progress, and in fact, now we are bypassing all these planetary boundaries. So I think it's a function partly of awareness, which is now much improved, crisis, which is coming now thick and fast, and finally government exercising its role as a regulator and enforcer to ensure that, you know, based on a conversation, we decide what are the rules we want to implement and then implement them strongly.
And because we are at a management school conference, there are always 25, 30 problems to solve for any society. We kind of always, you know, putting them in a pecking order to say what is more important. You know, should we create jobs or should we care for the climate and so on. So I think at least I am quite optimistic about how India prioritizing things. You know, we are not letting it go off to a tipping point, in my view, that we're creating enough problems but solving them fast enough. And I think that's probably the right way to grow. Because we can't stop the aspirations of people. There are billions of people. And the problems that are probably relevant to the top 50 million people will not be relevant to the bunch of the others. I think that is the most important part of the topic as well, that inclusion means that we respect the size of the problem from the perspective of the people who matter. and that I think is the tough job of governments and public policymakers, if I say.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Whenever pollution is mentioned, it's always AQI, air quality, etc. One of the thing that really irks me, no matter where you go in India, I live in Bangalore, there especially, is the garbage that's all over the city, right? That is pollution. And I don't know what's being done about it. I read articles about China having created these energy producing centers that basically consume garbage. My goodness, we can supply them for like decades. But I don't know if anything is happening in the industry to address that, because all the cities, the impression that is cast on the citizen and all the visitors is absolutely horrible.
Sanket, there is, I think the challenge for India is there are islands of excellence. Recently, you must have seen there's a forward on how a Chennai-based company is making furniture out of garbage and waste, right? But it's isolated, it's in one location. That's scaling up, and I guess the biggest challenge for us is population scale. How does every idea become mature to that level? That's the, like Mukund pointed out, the developing economy problem, right? Everything needs investments. So prioritization, where are we going to do? So, but these are long debates in itself. So,
should I take the one on energy?
Yeah.
That's a great question. So I think the clamor for energy by data centers, of course, is very really felt in US more than India, because I think for a long time US did not see that kind of a load growth for decades together. Most of the advanced economies, and suddenly seeing this surge, largely not coming from consumer demand, but from AI-led demand for energy. So therefore, there's layer pressure. So Virginia is like crowded out. So there's real clamor for energy. In fact, there was this big paper by Goldman Sachs. They call it the foreign policy, data center foreign policy conversation. So there's literally a whole data center energy conversation that's happening, where probably what are the cheaper sources of energy. India definitely offers a playground, and we've started seeing 1 gigawatt data centers coming up. I think the one you are alluding to in the coastal Andhra side. I think the only way you can solve for equitable distribution of energy when there is bulk power demand coming from data centers and industrial, I would say even our bus depots, just to put things in perspective, a depot of a TSRTC depot would have about 100 buses that will have, each bus is about a 500 kilowatt battery if you want to make buses electric. So I'm worried that buses may not find energy tomorrow. They are like, you're talking about a 200 megawatt energy being made available, and they don't even have an energy department. For them, it was a diesel department. So they don't even know where to source energy, and you're expecting the local discom to give that kind of a bulk power. Others, you don't have buses running on the road. So energy definitely is a problem, but I think India has a bit of a headroom for capacity growth from what I understand, and we're continuously building at some level. But the fact that energy itself is getting decentralized globally, I mean, this is probably the biggest disruption that's happening in the energy industry ever since AC/DC wars between Edison and Tesla. We are seeing energy being distributed. Instead of a few 100,000 generators, you have millions of micro generators. We're talking about bidirectional movement of energy or the grid, and a whole new models emerging. I think what was missing is this new way of coordination, because the grid was probably unidirectional and worked in a certain way of the value chain. How do you bring this disparate set of assets in the wild and bring them together to create that extra surplus, to create that extra cushion, to balance the grid, to deal with that surplus? That required a coordination layer. And I think Indian government is taking ways to kind of bring a digital coordination layer to do that. So in a way, we are addressing it, and we are harnessing what seems to be the solar dividend we as a country have to generate this. Because literally harnessing the sun and generating is at low cost. It's the access that is a high cost. If we solve through digital, we should be able to manage this a little bit more. But bulk power demand of data centers requires definitely grid growth, capex investments, but that will happen. So we'll be able to balance that in a way. I mean, that's the kind of like an answer for now, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
I think the lady there had a question.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And it was so wonderful to hear each one of you and the great work that you all are doing. Well, I'm into teachers training, as I said earlier. I have also led NASA's Space App Challenge. So we have done 2 projects. One was prediction of extinction of species, but I guess the second project's align with today's discussion. That was on Kardashev scale. So basically, Kardashev scale. So how much solar energy have been used? so far. So we are in type 0 civilization. My question was that AI is so effective and it has a different impact on all areas. So I just wanted to know how can you use AI in not just identifying how much solar energy we need, and how do we work on this so that we can solve this problem and use immense solar energy and come to that Kardashev 1 civilization scale. Thank you very much.
I'm
You
not an
become the
expert.
energy man.
I'm not the energy expert by any stretch of imagination. I'm more of a generalist digital plumber, but having worked in this field for the last 2-3 years, I think there's one conversation of energy for AI, but I think you're bringing about what we can do with AI for energy, and that's an important dimension too that we're working on. Very clearly, I think the point about coordination that needs to happen, and if ever the coordination happens, especially with the intermittence of the solar, because solar is now, you're going to have a cloud cover, you're going to dip dramatically. So there is a whole amount of variability, intermittence to accessing solar. That's one of the biggest challenges we are dealing with. It brings variability into the grid, which hates variability. It's all about supply-demand balance at a very, very tight level. And I think that coordination at a low cycle time, high frequency, I think AI can make a better job than more than just humans in the loop, because that coordination will become much faster. So that's one way to think about AI. The other way to think about AI as a way to solve for this is sort of understand how we can allocate the demand, shape the demand that meets the solar. It's not about harnessing the energy that we have, but we can probably find a way. I think this is one of the things, and I keep saying this, and I said this to EV OEM with full respect. I said, if you're buying an electric car, the chances are you're melting the grid. You think you're doing it good for the nature, but actually you all come back at the same time in the day and start charging. You're literally melting the grid. Everybody's charging at the same time. So how do we move this? What if I give you Sunday free power instead of a Friday night charging? So how do you shape the demand? How do you displace the demand? Sort of balances with this sort of variability on the other side with renewables, especially with solar and wind. So these are some of the areas where AI can do. But to talk about type 0 Kardashev scale, we are harnessing all the energy of the sun, of the only star we have. I'm definitely not qualified to answer that question.
And also another way to use AI is also at a personal consumption basis, industrial consumption basis, predictability, how do you optimize it? Some of those things also AI should definitely enter the market and optimizing that, because that's the only way, because we have to save what we have, right?
Some gentleman there?
Yeah, so it's here, me.
Yeah, please.
My name is Anuradha. And wonderful discussion. Thank you, everyone, for bringing out so many different aspects and opinions about this topic, digitalization, first of all, with respect to resilience and inclusion. But what I picked is from Sujeev. I think like most of the Indians have this satisficing plus bricolage. That means we are already satisfied and happy with what we have. Not that we are not included. 80% to 85% people have smartphones in India. Their parents may not be having, but all the youth have. And they know the utility and what they can do with those smartphones. But they don't consider themselves as excluded. They just feel that I am satisfied with what I have. This is what I am thinking about it. Everybody is included already. Maybe if they want, they can even when you drive through, you see people making murtis and small toys selling. They can even make drones if they have to, if people buy. But they don't want to move from there. So this is what I think is inclusivity is allowed already there. That infrastructure is there, but people. It's a choice that they don't want to use it, is what I'm thinking. I want your opinions on it.
I think you're essentially alluding to the lack of ambition part of it.
Yes, I have this theory that we should be happily dissatisfied. And that is life, right? I don't profess to be a fan of Trump. If anything he said, one line I like is this thing about being happily dissatisfied. About himself, one of his Truth Social posts, that I'm always dissatisfied, but I'm always happy. He's happy with harassing others, that's a different story. But I think the genetic code of all of us has to be restless and positively dispositioned towards. And your point on people are feeling satisfied, I think that's superficial. We have to scratch that further. I don't think it's that easy to characterize them as being satisfied probably is lack of awareness and exposure that is making them feel so. Because the few things that we discussed today, and infrastructure, garbage, energy requirement, healthcare at affordable cost, those are real issues for everybody, right? I mean, whether you're in pin code 4001 or somewhere deep into the interior, somewhere in Jharkhand, I think that's a real challenge, and that speaks to what all of us are seeking to solve for. Maybe you want to.
And I think satisfaction assumes that the world is as still as you are. The world is changing. I mean, talk to a person in Delhi. They don't want to live in Delhi anymore because the AQI levels have dropped. So even if you don't want to do anything, the world will force you to act at some point. The question is at what threshold? So things are going to change. You know, the climate is a real situation, traffic is a real situation, the prices are increasing. So all of that will kind of induce that change. Maybe we are satisfied because I call it the cheapest drug delivery machine that we have, the phone, because it constantly gives you dopamine. I think that probably gives that sense of satisfaction. I'm going back to the thing about how we are. I mean, we have maids coming in Bangalore saying, I cannot come today because I have to make a reel. So that's exactly, this is the reasons quoted. So we are completely caught up in this sloppy side of creator economy, sloppy side of social engagement, the AI slop that we're engaging with, because that's giving us this rush for that momentarily symptomatic relief of, forgetting all other stress. And that's probably something that I worry about more. I've stopped using WhatsApp for the last 5 years. That still doesn't mean that I'm digitally disconnected. I get dragged into all of these. So we live in a distraction economy.
You stopped WhatsApp for 5 years?
Yes. I mean,
you need the Bharat Ratna, boss.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult.
Very nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to say two things. One, while it may be a relatively smaller portion of the population today, the fact is there are probably still at least 200, 250 million people who are living on barely marginal earnings. And I don't think they'd be very happy to be told that they are, reasonably satisfied with their lot. And progressively above that as well. I think everyone compares. As you rightly said, I think it's also a function of what you're comparing with. So as more people have better things in life, you also want the good things in life yourself. But I want to raise a point which has been a lot in the news recently, which is linked to kind of what you said, which is what is the aspiration, ambition of Indian business? And I think the data point a lot of people allude to is for the longest time, between 0.6 and 0.7% of GDP, of which around private sector is 30-40%, has stayed at around, that's the investment in R&D, right? 0.6 to 0.7% GDP is the spending on R&D and innovation. And when people ask why aren't more Indian companies world leaders in technology and so on, part of the problem is we spend so little. And that doesn't seem to be the ambition and appetite. Now we're beginning to see some of it at the unicorns and startups, but a lot of the large corporates who dominate the Indian industrial landscape haven't yet demonstrated that risk-taking interest and willingness. And the question is, are they just comfortable, happily complacent, occasionally make the odd acquisition which brings in something that allows them to continue to shore up their top line and to some extent the bottom line, but ignoring the vast sets of challenges the country has and the opportunities to make a difference, which will require innovation, cost reduction, very interesting ways of creating new business models. So there is a question to be asked about whether there is something in our temperament and attitude which is holding back significant parts of the business world. And the more again we talk about it, perhaps that realization will also create some stakeholder pressure to do more.
That point is probably where one of the earlier discussions we had, right? Managing the near-term versus the longer-term conflicts that corporates have. If I put in X billion dollars towards investment, I have so much to answer for. South Korea probably is one of the examples, right? In the 60s and 70s, how they motivated industry. I think the public policy, which you alluded to, government, industry, even our PLI schemes to some extent are that, right? Can that be at scale? Because there has to be in a market like ours developing that, how does the government, don't want to use the word subsidize, but some kind of support for this to flourish. Otherwise, this debate will keep going on. All of us are aware, if any corporate is aware that it's certainly, I think the statistic is at least 2% should be the spend for R&D.
So China is between 2 and 3
that's what-
on a GDP that is, you know,
But
8 times.
8 times our size. So that is the challenge. But yeah, how are we on questions, or do we wrap it up? Wrap it up. Somebody says wrap. But I see one hand going up. If it's a shorter question and only a question, please go ahead. You can scream. Did he say nobody?
Hello everyone, my name is Bharat Purohit. I am into Irish renewable energy and I'm a chartered accountant. My question is rather an extension of the learned professor's question on sustainability, wherein the big data centers are coming up and they require a lot much of natural resource, which is to cool their data centers. My understanding is that water has to run through them so that they can be at a specific level of temperature and not overheat rather. This is a problem that was faced in US, wherein big data centers were coming up and they were reducing the water there, the potable water rather. So the industry leaders, it's rather a friendly panel for me because I can associate with the names. I have used ONDC associated with Dr. Reddy's for quite a while. The Tata Salt also wish to drive a Range Rover someday. But how does the industry leader, or rather the key players here, see that they will be using these large learning models in their daily lives? If not themselves, then the employees at a certain level. But when it comes to sustainability, we are not only going to use it today. It is also needed at a certain point in future. So how do we tackle this specific problem? Because I had seen a lot many podcasts but couldn't arrive at a solution. Energy consumption is there in each ticket of ChatGPT or any LLM.
You know, it's just what Musk spoke about of social abundance. Musk and Larry Fink had this interview and talking about data centers in the space, right? So there is a debate, but those are again investments.
Yes.
And
Just
costs.
one quick update from any of the panelists would be really helpful.
So I have a very contrary view here, so maybe I'll go first and leave it as a thought, right? When the first set of computers came in, you know, many of you have used your PCs, you know, they made this large noise and a big fan in it and so on, to the point of where you have a MacBook Air today with no fan on it, for instance, right? I think we are at the very, very early stage of this entire AI journey. We've just started, so we're going to be energy inefficient. Any problem, I mean, if you see human evolution, we always start off creating something in a very, very energy inefficient way. Tapping two stones together to make fire, for instance, right? That kind of stuff. So I think you have to see it in the perspective of that journey. And to judge the technology or judge the evolution of a technology when it is very, very nascent, we're probably not even like born in the large scale of where AI will be in the next 20 years, maybe when we say 2047. I think to judge it too early, to kill it so quickly, with all this talk is the right push. It's an important problem to solve. If it scales just the same way, it's going to be unsustainable. So I think all the questions are right, but I think they're just being asked too early and too soon, in my view. And I think we have to just watch it for the next 2 to 3 years at least. In the AI scale, as I see it, every 6 months is probably a revolution, if not more. So I think we should just probably watch it for the next 3 to 5 years before we judge it too early. Who knows, maybe we'll have a modular nuclear reactor powering the DC, for all you care, right? We don't know. We don't know what it will shape up to be. And I think we have to, the need that the population, to solve population scale problems, that we need AI is a no-brainer. We cannot solve it and we cannot shy away from this technology. How will we do it more and more efficiently is a problem for us to solve, and I'm sure we'll
And
solve
responsibly.
And just another point to add, that is the second part of the equation is in terms of what do you use AI for? Like for my 15-year-olds really gets upset when I use AI for something that I shouldn't be using AI for, right? So I think the education, the awareness from how do you use a technology which is so powerful so that we don't really drain the resources that it is using in the back end, and building that awareness, building that thing is the second part of the equation.
Great. I think we've had a fascinating round. The job of a moderator is to bring about some kind of integrate the content. But it's hard to integrate 5 people who have spoken about such a range of topics. I'll only say that the pitch is turning like crazy, and we are playing in a different wicket, right? Or even worse, everybody is becoming an all-rounder, and we are worrying who's going to stay in the 11. So I think the overall picture is very clear. There's tons of opportunity as India is. The Viksit Bharat design destination is clear. In my very simplistic view of life is a platformization is a huge opportunity to make more reach happen, right? We have examples of NPCI, UPI, to my mind, is one of the finest real-life examples that all of us are watched in our own lifetime. Not lifetime, in the last 10 years. As a banker, I've seen in the early 2000, mid-2000, if I suggested technology-based solutions, many would laugh us out of the room. In 2010, 11, when this started and where we are in 26, it's two different worlds. So I do believe the very same nation which is sort of dismissive of some of the earlier things, like Fani pointed out, we are at that AI 101 probably, right? So there is a remarkable scope, and I passionately believe that inclusion will happen only with all this. And a lot of debate, which Indians are great at. And there's one point, Jugaad works. Everything, the last mile is what we solve with the last minute. Talking of last minute, Sujit was a last minute in today's session. He cracked it, right? So we are a last minute, last mile nation. We must be happily dissatisfied to get the outcomes we want. We are playing in a very, what shall I say, crumbling pitch. But I think we have all-rounders to take care of the game. So thank you very much on behalf of the panelists. They were outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Shyam Srinivasan, for expertly moderating the panel. I request all of the panel to be on the stage. And thanks all of the panelists as well as the audience for engaging discussion. May I now request Professor Ashok Banerjee to kindly come forward and present mementos to the moderator and panelists as a token of our appreciation. Request everyone to be on the stage for a group photograph.
Group maybe also. Folks, can I request everybody to stand up for a second? You have a tradition.
Thank you, everyone. So now we will break for lunch. Yeah, we will we'll have 40 minutes for the lunch. Take this as an opportunity to connect with the fellow participants as well. And we have, exciting sessions, fireside chat, as well as a corporate success stories coming up. So, we request everyone to be back by 2 o'clock.
चीज़ों के जो आंसर्स हैं वो इस फॉर्मेट में फिट नहीं होंगे। तो एनीवे आप जो भी पूछेंगे बंद कर दो। हाँ हाँ, नहीं मैं बैठिए। Sorry. Yeah, agar we'll ask someone if they can bring some warm water. So your area of interaction in IIM Udaipur is? Strategy. Oh, great. बैठिए ना. अच्छा. तो मैं स्ट्रेटेजी में मैं 3 सवाल पे स्ट्रेटेजी डिस्कस करता था. Who are you? Where do you want to go and how do you want to reach there? मतलब this is good for individual, good for organization, good for country. मतलब आप कहाँ हो, कहाँ जाना चाहते हो और कौन सा रास्ते से. And then you have a finance, operations. Sorry. हाँ, तो वो कैसे जाना पहुँचोगे, मतलब हाउ डू यू प्लान टू रीच देयर. तो जैसे मतलब जैसे हम लोगों ने फिलोसफी में पढ़ा होगा कि फलाने महात्मा को लगता है कि मोक्ष प्राप्ति के ये रास्ते हैं. सो इट इज़ अबाउट काशी जाने से अगर मोक्ष मिलता है तो काशी, इवन इफ यू एग्री दैट काशी जाने से मोक्ष मिलता है, लेकिन काशी जाने के लिए आप कहाँ बैठे हो उससे फर्क पड़ेगा ना. इफ यू आर नॉर्थ ऑफ काशी देन यू विल मूव नॉर्थ टू साउथ. इफ यू आर साउथ ऑफ काशी यू विल मूव साउथ टू नॉर्थ. एंड देन मीन्स भाई आप चार्टर प्लेन लेके जाओगे, वॉक करके जाओगे, पद यात्रा करोगे, या कैसे. एक्चुअली ह्यूमन सोसाइटी के इवोल्यूशन में ये सब चीज़ें थी तो सिंपल. धीरे 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 जो सुपर स्पेशलाइजेशन आने लगा तो इस एरिया में देन वी हैव ए लॉट ऑफ डेप्थ, बट लार्जर फ्रेमवर्क रिमेन्स मोर और लेस सेम. एनीवे, तो कितना ओल्ड है IIM उदयपुर? 2011. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. 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 Oh, great. This institute is based at? Bandra. Okay. Sorry. Sure. Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon. Ishwar. हाँ, हाँ, बताइए. At? Okay, okay. Good, good. Very good. I'm Executive Director in Ministry of Railways. Yeah, Delhi. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. True. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are using in some of our problem statements. Yeah. Sorry. जब भी आपका क्रिटिकल मास हो जाए, है ना, डोंट वरी इसमें. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Gati Shakti program was launched in 2021. So it was 13th October. Then all these technology and mechanism, institutional mechanism and processes, it started mainly from June 22. So I was associated with this from June 22 up to August 25. from 1st September, I moved to new position. Yeah, yeah. So, no project of government of India above 500 crore will be sanctioned without it is being planned on National Master Plan portal and has followed these processes of Gati Shakti framework. There is one network planning group. So 8 infrastructure ministry, railway is one of them, Niti Aayog, DPIIT, that is Ministry of Commerce, Defense Forces. So 8 ministries and DPIIT are part of this mechanism. Then Niti Aayog, Defense Forces, and whichever ministry has a role for that particular project. So 3 years plus I was part of that network planning group. Now, as a part of NPG member, it is not my job only to get a railways project appraised through NPG. I also need to comment on when civil aviation projects are there, when Ministry of Ports projects are there. So, unless there is consensus in NPG group, so NPG, that project will not get through. Now, when that project finally goes for that, like each of the ministry has their own system of getting it finally sanctioned by competent authority. So let us say in case of railways, 1,000 crore and above, it will go to CCEA, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. Now, before it is sanctioned by CCEA, personally each of these projects are presented to Honorable PM. And that PMO team which deals with transport sector will have this tick box that NPG has recommended, Niti Aayog has given comments, Finance Ministry has what are their views, and interministerial consultations. So this mechanism, many projects. First meeting, the ministry came up with some project. So and then NPG has not agreed to. So they go back, they change their planning, and then they come back. So initial phase, what you basically wanted to ask about challenges. So these were the challenges. That first phase is for any change, denial. That why should I do it? And if I know someone, why should I agree to or abide by their directions? But if you know, we will put our recommendations on paper. So in one of the case, one of MMLP project, it reached PMO. They would have shown that they checked all boxes. So PMO, when before presenting to PM, they said, go and talk to railways. So that day, that CEO of that particular organization of Ministry of Road, he called up and he said, boss, बहुत urgent है, क्योंकि वो PMO जब तक आपसे बात नहीं करेंगे तब तक वो आगे नहीं बढ़ाएगा. So that level of मतलब और उसके बाद भी अगर if there are some compulsions, then project will go. But yes, system improvement में बहुत सारी चीजें improve हो गई इसमें. Because आम जनता को तो पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि ये सारी चीज हो क्या रहा है. क्योंकि जो आपने कहा ना, जो यहाँ पे भी बात हो रही थी, silos, मतलब silos, where silos are not there. Private organization में भी है silos, है ना? Hello, fine, better. But yeah. So still having that throat issue. So that is why I came late and I didn't want to disturb people. Sorry. Delhi weather is absolutely different. Yeah, yeah. अब दिल्ली में क्या होता है ना, पूरा दिन ऑफिस में आप बैठे हो, इट्स ए कंट्रोल्ड एनवायरनमेंट. मोमेंट यू स्टेप आउट इन द इवनिंग और वो टेम्परेचर ड्रॉप होता है 7 डिग्री 8 डिग्री का. और मॉर्निंग इफ इट इज ए सनी डे 25 डिग्री इज देयर. वो शाम को ऑफिस से बाहर निकले तो 17 डिग्री 16 डिग्री. देन नेक्स्ट 2 आवर्स 5 डिग्री मोर डाउन. इसमें कहीं ना कहीं जब भी सीजन चेंज होता है, एक्सट्रीम कोल्ड में नहीं होता. चेंज जब भी होता है नवंबर दिसंबर में या ये जनवरी बाई फरवरी. सॉरी.
Request everyone to settle down. We'll get started with lunch event in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good break and a delightful lunch. We now move to the highlight of today's program, IDC 2026, the Corporate Success Story session. This segment is dedicated to practical insights from leaders who have translated strategy into measurable outcomes, navigated complex operational challenges, and delivered sustained value for stakeholders. The corporate success story will be delivered by Mr. Kamlesh Gosai, Executive Director, Traffic Commercial General at Ministry of Railways. Mr. Gosai is a senior leader entrusted with oversight of operations across a vast and complex national network. He possesses extensive experience in operational strategy, stakeholder engagement, and implementation of customer-centric commercial initiatives. Mr. Gosai's work exemplifies how disciplined execution, strategic collaboration, and a relentless focus on service quality can materially enhance both operational delivery and commercial performance. In this session, we will hear a concise, experience-driven presentation that illuminates how public sector leadership and commercial acumen can combine to drive operational excellence. The focus will be on real-world approaches to traffic management, customer service, revenue optimization, and collaborative delivery models that create impact at scale. Attendees can expect clear examples, lessons learned, and actionable takeaways that are relevant to both policymakers and industry practitioners. May I now invite Mr. Kamlesh Gosai to the stage to present corporate success story. Mr. Kosai, please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with a warm round of applause.
Sorry. Good afternoon to you all. So first of all, thank you very much to IIM Udaipur under leadership of Professor Banerjee, Sri Chandrasekharji, Professor Jijo. So thanks to their efforts that I have this opportunity to have interaction with the audience on this very important program of Government of India, that is Gati Shakti program. So what we'll try to cover during next 20 to 30 minutes, what is Gati Shakti program at the national level when it was started, what were the objectives, how railway used this program for the infrastructure planning of projects, and what are other opportunities of this Gati Shakti framework if we want to use it for the country, for all other sectors. We had a very interesting discussion during the day, first half. So many of the issues were discussed about sustainability and inclusion and last mile, first mile connectivity and technology. And so somewhere all of these issues are also integrated in this Gati Shakti program. So before we move to Gati Shakti, brief about Indian Railways. Broadly, all of us we know, we call it lifeline of nation. So last year we moved 1617 million ton of cargo. So when we say that 1617 million ton of cargo, how does it mean for the economy? So half of which was something around 45 to 50% is coal transportation, then steel, and then cement and food grain, fertilizer, etc. Then we have a vast network, 68,000 plus track kilometer, we have a 7,000 plus stations, we have a approx 90,000 plus coaches and 4 lakh plus wagons, and this is how we move nation. Prior to Corona, on any single day we were moving 2.4 crore passengers. So approx 850 crore people in a year. Post-Corona, it has slightly come down, so somewhere around 750 crore in a year. Again, this is likely to go to 1,000 crore. Now, we talk about where are we right now, where do we want to go, Viksit Bharat we talk about 2030 plus. So present $4 trillion plus economy, 7 to 10 trillion dollar, and then to something around 35 to 40 trillion dollar by 2047. When we say that 2047, 35 to 40 trillion dollar, how does it translate in terms of requirement of sectors? Or let us put it other way around, that is it possible to reach that 35 to 40 trillion dollar without your all major sectors functioning according to that level of activity? So you need a power production, you need a coal movement, you need a steel production, then you need a cement production. We are only talking about major sectors of economy, and accordingly that other freight transportation. Population something around 140 plus crore, likely to go up to 170 crore. Urbanization is increasing. Per capita income will increase, and then your transportation demand will increase. How many of us are aware about this? There was one report called Technology Vision 2035. Have you heard about this Technology Vision 2035? Okay, so one aspect of this Technology Vision 2035, it has a sectoral specific chapters, and with respect to transportation, there was one topic discussed about how would be life space in 2035. For the ordinary person, how does it mean when you say country has grown to 35, 40 trillion dollar or maybe 15 trillion dollar 2035? If we talk about that first mile, last mile connectivity, so how does it relate to them? So few factors I would like to just share with you. What were mentioned in that technology vision? That any person from anywhere in the country should be in a position to reach national capital within 8 hours. And this is other than naturally air transportation. Then any person from any part of that particular state should be in a position to reach state capital 5 hours, district headquarters 3 hours, and any city of the country, point A to point B, it should not take more than 1 hour. So broadly, we know what are our aspirations for Viksit Bharat. What is population going to be? With the help of Gati Shakti, I will mention that we know exactly where the population is. And technology is also available where we can correlate that particular cluster of population, what are their present level of infrastructure connectivity. So school, how many kilometers far away? Health unit, primary health unit, how many kilometers far away? Anganwadi, then everything is possible with that technology of Gati Shakti. And Gati Shakti, when we say Gati Shakti, it's basically geospatial, geoinformatics. And who said that we use only geospatial, geoinformatics? With the help of other technologies, AI and other technologies, how can we leverage this entire framework to arrive at those goals of inclusion and sustainability and first mile, last mile connectivity, etc. So, two parts, freight portion and passenger portion. Passenger, as we said, 1,000 crore, that is one number that we would be achieving. Then if we talk about freight transportation, so railways, freight, that overall freight transportation basket, we are somewhere around 27 to 29%. Volume-wise, then net ton kilometer basis, and revenue-wise. So volume-wise, it is something around 27, 29. If it is a by railable cargo, railable means anything which has to move from one part of Hyderabad to other part of Hyderabad will not come to railways. So by way of railable cargo, that is something around 35%. Now, this 5,700 million ton is likely to be 8,500 million ton. And TV, technology vision, was mentioning about 12,000 million ton, 2035. So, whatever be the numbers, it may be 8,000, it may be 9,000, it may be 7,500 million ton, depending upon various other factors. If you have issues in other sectors, maybe you are 3 years behind achieving those figures. But again, if we have to transport 9,000 million ton, and how should it be transported from country's point of view? We have those normal choice of modal transportation, that modal share. Can we take everything by water transport, which is the best possible choice for the society? That cost to economy, water transportation is best, followed by rail, then followed by other modes of transportation. So there is one, if we talk about railways, so aspiration of railway and requirement of the country is that railway should reach to 45% share. In long-term basis, and medium-term it could be something around 35% freight share. This is broadly distribution of various commodities carried by railways. Now here, let us put what other ministries are forecasting. Because if railway says that we will create infrastructure, is it for the railways? So what are the expectations of other ministries? Each of the ministries or each of the sectors have their own requirement, projections, that coal ministry, their present, whatever is production, production from thermal fuel. So the production of coal was something around 1,000 million ton last year. It is likely to reach 1,500 million ton. Steel transportation, steel production was something around 153 million ton last financial year. And Steel Policy 2017 says that 300 million ton production capacity, sorry. Again, the revised document is likely to be something around, pegging it 400 million ton. And for the benefit of audience, 1 million ton of steel production requires something around 4 to 5 million ton of transportation. So raw material and finished steel put together, it is 4 to 5 times transportation. Cement, that production capacity is something around 600 plus million ton, 650 or something. Actual production was 400 plus million ton, 420 or 440, is likely to be 750. And all these figures are for next 5 to 8 years. So when we say that all these sectors are likely to be at certain point, then what are the possibilities of providing them transportation infrastructure? And infrastructure with a reduced logistic cost. So these are major initiatives of Ministry of Railways to cater to various transportation demand. So passenger demand and freight demand. So we have a economic corridors, we have planned something above 400 plus projects with a 40,000 plus track kilometer using this Gati Shakti framework. And then 2 dedicated freight corridors are there, few more are under examination. Then how do we improve our terminals? That is passenger terminals and freight terminals. Okay, so we had using Gati Shakti framework, we had 3 corridors planned, energy, mineral and other commodities corridor. And then we call it, we have some concept of GQGD, that is golden quadrilateral and diagonals, for metros and their diagonals, connectivity. So projects related to GQGD, because that only this route, which was 16% of our total infrastructure, railway infrastructure, and was carrying something around 55 to 60% of transportation. This for, and if you analyze, all government of India's initiatives are aligned to this for connectivity of Delhi, Mumbai, Mumbai, Chennai, Chennai, Kolkata, Kolkata, Delhi, and then Delhi, Chennai, and then Mumbai, Kolkata. So that NICDC's 11 industrial corridors which are coming up is also aligned to these major routes. So now we will come to Gati Shakti part. So this program was launched in 2021, 13th October 2021. And then we started this program has few components. So policy part, structure part, process part, and technology part. So 2022 June onwards, there is one, as per this Gati Shakti program, one national master plan portal is created by BISEG, Gandhinagar, Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Application and Geoinformatics. And then structure is that EGOS, Empowered Group of Secretary, chaired by Cabinet Secretary, guides driving this initiative, propagated, and whatever new requirements are there. There is a network planning group consisting of 8 infrastructure ministry. So this NPG group, any project of transport infrastructure above 500 crore is to be appraised by this mechanism. NPG is supported by technical support unit. Okay. So question, actually in our internal communication, we had put one photograph here to show that message about silo working. So all of us we know, same road could be dug up for multiple reasons. Someone has to put water pipeline, then gas pipeline, and then electrical cables, and then again resurfacing of that road. So how do we avoid? And then one silo working we were talking about, one organ of government does not know what others are doing. So there are issues about coordination, there are issues about multiplicity. So slight deviation about this issue. This audience must be knowing that what is the capex of Government of India, capital expenditure plan, any broad figure? Okay, so 11,20,000 crore was for this year. Previous year it was 111, and actual and upcoming for 26-27 will be knowing day after. So out of these 11 lakh crore, 55% is road and rail. And maybe on same alignment, Ministry of Road is planning multi-laning and Railway is also planning multi-tracking. Now, there could be a situation whereby both projects are required, but at least we should have a conscious decision that we have examined that multi-tracking of railways are also required on this route and multi-laning of roads are also required on this route. And these were the issues of coordination. Now, again, we don't want to say that everything was bad before Gati Shakti, but there were multiple issues which are being addressed by this mechanism. So, how ministries would be intimating the other departments? So, Ministry of Railway, once project is sanctioned, will intimate respective ministries. The same way is for others. So, two broad objectives of this program: integrated planning and faster execution for achieving those Viksit Bharat goals. And when we say integrated planning, that all relevant stakeholders are to be, those consultations to be held before actual planning of projects or finalization of scheme. And I'll not talk about other ministries. My ministry, I'll say that once our senior management went to one of the zonal railways, and the then senior functionary of that zonal railway complained that, sir, my 4 projects are on the verge of getting sanctioned, but Gati Shakti people are asking us to do stakeholder consultation. So, as it happens in government, that I received a message. So someone said, "अच्छा क्यों कर रहे?" मैंने कहा, "सर, उसको डांट पड़नी चाहिए. If the projects are sanctioned and then you will go and do stakeholder consultation, what are the uses?" And it has happened. It may not come to the knowledge of the public. That, let us say, if Ministry of Railway has done some planning of this project and road is not aware about, because on particular day when Ministry of Railway went there, on field it was clear. Ministry of Road went there, on field it was clear. Maybe same piece of land are taken in cognizance by both the department. That is one part. One actual incident that Ministry of Road said, we have this project sanctioned and we have not taken the estimate of road over bridge. So wherever you have a railway track and road has to pass through that track, so either RUB or we will have a level crossing. So for all new projects, we try to avoid level crossing gates. So what is it exactly in terms of this National Master Plan portal? This portal has a multiple ministries, departments, the data layers are there. And attributes of those data layers are there. So by having these are some example, that when we say Ministry of Railway, so all tracks are available on that. What are the attributes of those tracks? Single line, double line, triple line, quadruple line, where all level crossing gates are there, where all ROBs, road over bridges are there, RUBs are there. So these data layers are available. Then we also have a state governments and UTs, Union Territories data layers. We also have a other ministries data layers, like Ministry of Road, Ministry of Telecom, Ministry of PNG, Petroleum and Natural Gases. So when we plan, we exactly know that how many gas pipelines present and how many upcoming pipelines we need to cater to. We call it utility shifting. And then vertical clearance of electrical transmission lines. So what did we do in railways? So we have a one Gati Shakti directed at the national level. We also have a Gati Shakti units at the division level. Then we have these 4 principles when we plan our projects: integrated planning, multimodality, logistic efficiency, and then stakeholder consultations, and how do we improve logistic cost. So broadly, these 3 areas which we at this stage cover for planning of railway projects. So one part is demographic part, that when you have this line, proposed line, new line, so you know that how many states, how many districts, how many tehsils, how many villages are there. And let us say for the purpose of economic analysis of this project, so there are buffer tools. If you put point A to point B, there are buffer tools of 10 kilometer, 25 kilometer, whatever number you want to put. By putting that 25 or 50 kilometer, we exactly know as on date how many power plants are there in the radius of this proposed project line, or what are all other assets, cement plants, refinery, petroleum refinery, steel plants, everything. And then what are the technical aspects for using this Gati Shakti platform? By using this program, some example, one is there is a facility of dynamic planning, that you define your parameters, that we need a right of way of 30 meter. And these are no-go areas, that I cannot pass through population, that habitation. I will avoid every existing industrial units and mines and other issues, and try to minimize the forest that interface with the forest. So the best position is we avoid 100% forest. If not, then what are the next possible? Then it can also calculate that what all our cutting fillings are required for this project, because some where you have a cutting is required, somewhere you needed to fill up those pits. These are some examples. It can also give you exact number of trees to be cut. Again, everything of this depending upon quality of data. So there are data protocols, there are SOPs, that what kind of data layers ministries will do, what are the periodicity they will change their data. So these are various tools available. Railway specific, we discussed that what do we want when we plan our projects. So we want no-go area, that these are the areas we need to avoid. Then we want to know upcoming projects of other ministries. And then we want to know utility shifting. Then there are alternate analysis are available. That we have 3 options, 4 options, 5 options is possible. So it can exactly give you that option 1 may be reducing your total cost, but then you require 10% of land is forest land. So depending upon those criticalities, we arrive at a decision. So then we have a railways planning is at the national level, where we use this portal. We also have our zonal teams and divisional teams which are working with various stakeholders. These are various ministries, projects and programs. We have a traffic survey. I mentioned about that we have that option of what all industrial activities and where all we have that possibilities of production units and requirement of port connectivities and everything is there. I'll take 2 minutes. So now this is an actual case study of one project we have planned, and whatever I mentioned is through this example. So here you can see this is basically to avoid forest. So here you can see that forest layer that we need to take the tour. This is about all activity centers, economic activity centers, that coal mines of Singareni coalfields, then cement clusters, then other industries. So this project of Malkangiri Pandurangpur, of from our perspective, South Central Railway only. So then one of the tool is about hydrology related data. That by having a historic data of 50 years plus, exactly it gives you that what is the span of bridges required for passage of water, peak and average. And apart from providing this connectivity, it is also creating an alternate route, because this existing major route, Chennai-Kolkata, that multiple storms in this area, so many a times we need to close that. So this is connectivity to industry, river bodies, ROB, RUBs, land details. So land for those states, something around 18 to 20 states data are available. So exactly by planning this alignment, what all lands are to be acquired, government land, forest land, and private land, and in case of private land, what khasra number and survey number, and what are the cost of that land also. This is forest sanctuary, and this is about tree cutting, soil type, tourism connectivity, tribal village. This is about what I was mentioning, that we have a data about entire population, 140 plus crore people. Then whatever criteria we want to put here, we can use it for planning. So last slide. So did it help? Whatever this we are talking about Gati Shakti. So in case of railways, prior to 20 to 23, the previous 3 years, total projects sanctioned were 20, 7, 6 and 7. And in that next 4 years, financial years, something around 250 plus projects, 300 approx. So it has helped us a lot. So that's all about the presentation part.
So kindly be on the stage. We will now proceed to the question and answer segment of this module. And to moderate the discussion, I will now invite Professor Jijo Matthew to the stage, please. And I request Mr. Kamlesh and Professor Jiju to kindly take the seats.
So thank you, sir, for sharing details of this project. And I would say that this is one of the probably the best kept secrets. I think, most of us or some of us wouldn't have even heard of it. And I think this is one project probably is bringing to reality what India wants to achieve. So it is a mammoth program.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions to start with, and then I'll ask the audience, but I think just to start off, I just want to ask you, in terms of this project, how does it translate to benefits for the industry, right? Does it reduce the cost of transportation? How does it benefit?
So when we talk about transportation choice, that various modes of transportation. So major two modes of transportation is on that in the country are road and railway. So road including all parameters are 70+%. So Niti Aayog's one study mentioned about that cost of transportation by road per ton kilometer is something around 3.6 rupees. And cost of transportation, that material by rail is about 1.6 rupees per ton kilometer. Other than this cost, then there is a other sustainability issues. That CO2 emission in road transportation is something around 110 gram vis-a-vis 11 to 15 grams in railway transportation. So by having this, when we say that by using technology, is on that we have not reached that stage. But can we put using technology that exactly these are the commodities and these are the odimetric will be done by railways, this will be done by water transportation, this will be done by road. And that's a huge benefit to the country and society.
Now, I also just wanted to know this sort of a program, probably we don't brag too much. What part of this project is sort of a first of a kind, best in class, that we can brag to the world? Anything that you feel is
okay. So this entirely, this National Master Plan, it was not within India. This has been demonstrated to various countries of the world. And such a scale, such a technology, maybe bits and pieces, many other countries or many other organizations might be using geospatial and geoinformatics. But on such a scale, comprehensive utilization, I've only spoken about transportation part. The government is also using it for social sector also. So that's a beauty about this entire National Master Plan portal and the relevant, related structures and processes of this program.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now I'll open it up for the audience, I think, for questions. Srijit? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Professor Nagendra. You mentioned about rupees per ton kilometer in rail being cheaper than road. That has an implicit assumption that you require a minimum tonnage and a mileage in terms of a rake load maybe, and maybe 400, 500 kilometers plus. That's when it becomes more competitive. So how can railways be more competitive in terms of transit time and cost, where you have a vast majority of companies having loads which are not rake loads? So how can, therefore, railways become competitive there compared to road?
Okay. So let us try to understand. Coal, maybe smaller distance, peated power plants, or maybe very small distance, is not to be transported by road. We can't have coal from Ib Valley to be transported by road to Punjab power plants. So I mentioned one word, railable cargo. So anything which is railable within 200 kilometers, that cost of first mile, last mile, if we add up, then maybe the better choice is road. But about this quantity part, there is a container transportation. The total containerization in the country is very less with compared to the developed countries. So more of containerization you have, then more of this transportation by rail is more feasible, and including last mile, first mile connectivity, because then you have to just pick up the container and put it on trailer. So about faster movement, again, these western and eastern dedicated freight corridors, those were planned based on economic activity on this area. So now something around 70 plus hours of transportation from Dadri to JNPT, it has come down to something less than 30 hours. So this is how time is being saved. More transportation by rail will help economy. No one is, as a country, we need not to aspire for that everything is to be put on rail. Short distance, wherever there is, again short distance, larger volumes, there are closed circuit, MGR models are there within port, within steel plants, those are by rail. So again, best possible combination we need to work out. So as I said, that when we talk about 10,000 million ton, 10 years, 15 years down the line, what would be from country's perspective, you would like to put it on rail, road and other modes of transportation. Right. Thank you. Sorry.
Srijit, first of all, I wish I had seen this slide 25 years ago. We have been hearing think big and outcomes have to be measurable. It was so simply put, so absolutely brilliant, brilliant.
Thank you.
Two questions. This in such a big organization, what is the model you deploy for innovation? It could be in identifying, you just measure, that's one metric as to freight cost per kilometer. That's good, but there would be many. What's the model? And secondly, you spoke about cross-ministry. I think you referred 12 or 30 ministries. What is the issue resolution mechanism with some examples? So these two, if you can help, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
So mechanism within ministry and interministerial. So as I mentioned, prior to this Gati Shakti framework, I said that we don't have to think that everything was bad. But the processes were different. There used to be something called interministerial consultation. Interministerial consultation. So in those cases, Ministry of Railway, for example, is planning one project, will be sent to 2-3 ministry, maybe road, maybe Niti Aayog, maybe finance ministry. And then they'll give their remarks. Ministry may agree to, ministry may not agree to. Is on that, under this framework, I repeatedly mentioned, one is technology part, the other one is structure part. So the group is chaired by Cabinet Secretary. So network planning group, where I was representing Ministry of Railways for 3+ years. So if network planning group says that this project has not considered multimodality aspects and will not recommend, will not say we have thoroughly appraised and okay. So that ministry has to go back and do their planning, how to be reworked. Many cases, what we were thinking, discussing about, it is not so easy. There is people at various levels, then they have their own issue. And when this Gati Shakti framework came, there were number of projects which were already in pipeline. So we need to take cognizance of everything. So innovation part, it was at the Government of India level. That we had this platform, we had this mechanism, EGOS, then network planning group, and then now any ministry, if they go to, I was just mentioning one example, in one of the cases of multimodal logistic park, when it reached Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, they said, where are the railways remarks for these projects? At what level of depth of discussions have taken place? And the very next day, the team came to railways. Sir, bole, aaj hi baat karni. So we need to discuss it today only. It will not pass through. So any upcoming metro projects, and if there is any interface of conventional railway line, there has to be a transit infrastructure as a part of that project. Any upcoming port, that has to be Vadhavan port, when it was sanctioned by Government of India, 70,000+ crore, as a part of sanction, road connectivity and railway connectivity were built in that planning process. Detailed planning will be done by respective ministries, that exactly what are the technicalities, etc. But the projects will not move. So yes, railway, what did we do? But we were being a road and railway, as I mentioned, 55% of that resource utilization is there. So railway and road were the early organizations which onboarded. We had a lot of capacity building programs. We had a continuous, and whatever is developed by BISEG, again, that was a learning process because they knew the format part and respective ministry had a domain expertise. So with all these activities, we have reached at this stage. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have one last question on this. I'm a student of IIM Udaipur, alum from there. So I work in the e-commerce space in Amazon, and currently Indian Railways caters to about 11% of the overall transportation for Amazon across the country, right? So I wanted to check with you because I've seen your presentation. You've spoken about all the capital-intensive industries, right, and the kind of rake load that it gets in. But with the kind of e-commerce explosion that India is, I think we've just peeled the layer around this because currently the e-commerce is only 2% of the overall industry. But given how India is scaling up on the space, there's a lot of parcel movement that's happening all across India, right? So has it been accounted in your entire planning for, let's say, 2047 or the upcoming 5 years? Because that's not going to be completely rake loaded. It's going to be more of a parcel load, but that's going to be a significant, percentage of your overall economy as well.
So we call it balance other goods. And when we talk about this 10,000 million ton, after some time, this core sector, their absolute may be higher, but that percentage growth will come from balance other goods. And balance other goods also include containerized movement and thereby small parcel size. So even right now also, we work with Amazon, as you mentioned, that Amazon, in fact, discuss with us what all their future planning about dark stores and etc., where all there are possibilities. But yes, our planning that future maximum growth will happen from balance other goods. And thereby I discussed that when we talk about infrastructure, we talk about networks and nodes. So network is about this track infrastructure. The nodes are about freight terminals and station development programs. And then comes rolling stock, which is freight wagons and coaches. So this is also major activity for us. And one thing I did not discuss while we were mentioning this, that all upcoming industrial assets, you might have observed that how many industrial assets in the country are having a multimodality. It's only majority of them are single transportation mode, that is road. And then after some time you have an ecosystem, you have very little to change. So all upcoming industrial estates, all upcoming multimodal logistic parks, all upcoming even city level logistics is to be taken into account. If Delhi NCR is having something around 3.5 to 4 crore people, what is the consumption of that area? How many million ton of cement is being used in this? And why should entire rake of 2,500 or maybe 5,000 ton move from this place to this place, cutting across city, when your requirement is scattered? So yeah, multiple probabilities are there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think last two questions here.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I might have missed it. I came in a little late. The role of technology, especially for interministerial consultation. The AI is such a perfect tool to redefine the workflow so that the consultation becomes very tight and very quick. Are you using technology for that purpose, or can you comment on it?
Yeah, so interministerial consultation and the role of technology. There are multiple mechanisms under this Gati Shakti platform. One, we discussed about that Gati Shakti, that National Master Plan portal is a upcoming projects of all ministries. Those data layers are there. So that is one part, that technology which was not available 3-4 years back. That today I don't know if I need to plan some project around Patna, that what all projects and on which alignment are being planned by other ministries. So data layers are available. Now one more aspect which we did discuss is that every ministry, while planning projects, need a certain clearances from other ministries and departments. It may be forest department, it may be, if it is utility shifting, we need to talk to Ministry of Power, that transmission lines or gas pipeline, and likewise. So these clearances are brought on platform through technology. What all clearances will be given by railways, and what all clearances are required by railways for project planning and execution of projects. These are broad, multiple, there are hundreds of possibilities, but maybe percolation will take time.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. This was a fascinating presentation. You mentioned about the emission advantage of railways, right? Given the fact by 2026, mid or 2027, we are going to have carbon credit trading scheme live, right? For example, for hard to abate sector for cement, right? Government has already notified the emission intensity reduction targets. So there probably you can think about, or do you have any thoughts about taking the advantage of railway being the cleaner or greener mode of transportation compared to roadways, and that might give you some kind of competitive advantage to regain the market share, because you mentioned 70% odd is roadways and 30% is railways. Probably, so do you have any such thoughts to monetize or take advantage of this kind of?
So we have one portal called Freight Business Development Portal. Now this portal, I think maybe 1st April 23 onwards, with the help of Niti Aayog and other stakeholders, one calculator is, green point calculator is developed.
Yeah, RCP, railway carbon points. But that is only given for, I mean, that's feel-good factor. Yeah.
That is what feel-good factor. You yourself mentioned about that we need some policy framework to get us that.
But given the carbon credit market will be operational, so there is a huge potential to monetize that avoided emission, because every kilometer ton I am sending by railways compared
I
to
get your point.
Yeah.
This is what I want to say, that we, as of now, notionally, had it not been transported by railways, what could have been the impact on environment? That is being captured. Maybe someday a more better calculator is there, and then there is a requirement of that how much of this can be monetized. How much of this can be monetized? Or some policy framework that by choosing, let me share with you, we had a discussion with one of the private sector, international, that multinational firm, and they said, sir, this transportation by rail gets us credit points. So when we go to financial institute, that we need this transport infrastructure, railway transport infrastructure. Later on, whether they use it or not, that is different aspect. That by just having rail transportation, they get a credit points, and which helps them in that finance. And the cost of finance is substantial gain.
Yeah. So thank you for sharing this, the details of this mammoth project. So I just want one last question and a comment from you. I'm sure you've been probably surprised, or sometimes shocked, sometimes pleasantly surprised in implementing this project. Can you share whether was it technology adoption the challenge, or changing the institutional behavior was the challenge? What was more challenging, and was there a surprise?
See, this is my personal experience and understanding also. The most difficult part is human psychology. इंसान ने कानून को पैदा किया, कानून ने इंसान को नहीं पैदा किया है. तो अगर आप उनको समझ ले और उनसे काम करा ले, so then things are, so even best of technology you have, हर एक का अपना अपना होता. मैं अपने स्मार्टफोन का कितना % यूटिलाइज करता हूँ, मतलब in this room that percentage may vary. Technology is available, लेकिन कौन कितना इस्तेमाल करता है वो तो डिपेंड करता है. So the most difficult part, your question is that how do we convince our stakeholders within organization and other organizations. But I had 2 tenures in my academy where we were training our class 1 officers. So my understanding is profile is more or less constant. Any 100 officers you have, 15% of them will be very good sports person, 15% of them will be very good artist, 15% of them may be in having some different skill set, and few percent may be having a multiple skill sets. तो हर organization में more or less यही rule पड़ता है. When we had a internal issues, we also had issues during network planning group. That person coming to this forum and he or she thinks that you are challenging my domain expertise of 30 years. I have been doing this planning for 30 years. So, absolutely fine, sir, madam. We are not telling you that we know better than you. But can you please do it? Otherwise, government may not agree to. So ultimately, at some level, you also need a teeth, you also need a persuasion, you also need a capacity building. You also need to put them to ease. In one example, I'll just tell you, some 20 years back, I was posted in a senior scale of government hierarchy in Ahmedabad. So I came from some other part of the country to reach there. And I said, we used to have like all organizations have a daily positions, etc. So we used to have those daily positions, and those used to be handwritten. I said, कि computer तो आए हुए बहुत साल हो गए, तो ये करेंगे. तो these positions used to be prepared by some people who will be working during night shift, because railway is around the clock organization. And now, after 2 days, 3 people came and said, sir, we will put our resignation. So that was learning point for me. I said कि तुमसे नहीं होगा ना, हम करवाएंगे ना, मैं करवाऊंगा ना, हम साथ में बैठेंगे ना. So at some level it's a psychology. Denial is everywhere. Each of us may be knowing that yoga is good for health, going to gym is good for health, sports is good for health. वहाँ ले जाना. So that is a challenge for every organization, and some of it can be tackled with training, some of it can be tackled with that human approach. So I found that this is that organizational resistance for first few months. Thereafter everyone started doing it. So then there is always 10% for which you have a separate solution.
All right. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, please be on the stage for a moment. Yeah. I would request Professor Matthew to present the memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Gosai.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll now move to the second part of the success stories presentation. The first part of the presentation will be presented by Sriharan, followed by presentation by Bhagavat. So I'll invite Sriharan to come onto the stage and start with the presentation. This is a representation from the campus, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. Over to you. Thank you.
Check. So, as you know, I'm Sriharan. I'm here representing my team. So we did this project as a team, and I'm really thankful for IIM Udaipur for providing platform to do live industry projects with actual industry professionals. So let's jump into the project. What I've built here is a conversational agent, me and my team, for inventory management. So we took a supply chain focus because we are from supply chain management background. So to set the context, just want to say a few basic problems what we deal in the supply chain domain on a daily basis. So a professional often to carry out his day-to-day activities, he goes around scouting for data, spending a lot of time retrieving it, consolidating it, and visualizing it. And that's I would say it's a waste of time rather than spending a lot of time. That's a productivity loss. On the other side, you can take another example where you undergo a disruption in the day-to-day operations, and you'll have to make a very quick decision to mitigate it. And a data-driven decision will be a superior one, but because of the time constraint what you have, you might not be able to do it. So they go with heuristics, which has a higher probability of failure. So what do you think the actual problem is? Is it a non-availability of data? No, it's the timely retrieval of the data. That is what is translating to this productivity loss, inventory loss, and stock out losses. So jumping into the solution what you have designed, it's a conversational agent, and it has a regular chat interface that many of you would have come across. Going into it, you can just simply prompt it with a natural language, and it can retrieve any information that is available in the database and give it to you swiftly within seconds, the timely retrieval that we are talking about. It can also do arithmetic calculations and provide you the output whatever you need just by using natural language. Nothing else, no coding, no knowing of SQL, no knowing of Python, not even knowing of Excel. You can also visualize it instantaneously, just asking for the type of chart that you want. All the Power BI, Tableau and everything, it's here. It's your custom dashboard rather than having a static dashboard. So it's very dynamic, I would say, rather than custom. You can have a dynamic dashboard at your hand. So we are not just stopping there with retrieval and the visualization. Based on the data what you have, you can do a relevant analysis that you don't have to think about. You just have to prompt it. Say you want to do an ABC inventory analysis, you just prompt it with a natural language, and it does the complete analysis for you and also gives you detailed insight on which product you should focus more and which product you should focus less. So this is the functionality of a product. And since it's a proof of concept, what we have built it on is using LangChain for orchestrating this entire agentic workflow. And we have used Gemini 2.5 Flash as the LLM model, which receives the user input and interprets the goal of the user and conveys to a pandas data frame agent that's a Python script writer agent, which does all the manipulation, retrieval, consolidation, and visualizations. And for your reference, the Streamlit is just the UI what you were seeing in the previous slides. So in summary, what kind of solution we are trying to bring about, or what kind of actual problem at the ground that we are trying to solve in the industry is resilience. So we have been told that recent trends in supply chain is building resilience, and having a timely data at your hand will help you mitigate any kind of uncertainties with superior decisions. So this is something that will help you with that. Inclusivity, we are thinking of providing a personal analyst to everyone within the organization without any monetary constraints. So anyone, right from a supervisor on the shop floor or to a person in the boardroom meeting, can have this analyst as their personal assistant to retrieve instantaneous data. It can also improve the productivity. We were talking about it, the waste of time, so that is something. So we envision that this solution can be scalable in different manner as per the needs of the industry professionals and businesses. So one thing is that right now we have the system running with the data on individual systems. We can integrate it to the ERP to retrieve organization-wide information, draw insights on it. We can also make it execute tasks like sending out notifications on the decisions that a professional has made, or even the purchase manager can just type into the chatbot and create the PR instead of going into the dialog boxes and inputting all the dialog boxes and getting it filled. So one more thing that we were also thought through is that for those organizations which are very concerned about the data, you can have an offline model, offline LLM model, so that your data is pretty much secure and you don't have to be bothered about it. So this is what we have developed during the course of the project. I would also like to conclude by introducing my team. My team are Shubhadeep Mukherjee and Akshit Kanoria, and something we really feel proud about it is we are not coming from a digital background. All of us are from manufacturing or logistics or constructions, and we've learned coding literally right after getting into IIMU And that's where we have learned about the AAs and agentic AI, how it works and how to develop and all of this. So we're really proud of whatever we have done so far. And thank you.
Thank you, Sriharan. We'll move to the next part of the presentation. I invite Bhagavat to continue with the next set of presentation. Over to you.
Good afternoon, all. Myself Bhagavat. Like we know this. Like as part of the industry project, we have developed end-to-end supply chain planning dashboard. Basically, our industry project was just forecasting using AML models. So we could have just developed something like a Python module and just deployed it to the client, to the industry, for the industry project. But unless we wanted to develop something intuitive, that is where an idea came, and to create a tool or dashboard, like a supply chain planning dashboard, where the users could interact with the dashboard, users could upload the data and get interactive solutions. This is also a key for digital transformation for Indian manufacturing space, where we know, like in the Indian scope of manufacturing, like we have a lot of SMEs, and they are still relevant. I mean, they are still using Excel-based planning, and they are not resilient. And we have global leaders in the space who use advanced planning systems, and this is not translated to the SMEs and tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers. And this is where our dashboard comes into picture. Here, the users can upload their data and use several modules to get results. Rather than just using Excel, we developed an end-to-end planning dashboard where we have AI-powered dashboard, and it includes key modules like forecasting, inventory planning, production planning, and warehouse planning. And to support all this and to make it interactive, we have an AI chatbot. This is the main key function or main use of this tool or dashboard is its affordable digitization. For small-scale industries, this can be deployed rather than just using Excel. Now let me take you through the dashboard which we have created. So this is the forecasting part, where the user can just upload a sales file in Excel or CSV format, and then map the columns, very interactive, and then they can just use different forecasting models. Like they can just select the forecasting models which they want, like let's say like a moving average or something else, and then they could get interactive results, real-time dashboards, real-time graphs being created. Now, the main part is tools available right now in the industry are require a lot of training. But here, we have just created a dashboard where the user can just go through these I buttons and see what it does, what it means. And it is very interactive, and training time required is very less. Now coming to the other module, it's inventory planning, where the user can just input service level, holding cost, and it will automatically calculate the relevant figures like average reorder point or safety stock. And coming to the production planning, the next one, where the user can just give constraints for their production capacity, and it will develop the plan on when to produce what product and when to release the order for which product. Then this is an interactive tool where let's say you have a product, and your product is selling across India, and you need optimal warehouse locations. And to find that warehouse locations, we have developed this module where the current demand is mapped in the Indian map, and it will have heat maps of the demand, And then we can give input like how many warehouses I want. Like for example, if I input 2 warehouses, like I'm planning for developing 2 warehouses, it will show the locations of the optimal warehouses. Then to support all this and to make it interactive, we have an AI chatbot inbuilt in this dashboard. It is powered by Gemini, and where the users can just give a prompt like what are the optimal warehouse locations, and it will return the values which is already calculated and in a very concise format. So in this way, it's not just analysis part, it's also giving results. It's also interactive, and the users can get real-time results. And coming to the future possibilities, yes, it's not real-time. We can make it real-time. We can make it real-time through API links, etc. And then we can also include some AI-driven for like optimization, like sentiment analysis. And then also we can make it online. I mean, we can deploy it online and make it a mobile first. The users can access through mobile. And then also a sustainability module is in our plan, where we can have a carbon tracking, where we can have a carbon tracking included for like ESG compliance. Then coming to the business impact, yes, we are targeting small-scale industries where they are still relying on Excel-based planning and manual tools, where this dashboard, interactive dashboard, can be deployed, and it can save them a lot of money. Like people can be occupied in other work rather than just focusing on creating Excel formulas. This is my team. The interesting fact, as Sriharan mentioned earlier, we all come from a manufacturing or a logistics work experience, and it is IMU which gave us confidence in building these AI-powered dashboards and gave us conceptual clarity on AI and supply chain management. And special thanks to Professor Sumit sir. He was the industry project mentor, and special thanks to Professor Sridhar sir, and he was our mentor and who gave us more insights on how to develop our dashboards. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhagavat. We will now proceed to the Q&A segment. To facilitate the discussion, may I request the IMU student representatives, Sriharan and Bhagavat, to the stage.
So thanks to both of you.
Me that the aggregation I needed in a day wise, and I had to go back and we have to close the meeting, go back and come again on the next day to wind up the decisions. So that's one thing what made me think that we should have this timely retrieval kind of a system.
Yeah, it's sort of maybe a challenging question, but any guess on the savings that organizations can achieve, the SMEs?
The usual MBA answer, it depends. So when we say it's the productivity that we're talking about, and if you're having a team of 4 people, and I would say there's some 30% of their time, say like the purchase department, 30% of their time goes into retrieval and collection of data based on my working with 3 different organizations. So I think we can, improve the productivity by 30-40%. That's almost equal to skipping one manpower, and that can translate to about 15 to 20 lakhs in terms of CTC. So that is the savings department-wise. When you speak organization-wide, then it can also be exponential or can grow.
Yeah, I know this has been a learning for you, right? A learning journey. This learning, how do you intend to take back into the corporate when you join, or as an entrepreneur? How do you intend to use this?
Going back into the corporate, so I was pretty sure that I knew the operations part of the industries, but I was not sure of the digital part. So I wanted to have a hands-on experience of building such products so that I have the experience of both and I can come up with the most differentiated solution during my corporate journey, and that is why I took up this.
Yeah, so Bhagwat, you spoke about the end-to-end supply chain management, right? Now, I think being an MBA student and come from the industry, did you start looking for, you had some solution in mind, a technology in mind, and you looked for a problem, or you started with the problem and you applied some technology to solve this? What was your approach?
First of all, we didn't have this product in our mind in the starting of the project. So when the project statement was given, I thought of using the usual Excel-based dashboards. But then what we have studied in IMU, like using AI, the core concepts of AI, I thought of using some AI-based models or AI to help create these intuitive dashboards, which can be scalable to a product. So, that is when idea of this dashboard came into my mind.
Yeah. Now, I just also wanted to ask you, how long did you take to develop this, such a solution?
So the project was of 3 months. So I took 2 months to develop this entire dashboard.
So how did you go about it? Anything you want to share? How fast you could learn and how fast you could do?
So the learning, we have AI tools, and it's very easy to learn, we don't have to code. We just have to analyze the code, and the entire code is written by AI agents. So we just have to analyze the code, change it according to our needs. That's what we have done, and it's very scalable, it's very intuitive and fast.
Thank you very much. So I just want to open it to the audience for asking some questions.
Thank you for the insightful presentation, Srijari and Bhagwat, and thank you to the professors for guiding them on such a wonderful work. So, Bhagwat, this one is specifically for you. Somewhere in the presentation I saw that you were talking about scalability required to come in, because I think it was more addressing MSMEs, right?
Yes, sir.
So large companies do use, and particularly I'm referring to a topic like network optimization. Where should you have your warehouses, what size and all that. So they typically use, your linear programming and, those kind of tools. So how would therefore these kind of agentic AI tools gain precedence over such contemporary or maybe such legacy tools so that they also embrace this change faster?
So, like if you talk about warehouse planning, the module which we have used here, it uses concepts like center of gravity, linear programming, but that concepts, the application is done by AI. Like we have not written the code, it's the AI which writes the code, and I just tell the AI which model to use, what method to use, what is the workflow it should follow to build that module.
Thank you. Something on the inventory side also, scalability, how does it come? Because there also I thought you were referring, Srijari, to specifically smaller size organizations.
Sir, actually that is also one of the important factors, because when you talk about AI, it is always with the large scale organizations. This is very simple and very easy to build and cost efficient to build. And I said one of the POC what we have, it runs on the data that is available on individual systems, which more often aligns with that of the situations in MSMEs. Right. So So I think that will help. And on the inventory management, I think with the data what we had, we were able to only do so much.
Right.
But we are in talks with our industry partner that how to bring in the forecasting models.
Right.
So we were wondering if we are able to plug in models and through a tool binding method where we can pass the input parameters to the ML models and retrieve forecasting data.
Right.
So we are exploring on that aspect also, but that is also going to be very cost efficient.
Thank you. Good work done once again.
I think probably last two questions.
Great job. It was
Thank
very
you.
good listening to what you folks have done. So I'm sure there is, thank you. There is this conversation of hallucination and how you go about making sure your model is doing what it is supposed to do. How did you go about doing that function in your model?
So hallucination is strictly controlled by the system prompt what you use. So the larger the system prompt, the more probability that it hallucinates. Right now the data is simple, so we have had only one system prompt in place, and there's only one agent that is receiving the system prompt. Parallelly, I'm working on a multi-agent model where there are multiple system prompts, and the first agent decides to which agent the task has to be assigned depending upon what kind of functionality we have incorporated. Say, for example, if there is forecasting, and then if there is inventory analysis separately, and there are two different factors, and historical sales analysis. So we'll be having three different agents for these three different data sets. And the first agent will decide which one to give it and retrieve it back. So through this methodology, we'll be able to reduce the hallucination a lot. And I think this is how we can manage it. It's basically through system prompt.
Sure.
And also there are guardrails. So using proper guardrails in place. Again, those are again regular natural language stuff that you add it along with the prompt.
Right.
And that will also help you bring down the hallucination a lot.
Sure. Yeah, I think in your case you had more.
So, the industry which we have worked with, so they have given us real-time data, and they have also done the analysis from their side. So we just did our analysis from this using this dashboard, and then we have cross-checked the relevance of both the results, and it was very accurate.
Great job.
Okay, one last question, anybody? Yeah, okay.
It's good to see the two of you presenting, and congratulations, and with open gesture the presentation came out beautifully. My question is very simple, not related to the project, but if you could explain one challenge that you came across the project and how well did you handle as a team? Would love to know that.
Now, one challenge was, like, there were many challenges. One of them, I would say, we were not sure how to build the agentic system in the first place. So what we did was, we split the task. Of course, we were assigned faculty guides, but because it's an AI project, so we split ourselves, and we started reaching out to different faculties, trying to understand what are the methodologies that is available. We reached out to industry sparks, we reached out to professionals who have already worked on the AI platforms, trying to understand what is the best way to solve this problem. And we kind of realized that reaching out to people who has an expertise on that particular domain will help you solve it in a quicker fashion given the short time period that was given us to complete the project.
So for me, I would say the time is the constraint. Like, if I think I could have made this dashboard even more better, if we could have got more perspectives from the industry, and if we have got more time. So that was the challenge for me.
All right. So I just wanted to thank Bhagavat and Sriharan for coming up with this presentation, and I just want to wish you the very best when you get into the industry or be an entrepreneur. Good luck. Thank you.
Request you to be on the stage. We'll now move to the facilitation of students of the IMU for their outstanding performance and the insightful work they have presented at the conference. Their research energy and fresh perspectives are a testament to the next generation of leaders and practitioners. Let us recognize their hard work and congratulate them on this well-deserved honor. We would also like to extend a warm and sincere thank you to the professors and academic mentors who have guided and supported these students. Your mentorship, rigorous standards, and encouragement have been instrumental in shaping these young professionals. Please join me in offering a heartfelt appreciation to the faculty for the dedication to education and excellence. Now I request Professor Jijo Matthew to present the mementos to the students. Thank you, Professor Matthew, and thank you to all our honorees and mentors. Your contribution have enriched this conference and inspired meaningful dialogue. Please remain on the stage for a photograph session.
So much. I know the post-lunch sessions and our eyelids getting heavy, but trust me, our next segment of the program, the fireside chat, is more entertaining than a power nap. This session, we will explore how sports has evolved beyond competition into a powerful form of entertainment, shaping culture, inspiring audiences, and creating new opportunities across industries. Expect thought-provoking insights on the business of sports, the fan experience, and the future of this dynamic space. It is my honor to welcome our distinguished speakers, Mr. Viren Raskina and Mr. Rahul Nagar on the stage, please. Mr. Viren, former Indian hockey team champion, captain and Olympian, and presently the MD and CEO of Olympic Gold Quest, a non-profit organization with the mission to win Olympic gold medals for India. And Mr. Rahul, the co-founder and COO of Straight Bat, is an accomplished endurance athlete. Straight Bat has gained national recognition following a successful Shark Tank pitch in 2025 and is now serving users globally. May I also request Professor Arun to kindly come to the stage to moderate the discussion.
Welcome, Viren and Rahul. Really excited to be not moderating, but just facilitating a conversation between two people who have performed extraordinarily well in their own lives. So we're going to hear about two perspectives, two varied perspectives, right? So from one person who has played at the national level, at the international level, seen how easy or how difficult it is to get into the highest level of sports. And now he's on the other side of it in terms of how he can facilitate a set of budding sports persons to get into the Olympic space and achieve higher levels. So thank you, Viren, for coming over. And we have Rahul, who has a very interesting career, right? So he started off as a technologist, then he moved into sports, and he was telling me that in the remainder of his life is entirely devoted to sports, and he's not going back to corporate. So it's technology and sports that he's going to be interested in. So welcome, Rahul. Really excited to be talking to both of you. Viren, we'll start with you. You have played hockey as a player, and you've seen how the space has evolved from when you have played to right now when you see budding players are taking up more and more responsibilities and operating at higher levels, right? So how have you seen this transition?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be over here. I'll maybe just start with the caveat that I told Professor Shekhar when he had first called and invited me. My wife and daughter were laughing that I'm speaking at a technology conference because I'm the most technology unsavvy person probably in this room. So so kindly forgive me for that. But yes, sport has evolved so much, and especially a game like hockey, which actually many of you all might not know. I feel maximum amount of technology is used in hockey today. I'll give you a couple of examples. My first possible real interaction with technology in hockey was when I was playing in the early 2000s. Number one, I thought the video analysis of the Dutch and German teams was next level. Just quick example, in hockey there are penalty corners, and the Dutch and the Germans would always have their video analyst with the cameras behind the goal, and they would analyze every team. So say the Germans are taking a shot corner against India, India is defending the goal, they would actually be able to see the running out of the Indian defense, the goalkeeper, which angle they're taking, and that information in real time would be given to the bench of the assistant coach and the technology guy sitting with the coach on team. And for the next penalty corner, the German or the Dutch team would get precise instructions whether to flick right top, right down, left top, left down, or which, if they're not taking a direct penalty corner, which indirect variations. So in real time, they were getting information on exactly what was the weak points of the defense. So that was number one. Number two, further on video analysis, I remember when I was part of the Indian team, for us video analysis, we would watch a full 70-minute match and try to figure out on our own what were the strengths and weaknesses of oppositions, etc. It was when you're training for 6 to 7 hours a day, you're too exhausted to be looking at a 70-minute video trying to figure out things yourself. After I retired from the Indian team, I went to Germany to play club hockey for a year. My club was in Stuttgart. My club team had such a top-class video analyst. For the German Bundesliga matches, he would break down the video into 2-minute clips for every single player in the team, sit with the coach. They would call, when you're preparing for matches, they would actually show you only the 2-minute clip that you need to see on the things you did right and things you're not doing so well. In your previous match, the opposition player who you're facing, what do they do really well? What do you need to worry about? So it was broken. The software they were using was so good. The analysts were so in sync with the coach, and they could exactly tell you in 2 minutes what you really need to see. That was number two. And number three, in hockey, as you know, there is rolling substitution. So rolling substitution is like basketball. A player can play, you get tired, the coach pulls you out, and a new player comes in, and that can happen unlimited number of times in a match. Unlike football, where there are maximum of 3, sometimes in some tournaments there are 5 substitutions in a 90-minute match. Hockey, there's no limit on the number of substitutions, there's no limit on the number of times one player can go out and come in. Now, the game of hockey has evolved so much, the pace, intensity has increased so much. What is the repercussions of substitution? Is that when I'm playing on the pitch, I get tired, I go out, so when I come back, my heart rate is again gone down and I'm fresh when I come back on the pitch. So the more number of rolling substitutions are done, you get fresher players on the pitch at all times, which means they can run and play at a higher pace and intensity. Now there was a research study done at the end of the 2004 Athens Olympics where I played, that in a men's hockey match, and that time, if you remember, hockey was 2 halves of 35 minutes. So a 70-minute match. How much was the average number of rolling substitutions done in a men's hockey match at the 2004 Athens Olympics? The answer was 10. The average number of rolling substitutions in a match was 10 in a 70-minute match. Now the same study was done at the end of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, 16 years later. Now hockey has become a 60-minute match, 4 quarters of
15 minutes. Can anyone in the room guess over here, 16 years later, what was the average number of rolling substitutions in a men's hockey match at the 2020 Paris Olympics? Can anyone guess? 25? 50? The average number of rolling substitutions in a men's hockey match at Tokyo 2020 Olympics was 80. 8-0 in a 60-minute match. Australia, who won the Olympic silver medal at Paris, did 120 rolling substitutions on an average in all their 8 matches in the tournament. So that, which means, if you break it down, Australia is doing on an average of 2 substitutions every minute, which means what Australia does is every 2 minutes, 4 new players are coming on the pitch, which further means that when you're playing against Australia, it's like a speeding truck hitting you every 30 seconds. Because Australia is not playing a jogging place, they are only playing at such high pace and intensity and tempo, which you have never ever experienced it in your life in training. Because at domestic hockey, at junior hockey, no coach taught us to play at that pace. And today, every single player in international hockey is playing with a heart rate monitor. So the substitutions in international hockey are not done by the coach. They are done by the sports scientists sitting on the bench. They know from training data what is the optimal level of the player. They know when they're going to go on a downward trajectory. They know exactly how many minutes in terms of endurance they can last at a very high level, and then they'll pull them out and the next set of players comes in. So I think technology is used in a big way in a sport like hockey.
So substitution every 30 seconds, right? So a speeding truck arriving at all of us. Technology has enabled that, right? And as a technologist who's working closely in the sports field, what made this possible?
Okay, the technology, definitely the technology has enabled the decision making. First point I'll take by a very insightful detail that was given by Viren is it was there at the elite level. Okay, now, and they were using training data to also find out whether a player has to be substituted or not, rolling substitution. Now, we have, and we are talking about a journey of last 20 years. From a technology point of view, we have moved from, there's a leap and bounds development that has happened on the technology side. But have we able to get the same technology at the grassroots level? No. The kid who's playing in a school or a college, who is going to be a former Olympian, or rather a future Olympian, does not have access to that technology. Now, how do we decide on what basis are we going to handpick an individual and train him or her to bring it to that particular level? And hence, technology at the grassroots level becomes super important. I have a slightly complementing view on this. There are 2 ways we can look at the technology. One is technology that we are seeing from outside. Most of the camera-based, you'll have multiple cameras. They are looking at the game, they are looking at a training session, they are capturing the information. That's an outside in. But at the same time, if I am running, my leg is doing something, my shoe is doing something, my body is doing something, that technology also, or that data also is supremely important. And if we are able to get that data or that information right at the grassroots level, then our ability to nurture and train the right talent actually goes up big time. Our probability to have the right talent out there becomes super high.
So in the panel discussion in the morning, we had this population scale problem solving that we spoke about, right? And here also we're talking about only an elite group of athletes, in whichever athletes or sports persons, in whichever sports we're talking about, who have access to such cutting edge technology, infrastructure, and advice that is consequent from that. Before UPI came in, we were in a similar situation, right? Can we transpose the UPI into a sports and a technology context? And what will take us to do that?
I'll take that. So let's say if there was a discussion like this 15 years back, and we had in the previous panel some of the folks who had worked in UPI at its initial stages, I don't think many of us would have believed that what UPI did today was even possible. What it did was it democratized. The word democracy came in our previous two panel discussions also. It democratized the usage of technology in fintech, for example. Why can't we have the same democratization in sports? You need to have that technology. And what's common across all the sports? It's the motion. It is, you're playing hockey, you are playing cricket, you are running, there's a motion in an outdoor sport. You need to figure out a way to capture that motion and democratize it and bring that to the folks at the grassroots level. And the way UPI got implemented, the success story of UPI should give us a belief that the same thing is possible if we have a common framework or a common platform in sports, and it can be done across sports. And with some of the institutes that are actually working towards creating that common language, then yeah, it's possible.
Right. And assuming we are able to do that, right, and we have some immediate and longer term goals also that are coming up. For example, the Commonwealth Games in 2030 or the 2036 Olympics bid as well, right? So given your experience at OGQ, having worked with athletes and para-athletes, how do you see this evolving? What kind of change as a user of all of this technology would you want to see in the space?
Yeah, first of all, I think definitely when you look at a more longer term perspective, and as you know, India is bidding seriously for the 2036 Olympics, which is 10 years from now. And I think in several sports, that means today the players who will go to 2036 are probably, depending on the sport, between the age group of 10 to say 14 years old. And I think that's the absolute right bracket to get talented young athletes comfortable with technology in sport. We work today with about 500 of the best young Olympic and Paralympic athletes. And in general, I've seen compliance is a big problem. So compliance from coaches who are maybe insecure about technology in sport, compliance from athletes. One of the big learnings for us, by the way, is why Whoop works better than say smartwatches like Garmin or Apple. I think just the lack of a display monitor actually works better for athletes. The compliance is much higher because I think there's just less pressure and stress on them to constantly have someone looking at your data all the time, to have themselves looking at their data. They're worried if they have slept right or not. They're worried about how much distance they've covered in training. Is the coach tracking me all the time? As opposed to Whoop, where they are not seeing anything and it's only the sports scientist sitting in the back end who's monitoring the parameters, and every equipment throws 100 parameters. What's important is just the 5 parameters in that sport that makes a difference to athletes. And we've seen the younger the athletes, the more easier it is for them to get comfortable with technology. And I think tech in sport is super important just to get preparations better. And confidence and self-belief comes from preparation. If we prepare really well, if we make training loads harder than the loads that they will actually face in competition, then we'll get athletes who are more resilient, athletes who are more able to take the stress and pressure of an international match where your heart rate will go to 200 beats a minute and you get split seconds in a match to execute under pressure. So the preparation that we scout our talent to ensure, as Rahul spoke about the to make it democratic, the use of technology to make it much more affordable. I think that's a big question that we need to solve for, and I totally agree. Other than the elite athletes, right now in every sport, technology is definitely not all pervasive in sport, because just in our very, very tiny subset of the 500 best young Olympic, Paralympic athletes, 95% of them come from actually poor families. 95% of them do not come from Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai. They're coming from small towns and villages. And we have to ensure that those kids get the benefit of the right training methods, the right training technology, the right recovery, the right nutrition, and all of that.
And that is part of the sports science support that OGQ provides.
Absolutely, absolutely. We ensure that in terms of the best physios, the best strength and conditioning experts working with them, the best nutritionists, the best people behind the scenes tracking all their training data, and then giving the right feedback on everything from nutrition to planning. I'll just give you again quickly the example. There was a para badminton player, okay, one of the best, but he kept on losing to this one foreign international player in all the international tournaments. And he kept, from the naked eye, it seemed to us and the coaches that his training loads were not matching the intensity that he faced in matches, but he refused to accept that. We finally managed to convince him to wear a whoop, and we got the data, and the data clearly showed over a 6-month period that his heart rates were reaching nowhere close to the heart rates that were in third set of a match when it was 18 all, 19 all, 20 all at that point. We got him to wear whoop. We managed to push up training loads for a 6-month period in the lead up to the Paris Olympics and Paralympics in 2024. He met that same guy who he had lost multiple times, never ever had beaten him. The match again went to 20 all. In the third game, he finally won that match 23-21 to win the Paralympic gold medal. When we looked at the data after the match, the heart rate was exactly in the sweet spot that he had trained for 6 months, which he refused to believe in actually. So
before he had the data, right? So goes back to some running theme that we have been doing over the course of the day about the quality of data, right? So the outcomes are as good as the data that it is based on. So any perspectives?
Yeah, I think I just before I answer that question, we had a very similar experience in cricket. So one of the IPL teams, they needed players to be scouted, and this was players coming from all over the India. And now, how do you handpick 10 players or 15 players out of hundreds or sometimes even thousands? So it has to be based on some data, some information. And that becomes super critical to make sure that the right data is coming from them. Now, 10 days back when I was running Mumbai Marathon, and I had sensor on my shoe just to make sure that I collect data. I mean, that data, just imagine for those who are in data science, we are talking about a data that never existed before. We have so many videos about how Kipchoge is running or Mo Farah is running, but there's absolutely no data about, hey, how your shoe or leg is wobbling, okay, and how you are hitting the ground, heel or a toe off. Now, this was just my curiosity to find out the data and analyze it. Now, that data becomes so important to be fed into the right system so that when the kids who are preparing for the future Olympics, when they look at the technology, and most of them will go and look at AI. You cannot stop them. Even now, a 10-year-old sports person or non-sports person or a 15-year-old will look at AI and ask questions. Hey, this did not work for me. This match did not work for me. What is it that I'm going wrong? Or most of the cases, they'll take a picture. That's what Google Gemini ad is. They'll take a picture and say, is my stance correct? And the AI will throw them multiple things. Instead of talking to the coach, they will read AI generated or a generated image. But the point out here is that entire information or insight is only based on few videos and pictures that have given. The information has to be complemented or has to be supplemented by the data that is coming from your equipment, data that is coming from your body, because that is also very, very significant from a decision-making point of view. And hence, it is our responsibility to make sure that we feed in the right data so that 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line when people are looking at it, they get the right data, they consume the right data.
I think, sorry to interrupt, I think I really agree with that point. So when our team works on scouting of athletes, so to narrow down onto 500 athletes, they would be analyzing 50,000 athletes. And I think a huge challenge in the Indian sport industry is the lack of consistency of data across the sports. When you're doing scouting and research, availability of historical data is critical. I could name maybe 2 sports where the data is good. So say shooting, the National Rifle Association of India, if you look at their website, they do a great job of the data analysis. So if say Manu Bakar is a 10-meter air pistol shooter, she's 24 now. OGQ started supporting Manu when she was 14 years old. If you go back on the NRAI website, you'll actually see her scores back in 2016 as well. If you look at the World Athletics site, that's again a good case study of data that you will see over the years, where you can really see trends in progression, improvement, etc. Across sports. But overall, in most sports, availability of good quality historical data for us to be able to analyze effectively is not there, and that's a big challenge in scouting.
I'm like the child in the candy shop. I have a lot more questions to ask, but I think I'll open it up to the audience to ask. Can we have a mic there, please?
Namaskaram. Before today, I only know that there was only technology applied in sports, but today I learned so many intricacies, optimics and dynamics in that. Now I just have a question. You're using data analysis, by using classical computers. I just want to know if there is any quantum implementation in this area, so it can process high amounts of data in much quicker time and give you the optimized result.
I think his question was, I'll rephrase it and please correct me if I'm wrong in this. Does the amount of data and the extent of analysis that you do now, A, warrant a quantum computing capability? B, if so, what kind of insights would you try to generate it?
I think we have to keep it very simple. We are not flying a rocket on the moon. So I think right now the amount of data that we require and the amount of data that we have, I think what we have from an infrastructure point of view, computing infrastructure point of view, that's good enough.
So infra is not a problem, but the foundational data itself is the
common language, the platform, we don't have that. We need to make sure that we have both, I think Shyam mentioned about the platform, the need for platform. It's high time that we have a platform where we start interpreting this information and data.
Because you're speaking about multi-dimensional data, and classical computers, even if you apply GPUs, it may not be able to give you optimized results as expected. And if advanced countries are using quantum computing, they are going to beat us or anybody for that matter. So it's going to be exploitation more than actual engineering.
Possibly, yes. I mean, beyond that, I won't be a subject matter expert, but my point of view will be, we'll cross the bridge when we reach there. Okay. Right now, we have a bigger problem to solve.
Yeah, of course.
Please, can we have the mic here?
Thank you again. I think it's very inspiring to hear both of you. I was curious about two things. One is, everything you talked about is measuring physical kind of characteristics, you know, heart rate, etc. You as a, Viren, you're an athlete, mental strength matters a lot, perseverance matters a lot. We talked about this in the marathon. So what latent, unobserved characteristics exist when you make, for training, for selection, that where the data that you're measuring is necessary, but it's not sufficient, the gap that exists? If you could comment on that, that's one. The second, I guess, has to do with, if everybody is instrumented where we're gathering data in this way, is it just that we're going to do a better job selecting, or do we need to expand the set of opportunities? Or is everybody just going to get better in equilibrium? I was just curious what this downstream effects was of this. So first question was, what about the unobserved things? And the second was, what are the downstream implications of this? Thank you.
Yeah, with regard to, I think sports psychology and the mental part of the game, obviously it's extremely important. I think players like Djokovic have shown over the years that everyone is talented at that level. Everyone is working hard at that level. Everyone has the best team that's working with them. I guess the difference is the mental resilience and strength to perform under pressure. It's hard to measure that, honestly, and my take on that is, at the highest level of sport, there are 100 ingredients that go into building Olympic champions. And mental strength is one of those 100 ingredients. It's obviously a very critical ingredient, because I believe that at that level, it is going to be the 1%ers that are going to make the difference. If we are 1% mentally stronger, if we are 1%, our speed gets better, 1% the coaching ability, the 1% the recovery between matches. So it's equally important, extremely hard to measure. So at Paris in 2024, India won 6 medals. 4 out of the 6 medal winners, their training was looked after by us. By just sheer coincidence, none of the 4 were working with sports psychologists. So yeah, so it's hard to give you data in terms of what works or what doesn't work on the mental side, and it's such a one size does not fit all. So what works with one particular athlete, but I will tell you this about sports psychology and what has not worked. What has not really worked very well is foreign sports psychologists coming and working with Indian athletes in sports like boxing, wrestling, archery. Because I think sports psychology is something where you share your innermost and intimate problems, and their language plays a big part in that. And there's a big disconnect if I as a foreigner speak to a wrestler or a boxer who doesn't know English at all. And I would say language challenges as well as cultural challenges are something that has not really worked on the psychology and on the mental front. We're still to figure out the right measurability in terms of the mental aspect of training to give you a more precise answer.
And regarding the second question that you had, see, if we have to look at it as a funnel, if I have to get 1,000 at bottom of the funnel, I need to have tens of lakhs at top of the funnel. Knowing that not all of them will make it to the bottom of the funnel, but it is our responsibility to tell them hey, you did not go through the funnel because of A, B, C reason. And if we have done so much of advancement in the technology, then why they should not be having that information for them to take a call? Hey, fine, I did not work for me in this sport. Probably it can help me to go to another sport. There is another funnel out there. Okay, if I love the sport. But there should be some basis for that decision. And that basis right now, I don't see anything else but the data. And just to add a personal experience from a mental point of view, because sometimes I do these crazy runs. So the longest I've done is 140 kilometers of run. And in that, you are kind of negotiating between your mind and your body. And both of them are saying things which are contradicting to each other. Both of them are saying. And that's why in some of the sports, and especially which stretches beyond an hour, 2 hours and stuff like that, it is the mind that rules. If you have done practice well, then it is all the mind game. And somewhere, somehow, if we figure out a way to capture that, if we figure out a way to record, if we figure out a way to analyze that, then I think you have a very, you have a fantastic solution.
Yeah. I'll also just add that another big challenge we're seeing on data and sport that athletes are extremely concerned about is actually the confidentiality and the ownership of data. And because when we work in, say, in shooting, we also work with a particular athlete. There are 20 other athletes in that same event who are all competitors with each other. And they're extremely concerned about the data leaking out, about their individual performance leaking out to competitors, etc. And I think confidentiality of data is very loosely looked at, especially in the Indian context as now. So that's something, as we go deeper into sports analytics in India, that's something that we should definitely be looking at.
Yeah, and something that, as a sport, we should learn a lot from corporates. Because for them, data confidentiality means a lot. So that's something can be picked up.
So that's one thing that can be learned, right? So one thing that cannot be learned or should not be learned.
From sports.
Either ways, yeah, either side.
So I personally don't
Hopefully
like,
I'm
and
not putting you in a spot.
no, I've absolutely not. So there's one thing that I do not like in sport when we say, hey, this player is God gifted. Okay, I personally think that we have kind of undermined the entire hard work that player has done, okay, or he or she has put in for n number of years, and we just say God gifted. So I would definitely say corporate should never ever take that as an example. There's nobody who's like God gifted. There will always be exceptions. But even the God gifted guys have woken up at 3 a.m. in the morning every day without fail, missed all the parties, missed all the funs, and train to reach to a place. I mean, it's my honor to be sitting along with Viren, because these are the guys who have given everything to actually reach to the level where our sport is.
Right. Please keep us honest on the time. Do we have time for more questions? Please.
Hi, sir. Well, my wife is a physiotherapist and specializes in biomechanics and sports. And she has been doing running analysis and a gait analysis for a long time. She is intrigued how sensor data and gait analysis using, she does the gait analysis using the videos and putting markers on the athletes and understanding how their limbs are and at what angle they are there. So she was intrigued how sensor data and gait analysis can be combined to get better results.
Yeah, I think currently the percentage of athletes, of even elite athletes exposed to sensor and gait analysis, that number is very, very small to be able to give you a right answer on what are the benefits. And I think, again, a big challenge in Indian sport is there's a big disconnect between the sports scientist. So say, for example, your wife working in the lab versus the data coming to the coach onto the field. Because finally, whatever you analyze, critical to be able to tell the coach very effectively that these are the 1, 2, 3 things where you feel that there is a problem, and these are the 1, 2, 3 things where you feel the athlete can be trained on. So there's still a big disconnect between lab versus on-field training, and that's something where we really need to educate our coaches. When I was speaking about the 10 to 14-year-olds, it's very essential that there's full coach buy-in, because the coach is the boss, the coach is the leader. If the coach is comfortable with the technology, you'll see massively widespread adoption of technology in every single academy, in every sport across the country. So it's really like all a teacher or a professor made a difference to our lives when we were young in school, college, university. I think the coach is that plays that role for our most talented 10, 11, 12-year-olds, including if we want to do gate analysis in the future. It needs to be communicated very effectively to the coach to see really better results.
I have a question here. Viren, it's to you. You spoke about foreign coaches not to be allowed in certain category of sports. I'm looking at 3 sports which are considered to be quite popular in this country: cricket, hockey that you played, and badminton. And cricket for a long time had foreign coach. Badminton today, PV Sindhu has a Malaysian coach. And hockey, it's invariably the Australian who comes in to coach the Indian national team, and now we have Paddy Upton as the mental coach for the hockey team. And this is where we've also seen performances of these players going up as compared to what they were before. Now, is that your observation, or is it something that we perceive as viewers, and there's a different perspective at your end?
Sir, I just mentioned that only about foreign sports psychologists, not coaches, actually across sport, if you actually see from the hockey team to the football team to the cricket team to shooting team, wrestling team, boxing team, archery team, the current Indian team has all foreign coaches. But actually, even at that level, that's not the solution for India. That's a band-aid issue, because foreigners are not loyal to India. Yes, they are the best. We are getting the best coaches. We are paying them tons of money. But the solution is actually to upgrade the skills of Indian coaches, so that 10 years down the line, if India hosts in 2036, we have the best young Indian coaches that are there. So, but today we have no choice, because our coaches are still in many sports far away from the highest coaching standards and coaching levels. Paddy Upton will work in sports like cricket, badminton, working with PV Sindhu or with Gukesh, because these are very mature sports, people who are comfortable with English, they have wide exposure. But for athletes coming from the background like wrestlers, boxers, archers, Paddy Upton will not be as effective, or in my opinion will not be effective at all with those sports. So yes, foreign coaches are required right now, but the long-term solution is actually to upgrade skills, modern training technologies of all Indian coaches, because quite frankly, in many sports, we are 10 years behind the rest of the world in terms of coaching standards, and especially adoption of technology in training. A simple example, in hockey, I travel the length and breadth of the country, and sometimes I'm horrified to see the most talented 14-year-olds are being taught the same thing that I learned when I was 14 years old. But the game has progressed so far, and I feel sorry for those young kids, because I know when they go and play higher hockey, they'll really struggle with coping up with where the game has actually gone to.
Hi, Viren sir. So I have one question. So as you have mentioned that identifying sporting talent is very difficult, especially in villages and remote areas. So nowadays, unknowingly, right, athletes are generating everyday performance data through their fitness devices, happy health and wellness apps. So do you think in the future, partnering with such platforms will help create a national data-driven identification ecosystem where we can identify talents using this daily data.
Sorry, I didn't understand what kind of data, because you're talking about all of us having smartwatches and all, but that's like 0.5%. The real athletes actually come from the small towns, villages. They don't have 2 square meals a day to eat, let alone a smartwatch or the data. So there's no data for the 10, 11, 12-year-old coming from the village. So I'm not getting that part.
So what I'm saying is nowadays people are using their smartwatches to measure their performance in any sports that they play. So can we use that data to generally identify the talent?
Yeah, no. If we get it to the people who are actually really talented, of course it will help. But the struggle is, how do we get that technology to be adopted in areas where there is real talent? So that's the thing that we are currently struggling. If we are able to get it to them 100%, if the data available to us who are analyzing in the background in every sport, that would massively help us. The challenge is the kids who are coming, the wrestlers and boxers are coming from Jind and Hisar and Guhana and Sonipat and Rohtak and Bhiwani and these places. So how do we get to the most talented 10, 15-year-old boxers or wrestlers in those areas? So that's the challenge. If we are able to do that in all academies at the grassroots level, it would massively help in our preparations for the future.
And also, just to add, it's very important for us to know what data is coming. What your watches are going to give is predominantly outcomes, okay, and which may or may not be useful from a decision-making point of view. So it's very, very important for us to know what data has to be fed into the system.
In the interest of time, we'll take one last question. I think Prabal.
So since we have a big crowd here, like from different industry and academia, right? So I was thinking, what about data of the places where sports is played? Not just the data of the sports person, but the stadium, the ground, whatever is the space where the game is played. Is because we can use IoTs like sensors to measure the quality of such spaces. Does that will help you, or is there any idea to invest in sensors and data within the arenas of where sports are getting played, not just on the sports person, but the fields themselves? Will that have any impact on the overall game, in increasing the performance of the game?
In addition to the data about the sports persons, if we are able to gather data from the environment in which they operate, which could include the stadia data or...
No, so I didn't understand what kind of data in the stadia. I'm not understanding that part.
So is any data, probably please correct
me. Are you talking about performance data?
No, not really. I'm talking about, say if it's a basketball, then there will be a space, right? It'll be of wooded, maybe some sensors to measure the quality of the wood or the quality, the slipperiness or those kind of things. Will that add to the game's overall performance of the players? Should we even go collecting those data? My main question is, should we even think about that?
I think if we want to get the best basketball players in this country, then the underlying infrastructure has to be best in class. So the wooden court that we are talking about, then it has to be the best wooden court that is available in the world. Okay. Now, if we add a sensor to measure how good that wooden court is, I think that's not required. But if I need best, I need to give the best infrastructure to a sports person, which is something that's not available at all. And basketball is just one example. The kind of courts that are required, that should be available across the board.
I think like Rahul said, possibly what can be done is the technology used in surfaces, right? Again, I'll just
Yes,
take
yes.
example of hockey. When I retired in 2007, India, which is a hockey playing nation, had 30 AstroTurf grounds. At that point of time, if you looked at the three big hockey playing nations in the world, so Australia, Germany, Holland, and you took the big city in each of these countries, so say Sydney, Amsterdam, Munich, these cities by themselves would have about 500 AstroTurf grounds in 2007 versus 30 in the entire of India. So which means that our young talented kids are all growing up like me playing on grass and chat grounds, while the most talented kids in Australia, Germany and Holland from under 8, under 10, under 12, under 14 level, they're all playing on AstroTurf, and playing on AstroTurf and grass is totally different, your basics. So if we are able to use technology to reduce the cost of the playing surface and be able to have widespread adoption of the technology to have more AstroTurf grounds across the country, I think that would really help. And that's the biggest reason why India and Pakistan went down in hockey, because in terms of actual turf grounds, we had very few. And all our talented kids grew up playing on a different surface. So, and I'm sure it's the same for every sport in some way or the other.
Yeah, I think that the availability of IoT devices, Professor Arun, he also teaches IoT, and this is a space that can have an impact because there could be multiple sensors and devices also on the fields beside the players, which could enhance the game in some process. Yeah, thank you.
The surrounding infrastructure, paraphernalia, funds provided is, if we are able to provide it of the highest quality, the outcomes also will be correspondingly better. I'm sorry, we'll have to, I know Viren, you have a flight to catch in the evening and a meeting after this, so we will have to conclude the fireside chat. Thank you so much for joining in. We've enjoyed listening to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Request everyone to be on the stage. Please join me in thanking our speakers for a truly insightful fireside chat on sports and entertainment. Their perspectives on audience engagement, brand partnership, and future of the industry have given us much more to consider and discuss. At this time, I would like to ask Professor Arun to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to our speakers. Thank you. We have now reached the end of today's program. We will take a moment to formally acknowledge and felicitate the contributions that have made this event a success and to express our collective appreciation to everyone involved. May I invite Professor R. Chandrasekhar to please come forward to the stage for a brief. Invite Professor Srijit to come forward to the stage for a brief word of thanks.
Very good evening to our distinguished guests, panelists, speakers, faculty colleagues, friends and students. It's a true privilege indeed to stand before you at the culmination of India Digital Conclave 2026. And I personally believe for me it has been an inspiring, insightful and impactful edition of IDC. I hope that resonates with many of you. First, I would like to thank, since we had a extensive set of discussions connected with sport, so I will also continue on that theme. So first, I would like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Many of us are here at T-Hub, but there are many others working in the back end. So without taking too much time, let me try to do it as fast as possible. First, I sincerely acknowledge the leadership of our director, Professor Ashok Banerjee. So his vision and unwavering commitment to positioning IIM Udaipur as a salient contributor to the nation's progress towards digital transformation and digital excellence have been central to the conceptualization and execution of IDC. The India Digital Conclave has truly emerged, I believe, as a platform where many of the industry, academia, and research truly converge to explore the frontiers of today's digital enterprise. Next, if you look at a coaching metaphor, there is always a coaching team, right? So led by Professor Banerjee, we also have IDC, and the vision and execution of IDC would not be possible without the collective inputs of two specific entities within IIM Udaipur, which is the Center for Digital Enterprise and the Center for Supply Chain Management, and the center heads, as you said, Professor Shekhar and Professor Chandrasekhar, as they are affectionately known, even though they deny saying that we are not professors in any right, but they are professors to many of you here. So, moment to please recognize their efforts and their untiring devotion and execution to making this, truly successful and engaging. Deeply grateful to our speakers today, right from the keynote to the just concluded fireside chat. So, as I said, there is a huge, we have put in significant efforts to curate this particular agenda. So, when Professor Banerjee and all of us met as part of the core organizing committee for IDC, we basically debate on what should be the theme, how should each speaker or each session align with that agreed theme, right? In IDC 2026, we see it is about being resilient and inclusive as a nation. So that is this year's theme. So the day started with Mr. Secretary Ranjan delivering his insightful keynote address. He discussed digital ecosystem development, digital divides, core issues, and how the state of Telangana basically embraced digital ecosystem development, which basically gave a very, very clear direction in terms of inclusivity, right? Professor Krishnan and Professor Probal, through their research conversations and research talks, showed that the roles of AI, so Professor Krishnan specifically mentioned that AI gives you capabilities, but there is complementarities that need to be generated to harness the maximum value from AI. It could be through digital infrastructures which are complementary, people skills, etc. Professor Probal showed that technology can be used in his research projects, how it can basically enable access through very, very simple means as compared to the age-old ways of calling and dialing for help. How tweets, for example, can be an effective mechanism to signal distress, especially in the context of disaster. So this also links to the themes of being resilient and inclusive. We then had a very, very intriguing panel discussion, which was moderated by Mr. Srinivasan. Several themes were discussed there, including resilience, job creation, the access to skills and access to education, which again resonates strongly with inclusivity. Post that, we had Mr. Gosai explaining various facets of Gati Shakti and the capability development that they have done within that large-scale project and showed glimpses of how concepts like network optimization can actually enable, resilient and inclusive access, right? Lastly, with the concluding fireside chat, we had very, very interesting discussion with Mr. Raskina and Mr. Nagar, moderated by Professor Arun. There we saw that access to technology in sport and true democratization of technology in sport can actually be a powerful engine to unravel the next generation of Olympians and gold medalists from this country. So right from the keynotes to the fireside chat, I believe there was a strong emphasis on resilience and inclusivity, right? And how digital ecosystems facilitate this. Next, I would like to thank the branding and communications team. So each of you might have received several information updates either on social media or through email. All of that is led and facilitated by Manmohan here. So huge round of applause to his efforts and his team. That is the branding and communications team. Next are student teams from the mic and the placement teams. They were on the ground everywhere, coordinating every single thing, right from making us all comfortable, each of us, the guests, everybody. So big round of applause to their tireless efforts. Actually, there was a very insightful startup discussion yesterday. So we heard from a variety of amazing startups and the evolution of their journey. That was facilitated by our incubation center and led by Mr. Abhyuday. So for those who missed that, I would recommend that, get a chance, please explore some of these startups. Also, I would take this opportunity to personally acknowledge and congratulate the two student groups and their project presentations. So, special note of thanks to Bhagwat and Sriharan and their teams for executing on the set of projects that they have done. Truly commendable work there. Over the course of this IDC, we traversed a wide range of topics, foundational frameworks in digital enterprises architecture to practical implementations, right from the keynote to the fireside chat. As we conclude, I hope that we collectively developed a spirit of inquiry, more energy to develop that curiosity, more connection possibilities with everybody here to enhance our impact. Either for us academics, it's usually through our research and teaching, but we always would love to connect with our friends from the industry. So again, I thank Professor Banerjee for putting together the vision for this IDC conclave, the core team for the execution. I sincerely hope to see all of you again for IDC 2027. With that, I conclude. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Lastly, thank you. I sincerely thank the hosts, Nikhil and Rathika, for seamless hosting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Srijat. As we close this chapter, let's carry forward the spirit of innovation and collaboration we witnessed here today. May the ideas sparked on this platform continue to inspire action and drive positive change beyond these walls. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you at the future editions of India Digital Conclave. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead, safe travels, and see you next year at IDC 2027. We'll have a small tea session, and we'll close the event with that. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, there's tea arranged outside. Thank you, everyone.
I request everyone to come towards the stage for a group photo, please. All IM people. On the stage.